Good morning, everybody. Good morning, good morning. Getting things started with some logistics today. New base? No. We are mothballing the Louisville Airport base. And then we're going to work on Jericho once we've got our assets secured. We've got one last trip. And I've already got the throwaway car prepped for it. I need to bring this battery back. Weapons check. I saw a few targets on the road. Not even going to specify what kind. What the fuck? Alright. This is not happening. If you want to tell me where you and your buddies just came from, I might ease your passing. No? I cleared this parking lot a very long time ago. I guess they just decided now was the time. Okay then. Command, how's it going? Good to see you. I mean, I can explain this one. This one heard the gunshot. Yeah, that's right. Right this way, ma'am. Off of my lot, please. Or at least this far. Okay. Oh, yeah? Debug mode can teach you a lot of things about this game. Is it going to have a new care unstable? Yes, of course. The short answer is yes. Sorry, you'll have to forgive me for laughing a little bit. I must have answered that question 20 times over the past couple days. If I was... I'm mostly laughing at myself for not just putting it in the description like a sensible person would do once you get frequently asked questions, you know? But of course, yes. The save is going to get broken. Our policy is when the save gets broken, we create a new save. The only caveat this time, of course, is the new version of the game. I'm hoping it's going to be rather substantial and hook me in and keep me going for the beginning of it. If it doesn't, I might move on to another game for a little while and come back to Zomboid when the mod developers come in. For example, some of my viewers have been playing with the RV mod for a long time. That's one of the mods that I've been quite interested in giving a shot myself, but I don't do mods while we're on unstable, except for the most lightweight of things. I think I only saw these couple coming out of the hole I made in the fence right there. But there were also other obstructions on the road, in the form of small hippity hops that cause minus damage to my vehicles. Joke's on them. I've got a throwaway vehicle. Oh, look at that. They're not hippity-hopping very fast. Aw, what's the matter, guys? Did you lose all of your hippity-hops? Hippity-hoppity, get off my property. I'm sorry. I know I sound probably mean and horrific to small, pixelated animals, but, they are very mean and horrific to my pixelated integrity of my tires. Thank you very much. And I am not the one who created the game code that spawns them in the middle of the road. If you find violence against small animals to be bad, ask the developers why they spawn them in the middle of the road exclusively. There's more of them, by the way. There's a lot more than those three. I do not know what happened to the rest of them, and I hope I never see them again. That is the most mutually beneficial arrangement. Yes. So the, whatchamacallit, when we got a blog post about the update a few days ago, it came out with a video. That video showed some sneak peeks of Phallus Lake having stuff that it definitely does not currently have. So that'll be interesting. Currently Phallus Lake is very whelming. I wouldn't say overwhelming or underwhelming, it's just whelming. Not in a particularly good or bad sense. Hello, sir. You're on my road. Out of the road, please. Hey, Kraken, how's it going? Rain slows down the hippity-hoppity engine. I believe it. I have seen evidence to the contrary in the past, but, I'm not going to question it this time around. Really? How many times do I go back and forth on this road and there's just nothing? And now every Zed and Farmer John wants to come on out. Let's see this guy down here. I've only got one trip left. Yeah, I almost missed this one. Taking a little shortcut here. It's only because I have a really small car that I could get away with that very easily. Larger cars, not so much. Gas pumps outside of gas stations. Do I know all of the gas pumps? Probably. If we're talking about, like, do I know where where every gas pump on the map is? At this point, there's a couple that are probably escaping me. There are certain parts of the map I still haven't actually been to. Very small parts, relatively speaking, but parts nonetheless. Alright, with that, our LVA airport is getting mothballed. We are leaving behind 2 vehicles that I couldn't find a use for. If I come back to this area later on, then I have 2 locally available vehicles. Perhaps to load up with stuff that I may or may not want from the airport, like decorative furniture or something like that. I cannot think of any objectively valuable loot that haven't already gotten. And we'll take the leftover perishable food, toss the stale shit into the trash, shut the generator off, and adios to LVA. Retire on the southern lakes and just live off the land in the big lakes. It'd be, I mean, it'd be chill. It would definitely be chill. Would become quite unremarkable after a time. I don't double check, I did actually fill this truck up with loot. Mostly decorative furniture and stuff, and the seats are fully occupied. Okay. The only reason I consider that now is this is going to be the last time I drive past this post office for the foreseeable future. I don't know if I even ever checked these vans. I'm pretty sure they're probably good. They probably got some decent stuff in them, but it's not going to be any decent stuff that I don't already have billions of. The lock to the trunk is broken, and mail vans are some of the only vans you cannot access the trunk from the cab. What a conundrum. I just take that as a personal challenge. Now I'm gonna take the entire door off. What could they possibly be hiding back here? It's probably nothing. Yeah, it's literally nothing. Now, I almost didn't want to think about this, but these mail vans actually probably do have a very above average engine quality for them. I don't really care about the smaller vans, but the step vans. Now, the male step vans, again, for some reason, they're some of the only vehicles that you cannot access the trunk from the cab, and that makes the least amount of sense, because, and I don't want to always make this all about me, right? But that's another one of the bug reports that I submitted a long time ago that never got answered to this day. To this day, I patiently await the reply. That's something that I'll be looking very closely at when the next update drops. Okay, so you can find aiming books in a mail van. I didn't think that was usual. You wouldn't have caught me thinking that you could find the rare 4. Aiming, reloading, napping, and long blade. Interesting. Okay, good to know. Engine quality only 66. Well, it probably means old as in it's not been fixed up very well. Just because older designs are more easily maintained doesn't actually mean that somebody actually maintained them. But that should be a situational thing. Some of them should be well cared for, some of them should be garbage. Engine quality is 69. Nice. It is a preserved vehicle, but I don't suspect that I have any use for it. Yeah, no. Nothing overly interesting in these. Just a few comic books for my collection. And I overestimated what kind of engine qualities we would even see from these. There's 2 more. Look at that. There's a massive fleet of these mail vans here. Dank. See, this is why I was saying before that if I ever considered blitzing into the Louisville direction in the early game, it would not actually be Louisville, it would be Louisville Airport. This place is kind of small, relatively speaking, but there's some very decent stuff that collecting it early on the way I like to play, can really help me. Because it took me a long time to assemble a fleet of step vans with semi-decent engine qualities. And here there's a friggin' parking lot full of them here. That just so happens to be all the way at the east end of the map. Interesting. Hello. Yeah, engine quality only 60 on this one. I'm just waiting for that one to come around. Hit this way, sir. Okay, now this is one classic federal worker right here. 2 firearms in his glove compartment. All right. This must be USPIS right here. United States Postal Inspection Service. Agent 00P. 00 Postal Edition. Generator magazine. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Alright. I didn't feel like it was overly pressing to check all those mail vans, but this is going to be the last shot for the foreseeable future. I don't see myself coming back here. I don't want to say ever, but I don't have a pressing reason to anymore now. The U.S. Mail Service joint itself is looted and trashed, so there's not going to be anything of substance within, necessarily. For anybody joining, welcome. We are just doing a chill base work stream today. We are currently doing our last run out of Louisville Airport, and then we're going to be bringing things back to Jericho and just building the place up, making it nice. Making it a nice place for Dani to spend her remaining days. Yeah, there's the rest of the rabbit herd right there. At least they had the sense not to stay on the south side of the road. Alright, here is our turn here. So we've still got a parking lot full of our assets at the elementary school coming up on the right. We've been leaving our assets there because that's where we go to park to swap out to a throwaway vehicle that was originally discovered in this parking lot. But we no longer need any throwaway vehicles, so we're going to go straight back to Jericho with this shipment. And after that, we get our perishables into the local fridge, possibly just deploy a new freezer for all this rabbit meat we just recovered. And then we are going to start using the race car to tow each of the vehicles from the elementary school back up here one by one. All right, 2,300 for the bedtime. That is correct. Speaking of hippy hoppy into the fridge, I think it's about time to put that fawn out of its misery. If I'm going to be doing base work here at Jericho for a while, I'm not going to be hearing that sound. I'm not going to be hearing that. No, that thing is going into the fridge. But let's complete our commutes first here. This is why I didn't gear down yet. Depth vans are so easy to tow that the race cars can actually get a little dangerous with them. Make sure to slow down. Give yourself plenty of time to slow down when you're taking the turns. If you take the turn faster than 40 miles an hour, you will flip the step van without blinking an eye. I'm going to do a thing real quick. Actually need a little bit of light. This light up here is, well, I don't want to call it redundant. I like having floodlights in every direction around my bases, but if I don't have enough for every single direction, then one directly over my garage is going to be more important. It sounded like that one just had its light bulb break, but it was actually this one all the way down there. What an odd timing. I like that much better. I haven't put a lot of love into the south lot here. All of my operations have been done in the north lot up here. So that baby rabbit in the animal pen that doesn't want to stop making the noise, and the fawn are both going to go in the fridge relatively soon if they don't stop making those noises. This being the combat truck, it gets a special spot right here. Chevrolet D6 of the month. For our next shipment of vehicles, I'll probably just run down. Feels easier than doing extra trips. But I am going to take off my backpack. Lots of unnecessary stuff in it. Running level 9 has its perks. Of course, because it's raining, I cannot... I actually lose significant speed if I step onto the grass, so we stay on some form of paved surface. What am I still wearing that could get me overheated right now? Bandana, maybe? Everything else has got holes in it. Maybe the denim shirt. This is a losing battle. If I want to not be overheated and I'm running for like half a minute straight, that's a losing battle. Two trips with the race car, condensed down into one. Right on time for second bedtime. We can fit one more in here. Never underestimate me. I know my vehicle sizes. Alright, so we catch our sleep. Have a quick bite of breakfast, grab the last shipment, and then it's time for some base work here at Jericho. Breakfast, of course. Oops. By the way, if anybody didn't know, Pizza World signs are light switches. Why? Welcome to Project Zomboid, that's why. I'm pretty sure now that I'm running level 9, I'm probably moving faster than, like, somebody with really bad fitness and really bad running. I'm probably just running faster than they can sprint. That makes me want to go into debug mode and test certain high stat combos against sprinters, zombie sprinters. Like, can I move? And is my regular running right now, is that going to be faster than a sprinter without me having to sprint, right? Because I'm not sprinting, I'm just running. Very big difference between those two in terms of stamina drain and movement. I saw another dude back here. Where did that dude go? We have no dudes here. I know I saw a dude back here. There's the dude. None of this Kurt shit. See, this is sprinting. That is a powerful thing at running level 9. I wonder if I should also do, when I start my stable run, I would be lying if I said that I haven't considered doing it on extinction mode. I would put it at about a 1 in 5 chance right now that I do that. This is my expedition ambulance, so it does not need to be unloaded or anything. We just need to use it to get mobile library back to our base. And then we can put the expedition ambulance into the parking lot out front, the proper parking lot where vehicles that are ready to go can be put. It's funny that ambulances are 10 horsepower. They have 10 horsepower more than the Chevrolet D6 trucks, and yet it does feel like they're a little bit weaker on the towing. It's probably just the sheer weight of the ambulance, because obviously the ambulance can carry a lot more loot than the D6 can, so I make sure that it always does. That's a sheer question of weight, probably. 10 extra horsepower is probably not enough to overcome the, what is it, an extra 40 encumbrance of loot on average, if I have a full ambulance versus a full D6. No, it's only about 25 or so, actually. Yeah, D6, a perfect D6 trunk is 143. A perfect ambulance trunk is 169. Yeah, that's not that big of a difference. Alright, now I said that that was our last logistical trip, but there's actually a couple of ammo vans still in the field. I need to secure a food situation before I think about that. So those other 2 vehicles full of stuff are back here at Wellington Heights. I'll think about that. Told you guys I could fit one more in here. I don't have a problem. Shut up. Alright, okay. These fire and rescue trucks don't have any essentials in them right now, and I'm going to use them, not necessarily as throwaways, but I'm going to take them down to pick up the stuff that I've left at Wellington. And then if we want to use these fire and rescue trucks in the future, these pull drivers, we'll go and recover them from Wellington if we actually need them. These are like the least essential vehicles on the lot right now. I don't think I left any good windows in this. I believe I sacrificed it for all it's worth. I only asked because the, oh, it's actually got a windshield in it. Okay. Can't have that. This, the fire and rescue here needs a new windshield, but it's whatever. We'll leave it in the lot here. It can be fixed up and used later if necessary. We have already successfully mothballed this base. The yellow generator on the roof does not need to be here, but I've got so many other generators to worry about right now. I'm not going to worry about that right now. Alrighty. Ooh, I almost ran the fence there. Yikes. And I expanded that fence multiple times. I'm getting lazy with it. VTSS, good morning. We are consolidating everything back at Jericho now. We have gotten everything out of Louisville Airport, and now we're just grabbing the last couple of step vans and ammo combos that I left up at Wellington. Now, unlike the other things we've been towing home, these combos here, they are already, like, purposed out. They do not need to be emptied. The ambulance, this one is... What is this one? This one's my... this is a welding van. Yeah, it's got half of my welding rod collection, most of my spare torches, and materials for building stuff out of metal. And the black step van there is one of my ammo carriers. I forget exactly which. It's probably a lesser used caliber. So probably stuff like 44 Magnum, among other things. Actually, this black step van is one of the first ones I ever recovered. It's been with me from the very beginning. I recognize that damaged door. It's just kind of, its purpose has changed a lot over the years, because it has gone from my primary step van, of course, to something like a secondary and then a tertiary and then finally an ammo carrier. I will need to move that trailer out of the way. Let's just move it out of the way now before I forget about it. Just put it up here with the other animal trailer. Now with the step van, this lineup has the newest one, this one here. This one is going to have to stay farthest to the right because it is the one that has... It's not yet full, if that makes sense. This is the one I've been pulling boxes out of as I use them, so this one... I might actually just go put it over there next to SWAT, because I'm going to run out... There's only 2 more parking spots over there, and I can't really overflow that lot without blocking my very narrow transit way through the side of the base here. So yeah, let's just put this over here next to Citrus. Citrus is going to be replaced. Citrus is just a propane tank carrier, but I've got a new van specifically that says propane on the side of it, so of course that has to be my propane carrier going forward. We'll do that later. For now, this van just goes in that spot. You can drive right through generators, by the way. It doesn't hurt them. I don't predict it'll be that way forever, but for now, yeah. That's why I would never put it in the middle of the road if that was not the case. You might see me avoiding it anyway. That's just out of habit. I see something on the road, I swerve to avoid it. Let me check my crops really quick. I mean, I'm walking past them anyway. So the kale is blooming, and it has days left. I have to harvest it before those days go up, because otherwise it will die. Or rather, it will rot, specifically. And then we got strawberries down here, almost ready for harvest. and onions, and then garlic. The garlic has been ready to harvest for a while, but I'm waiting to see if it blooms or not. One of the reasons I planted it is because I don't have very many seeds of it. Now, I think I might have gone through the effort to fix this one up completely. Hang on. No, I did not. Okay. So I'm not, like, taking any really good parts off the lot by, leaving this at Wellington. And it's fine to leave it at Wellington, by the way. It doesn't, just because I leave a vehicle at Wellington doesn't mean I abandon it. It's just, when it comes to the stuff that's up there now, it's the stuff in the vehicles that I care more about. These bull drivers are, I've always thought of them as just ambulances but weaker, because they have the same storage space as an ambulance, but you can't access the trunk from the cab, and yet they still have the same, like, bump surface area. If you accidentally bump into a zombie from the side, you take damage in the trunk at just the same rate as an ambulance would. And also they have the weakened engine. It's 480 horsepower instead of 490. Unquantifiable for me at the moment as to whether that 10 extra horsepower makes a difference, but you know I'm all about those numbers here. All about those numbers. Not being able to reach the trunk from the cab is really the biggest thing for me. I'd be using these a lot more often if I could do that. Wellington doesn't have much of a backlot. That's alright. I'll just put it over here then. It's actually in better shape than the other one, so it makes sense to give this one a proper spot. Refill my water while we're here. This for? Oh, it's just paint. I think I'm gonna just pick this up because it had good parts on it. No, I don't even know why I picked this up. Yeah, there's almost nothing in it. Okay, well, whatever. It's a truck. It's there. Can use it in the future if I ever find a need for it. But Tradewind's Forge right there, that is one that I'm much more likely to use because it's pretty. After a certain point, the rule of cool takes over. Admittedly, I've probably left these vehicles that we've been picking up from Wellington, I've probably left them sitting there long enough that they could use a top-up of air in the tires, which would make them tow a little bit easier, but, no, too late now. It's not bottoming out, so it's fine. This vehicle's purpose was it's a backup base builder. Yeah, mostly construction materials and spare generators in the trunk. And the white step van there is the last of my ammo carriers. So after this trip, I will have consolidated every single gun store's worth of ammo on the entire map at one base. I've never done that before. My previous characters never quite made it to every single gun store. So this is a first for me. There's not a single gun store that I've missed as far as No, I don't think I've missed a single one. I might want to go over the map at some point and, like, just, you know, eyeball that. Yeah. Just to confirm, right? Because if there is another gun store out there that I haven't hit, That might even be something I'd be interested in doing before we conclude Danny's journey here. Because, I mean, you know, that's been like kind of an order of operation for me. If I go to a town, I wipe out the local gun store. Who's alone, right? I don't see anybody else. Hell yeah. So that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 step vans. $208 out of $208. Okay, this one's not quite full. This one's down by 15. Yeah, if it was a perfect trunk, I could fit another 15 in it. Shotgun carrier here. 201 out of 208. 184 out of 208. Okay, so they are definitely not all fully evenly distributed. That one's completely full. And that was completely full. Okay, so there's plus or minus 10 or so encumbrance. That would be 8 completely full trunks here. And I mean, if I really wanted to go nuts with it, I could slap a couple more steel sheet repairs to get everybody back up to 208. And then I could, at that point, it's like playing Tetris to see how much I can fit into it. I would be taking stuff out of this one, which is supposed to be the one that is not completely full yet, and shove them into these vans until these vans are all full. But I'm not going to be that crazy about it right now. I'm just that would be the principle if we were operating by principle here. Ladies and gentlemen, that is what I like to call a full lot. Hang on, let me step over here and then I can see the other vehicles. Yeah, around the corner there. There we go. Now I can see them all. Beautiful. It's like a work of art to me. It's a work of art to me. Okay, so the cop cars, admittedly at this point, they're kind of redundant. The cop cars are all vehicles capable of towing a step van. I've got 8 total step vans on this side, and I've got 3 on this side. But the ambulances, I've been collecting those since I got here. We now have 6 ambulances. I might still actually need at least some of the cop cars, right? Like, my plan in the past was have 1 emergency services vehicle that's capable of towing a step van for every step van on my lot. And in a perfect world, one of those emergency services vehicles would be an ambulance, because the ambulance itself is capable of carrying a lot more loot than some of these other vehicles are. Hang on a second. I see one of my sunflowers is looking ugly down here. Why does this one under the swing set look ugly? Mildew. I will whip up a mildew cure. I actually have to step away briefly IRL, and I've been thinking about a good moment to do it. I think now is probably a fine moment. Yeah, I'm just going to chill in my farmhouse here for a moment. Be amazing if I could sit in one of these chairs, but I can't. The table is too close. I'm gonna move the armchair real quick. Okay, I will be right back one moment. When I get back, we're going to cure up that mildew on our crops here. Shall not abide any curses upon my crops. Alrighty, I have returned. Appreciate everybody sticking around. Not sure exactly where that came from. Pasted a timestamp into my my AFK notice there. I need to get better with my AFK notice. I should have a PowerShell script for it where I just open my PowerShell window, type the word AFK, and something pops up onto my screen saying, "Be right back, folks," or some shit like that. Problem is, I'm lazy. So we just picked up a couple of what are these? Gardening spray cans. Now we just need some milk. I have a 2-liter bottle I carry with me everywhere. I'm just gonna go ahead and milk our lovely cow here into that 2-liter bottle. The fawn wants to be let out. I would let it out, but then it would run away, and my, whatchamacallit, my venison would be gone. Yeah. Yeah, I would do that. Yep. So the, what we just milked is 2 liters, and I think it's just 1 liter for each of these cures for mildew. So I can make 1, and then I can make another. So now we have 2 bottles of mildew spray. What? Boys, we got turkey eggs. What? These turkeys have never laid eggs before. Okay, cool. We got turkey eggs. I was not expecting to see that ever. I'm gonna pet my turkeys really quick. I'll pet this one hen that I can find here. Congratulations on finally ovulating after God knows how many, probably a year maybe almost. I've had these turkeys and they never, not once, popped a squat for any eggs, but hey, whatever. I mean, every single one of these other eggs are chicken eggs, by the way. I can tell just by the size. Alright, we've got 1 mildewed up crop right here. The mildew has not spread. Now, I want to say that there's something weird when it comes to using the same cure on the crop twice in a row. So I'm actually just going to go back and forth between the 2 crops that have mildew. I don't even know exactly why. I feel like there's something weird with doing it twice in a row. I know that that's how you're supposed to cure it. Like, there's no cooldown as far as I know. But, like I said, it feels weird to just stand there and click on the same crop over and over again until the mildew goes away. So whether this actually has an effect or not, I don't care. See, look at that. Mildew heavy. What is going on? Is there like a cooldown, like a global cooldown on crop cures? It wouldn't even surprise me, honestly. There's some really dumb stuff going on with agriculture right now. Okay, there it is. There it is. Okay, so this mildew, the mildew on this sunflower has been eliminated. And this lavender has not even gone down from heavy yet, despite the fact that I've treated the lavender twice as much as the sunflower. What's going on there, boys? What's going on there? Again, nothing. Almost ready for harvest. Marigold and roses. We got chives as well. Now here, on this lot, we planted some leeks. The leeks are the second best source of carbs that you can actually grow behind soybeans. A lot of deep lore behind soybeans. We spent a good couple of hours trying to find soybeans, seeds, or just the beans themselves. We never found a single one. And what we did is we went back to Phallus Lake. Phallus Lake is where I took pretty much every seed packet that I've ever looted on the map, consolidated it there, did some planting at Phallus Lake, didn't include any of that at the time, but then we confirmed we have never found a single packet of soybean seeds on this character. I can't tell you that I've looted every single agriculture loot source on the map, but all the main hubs in all the big cities, including Irvington, where there's like 3 or 4 of them, yeah, we wiped them all out. And not a single one. Now, it's clear that soybeans, probably more recently than not, have had the same problem as lavender and roses. So, as you can see, we have a row of 5 of each of those. The chances of finding seed packets of these are so astronomical that it's been a running theme on this channel, where every time I see a garden basket or a toolbox in an agricultural loot source, I get real... It's like playing a slot machine. Will I make that 2% cut? And I did, twice. We got ourselves some lavenders, we got ourselves some roses. The seed packets that these 5 came from are the only ones I've ever found. Now, I can't tell you if this actually had an effect, but by sitting there yapping for a little bit, maybe like 30 seconds or so, and then coming back and doing this again, now it actually went from heavy to moderate. I'm under reasonable suspicion now. I have an RS now. I'm pretty sure there's a global cooldown on cure treatment for your crops. So the fact that I started with this one, and then I went to this one never got treated. It ate my cure, but it never got treated. That's my theory right now. I have no idea if that's true. It's just that's what feels like happened, right? Because it's only after I sat there and yapped for a minute or so that I come back here and treat it and it goes down. I don't know, man. I'm just a level 10 agriculturalist. You'd think I'd have some more information on how many cures it would take, what the actual severity is, instead of just heavy. And look at that, now it went from moderate to none. Only after I sat there and yapped for 30 seconds. Okay, there's got to be a global cooldown on this dumb shit. There's got to be. There's no other explanation for this. We've used up an entire container and had no effect. But this container, we used it twice and it's gone. Okay, whatever. I don't know what to say to any of that, guys. I really don't. I have beaten the drum on agriculture for a while now. And I have a very, very dark feeling in my pit, in the pit of my stomach here, that 42.20 is going to come out and they're not going to have touched anything about agriculture. They're just going to leave it as it is and do other stuff. And we're going to be stuck with an agriculture system as it currently is for all of 42.20 stable. That is my fear right now. And I'm going to be real with you guys. If that is the case, if they have not touched agriculture for 42.20, if 42.20 comes out and I go to line 748 of vegetablesconf.lua and they still haven't added an 8 to the end of that fucking array, I'm probably going to put Zomboid on the shelf. Just for a little while. Because, I mean, honestly, it's not that I care super deep about agriculture. It's the... They give us growing seasons, right? Suddenly you can't just put a crop in the ground and grow it anymore. Okay, cool. Can you finish what you started, please? If you're going to come up with a stable build, can you finish what you started when it only involves adding a few numbers to a couple of arrays? Please? I'm sorry. I know I'm getting a little salty here. Today's going to be a happy day. I'm not going to be mad anymore. I'm really not. I'm just a little... I want to lay it out very plainly, the kind of things that I really want to see in stable, and the things that are really going to turn me off if I don't see it in stable. That's one of them right there. I don't necessarily care that much about flower seeds, right? If stable comes along and rose seeds can still only be found in a garden basket in a loot source that happens to be agricultural, meaning there's an astronomical chance of ever finding... Okay, I don't care that much. It's flowers. They make your salads a little bit happier. Okay. Carb sources are different. Not being able to plant soybeans means I don't get optimal carb intake. Now, I know Cerulean said that they're not going to do anything with nutrition necessarily right off the bat. He said nutrition isn't... He kind of alluded that nutrition is going to get overhauled in a future build. Okay. I understand that completely. But it takes very little effort to just fill out the necessary crops that are already there. They already exist to give us a balanced nutrition in the long term right now. But those extra words I added there, in the long term. That's always the key word, isn't it? That's always the key word. I'm going to clean up my animal pen. It's looking a little nasty down here. It's more turkey eggs. I couldn't tell you what caused them to suddenly start laying eggs. Maybe it's just that time of year. That could be it. Maybe they only lay eggs in a certain time of year. That's the only explanation I can think of right now. Because I thought they weren't laying eggs because they were broken. Like, I thought the turkeys themselves were broken. But they have actually laid so many eggs that I can't fit them in my satchel anymore. I know that turkeys have a mating season, but I didn't think that that meant that they didn't lay any eggs at all outside of that season. I didn't... That doesn't feel like how they used to be. Oh, we have a baby raccoon. Spiffette gave a baby. This is a female, so we will call this Spiffette Jr. So this proves my theory that my animals that are not giving birth, that are just permanently pregnant, are... That's just because they got broken by the previous save, or the previous save update. From 42.18 to 42.19 or something like that. Because these raccoons were spawned in on 42.19 and they're breeding properly. That's all the eggs I can carry right now. I should not be carrying around a windshield right now. Let me put that over here. We have a baby rabbit here that is making noise. If you pet them enough, they sometimes stop making noise. Don't know if that'll work. Hey, Lewis, how's it going? Good to see you. We are currently cleaning up my animal pen a little bit here. I have got a lot of poo from cleaning it up here. I'm going to dump the poo into our compost bin here. We are definitely not in need of more compost, but I am very much in need in not having poo all over the floor. There actually is an objective benefit to keeping it clean. Nothing to do with the animal's health. It is the health of the game. Not having too much stuff all over the floor. The game gets laggy if there's too much stuff on the floor. Wait, are these things recently born and still stressed somehow? That shouldn't have happened. There's no reason for them to be stressed here. I can't tell you what's going on with that. Oh, we have a lamb. I can't remember if this was... I don't know. I think this one wasn't born yet. Sweet. So that means my sheep are breeding properly. This Rambouillet shall get pets because it's functioning like a proper animal. All right. My base turf, I should have no need for my heavy weapons here. Are those in-game B42 animals? Yes. That was an example of most of the animals available to us. I can show you again in just a moment here. I was going to go back out with a... what was I gonna... I was gonna go milk the cows, or the cow out there one more time. Yeah, I've got a couple of dispenser bottles here. So, what we've got here in this animal pen is we've got rabbits. Lots of them. One of them has actually started breeding, thankfully. We've got chickens. Chickens lay eggs. We don't have a chicken coop. Our chickens do not need a coop. We have a very well-protected place for them to just exist. There are no foxes to eat them here. Some of the chickens have hatched into chicks. That happened a long time ago. I think these chickens have been broken by a game update. I don't think they're capable of breeding anymore, but they still lay eggs, unfertilized eggs, so they're still fulfilling their purposes. Meanwhile, the baby chicks, I don't even know if they'll grow up properly because they may have been broken by the update too. Now you'll see that we have a deer, or a fawn rather. The only reason the fawn is here is because I managed to capture it. It will never be tame. That's why it's making a stress noise and always trying to run away from me. So it's basically just free venison. Whenever I feel like having some venison, I'll come out here and take the fawn and bring it around back, deal with it. The sheep, of course, produce wool. You can take the wool to a spinning wheel and spin the wool into either yarn or thread. We've got lots of thread from other sources, so I don't bother with it for that. We've got turkeys as well. The turkeys we recovered from a crashed vehicle nearby. We've got raccoons, including a baby raccoon. The raccoons were recently recovered. So a fun thing about B42 animals, if you pick one up, with the exception of wild animals like deer, any other wild animal that you pick up, the simple act of picking it up actually kind of makes it a tame animal, and it will no longer care for itself. So what happened is we have, where did Spiffo go? We've got Spiffette right there. Where's Papa Spiffo? Papa Spiffo, down here. This raccoon. I accidentally picked him up because he was in the middle of the road, and I was feeling generous. I didn't want to kill him. So I picked him up, and I put him down outside of the road. The simple act of doing that made him no longer a wild animal. He was now my animal. And I came back a little bit later wondering why he didn't just, run off. And I saw that he's starving and dying of thirst. And it's because now he's my animal. I have to care for him. Basically, the moment you pick them up in this universe, the simple act of picking them up means they can't care for themselves anymore. So after you pick them up, you might as well either administer coup de grace or put them in a safe place where you can care for them. Because otherwise they're just going to starve to death. And it's going to be a waste of meat. But yeah, that's the breakdown on B42 animals, if anybody's not familiar. Now, how do you catch a fawn, a wild fawn? There's a couple ways of going about it. They're generally faster than you, but if you've got things like gates or walls, their movement patterns are relatively predictable. You've just got to click the pickup button at the right time. It helps to be able to sprint. I can't sprint right now because my animals will get stressed if I do. But you see the way it's running towards me now? If I time it right, that's all I got to do is just time it right and click the pickup button. And it'll walk right towards me as I'm picking it up. Yeah, it didn't work there. There we go. Got it. Now you can replicate that sometimes when a deer will spawn out in the world. Sometimes they'll spawn next to like long fences, for example, and you can use their movement patterns as they run along the fence to pick them up and put them in an animal trailer and take them to your base where you can later butcher them when at your leisure, as opposed to being forced to hunt them specifically. I'm actually, okay, so one thing about animals is when they get stressed, they don't function right, and they make these little noises. You can hear the baby rabbits making the stress noises. They'll actually slowly reduce stress if the player just hangs out with them. So I need to sleep, and I've had to de-stress my animals before, so I literally have a bed right here that is safe to sleep in. So I am literally just going to sleep right here next to the baby rabbits, and the simple act of doing so will hopefully reduce their stress enough so that they stop making that noise. Because I don't like that noise. Mammals like us are programmed to not like the sounds of crying animals. Yeah, see, it didn't work this time. There's a cooldown, but you can pet them, and petting them sometimes reduces stress. One of the slight problems is there's a lot of baby rabbits here, and I don't know which ones I've pet and which ones I haven't. I could give them names, but that's a lot of work. I'm going to trust the list for the moment here. Yeah, I think I got all of them that time. Now, there's various things that the player can do that will cause your animals to get stressed. Shooting a gun anywhere within sound distance of them, that will cause stress. Now, okay, here's a very interesting thing that a lot of people, I don't know if the game even communicates this to you. If your animals trust you, when you hit Q, they'll actually come to you. If they don't trust you, they'll run away. So if I stand here right now and I hit Q, I think almost everybody in the pen will just come walking towards me. If they don't trust me yet, they'll start running away. So I can actually test to see which animals are tame yet.
Hey.
Interesting. Some of the baby rabbits don't trust me yet, but the rest of them seem to. Some of them seem to just be doing whatever they want. Some of them didn't even react, which is odd. I wonder if there's a limit to that.
Hey.
That's what I expected to see the first time. See, even this baby rabbit here. This baby rabbit trusts me, so it's coming when I call. Now, okay, I lied. The mama rabbit trusts me. And the baby rabbits ran towards the mama rabbit. Okay, that makes sense. I have so many animals here that it's actually possible that there's a limit to how many will come when you call. But if you let's say you just walk up to a farm when you created your character, if you yell then, the animals don't know you yet. They don't trust you. They'll run away. And you can use that sometimes. Sometimes that's useful. But most of the time, it's not very helpful. Sometimes you can use the fact that they run away from you to get them to go in a certain direction that you need them to go. But yeah, sometimes they'll make random movements, so it's not really easily predictable. While we are here, I am picking up some compost bags. We're going to take them next door. I was going to milk the cow. I'll do that when we are on our way out here, I suppose. Leave the dispenser bottles right here. Oh, I already have some compost bags here. Are these ready for... Yes. Okay, so this row over here can all be composted. So can the lavender. Five bags of compost will do 20 crops. And I do my crops in rows of 10. So with these 5 bags of compost, we've got these 2 rows here. Hey, good morning, kitten. Good morning. Today is base work stuff. We have got an hour and a half before our second bedtime. Let's see. Do I care about composting the sunflowers? Not necessarily. The sunflower is just about to get to the next phase. Yeah, it's less than a week. These sunflowers are less than a week. I will save the compost for the next phase. Because if I start composting every single one of these, suddenly I won't have enough compost. We've got 6 bags up here. That's an extra number. Should be in multiples of 5, ideally. Okay, that's a total of 10. So we've got 10 compost bags. That is all of these rows. We can do the sunflowers and the corn as soon as they change growth phase. I'm going to collect the empty sacks here, leave them next to the compost bins. And with that, we are ready to milk the cow. Just over 10 liters. I'll leave this other dispenser bottle here, I guess. These remaining 5 bags, do I want to put them over on the... You know what? I might actually allocate these towards the garlic. Strawberries could use some compost. I'm gonna think about that before using it. I've also got to think about the fact that my save is probably not going to survive long enough to actually harvest some of these crops, and that's fine. Remember, that's not how I operate here. I don't think in terms of when the save is going to break, in terms of tactical or strategic gameplay, just on the meta. We are going to do a load of laundry, or at least get it spinning before we go to sleep here. Shield your eyes, YouTube. That might be a little cold. Yeah, just in case that's a little too cold, I'll put the officer jacket on. That would look excessively goofy, but it would match. Hold on a second. That is excessively goofy, but it's a match, and I kind of like it. I just picked up this racing helmet on a whim. I kind of like that. I could never wear this because you can't wear glasses behind a motorcycle helmet in this universe. Don't ask me how that works. But yeah, in this universe, no crash helmets plus glasses. If you want to wear glasses, it sucks for you. You can't ride a motorcycle. Oh, what did I do with the jacket? I have a feeling we are going to get cold tonight if I don't wear that jacket. There we go. Did I just drop it? I just dropped it. Okay. Oops. There we go. This is a really warm jacket. Looks like we got fog today. It's a good thing we're not going out and going into combat situations. Let's get this into the dryer. It sounds like the music has died too. We've got a fix for that, don't we, boys? Music. PZ Chill 2. How about hype? Yeah, let's do PZ hype. And that's actually perfect timing on this kale. Okay, so we have used up all of the kale that is like whole unit. So what that means is we can now go harvest that kale outside that's been blooming and probably is getting close to being at risk of rotting. We can go harvest it now and just stick it right into the fridge, and there won't be any overlap because we are done with this prior harvest of kale here. So there's our food for the day. And the current harvest of kale goes into the fridge, or sorry, into the trash. All right, let's go get some more kale. So kale in this game, as long as you harvest it while it's blooming, you get both seeds and kale plants, and then it goes back to young. We have confirmed that kale, I don't think it ever dies, guys. I don't think it ever dies. We planted this last November, and it lasted all through the winter, and we're still harvesting it now in May 23rd, 1995. It's kind of wild. I'm gonna put the seeds into the seed bin here. I only wish we could do something with kale seeds, like grind it into seed paste or something. But only certain select types of seeds can go into seed paste. Fresh kale straight off the vine. It's delicious. Might be my food's food, but it's good food. And that is the fridge full. Okay. I need to take these dead rabbits out of the fridge. We're gonna butcher them. And I still don't have enough room for all the kale. Let's take some of these egg cartons out. We literally do not need all 15 of them. Now, we do actually have 3 refrigerators right here. These little, it looks like meat in these. It's not meat, it's just, that's what shows up when you put stuff into it. These cooling shelves, they don't cost electricity from your generators. Technically, they're free for refrigerators. That's probably just a bug. That's gonna get fixed. So I'm not, like, I don't usually try to exploit it, you know? But for the moment, at the moment, it's the most convenient thing to just stick the egg cartons in there. Speaking of generator costs, I actually need to check my generators as soon as we're done butchering these rabbits that I took out of the fridge. These are the rabbits that were invading my roadway while I was trying to drive home the other day. They are now part of my meal. Their brains and bones shall go into the pile with those of the others who dared violate my roadway space. This isn't a red flag, guys. This isn't a red flag. I'm not the one who programmed the game in such a way that rabbits damage your vehicles. And I did not make it so that rabbits spawn in the roadway. Take your concerns up with the Indie Stone. If I was truly a evil person, I would have just left their carcasses on the side of the road and not even made good use of them. I at least make sure that they serve another purpose. Maybe that's a little bit copy, but you know. So I'm not going to gear all the way back up. Like, for example, these leather pants they make it so I walk a little bit slower. And I don't need to be armored in this area. I'm also going to go seek out some proper shoes to wear while I'm in base area. This hoodie too, we'll put that back. In my laundry bag, I've got this formal shirt. This is one of the first shirts I ever dyed with the clothing dyeing system. Okay, that long sleeve t-shirt doesn't need to be on as well. That's going to make me a little bit warm. Might have to change my mind on that. We'll see. So I want to go find some pants that won't slow me down when I'm running around. I could just make some pants. That's the glory of being level 10 tailoring and having unlocked most of the recipes. I can choose to just go and make something at my leisure. Okay, so the rabbit meat that we just harvested does not fit in the fridge. I'm going to temporarily put it in this cool display cooler here. But I'm going to go deploy another freezer on the roof circuit. But let me go get some pants first. Just because she's wandering around the house doesn't mean she's not going to have pants on. This is a large house. Very large house. Anything interesting in these? Not really. It's coveralls, but the coveralls are actually, they slow your movement speed a little bit, too. What can I make? Can I make some cow pants? I can. But, okay, unfortunately, it doesn't show up as proper fur pants, right? So, the crafting menu here shows that I can use Holstein leather to make some pants, but that just turns into crafted hide pants. So it would just look like ugly leather patchwork stuff. There is sheepskin pants. Unfortunately, we don't have a full sheep leather. And there is such thing as regular crafted leather pants. But all of these leather pants, I mean, I already have leather pants, it's just that they would, slow me down. We're looking specifically for something that won't slow me down. Could do a skirt, maybe. Oops, don't do that. I accidentally double-clicked. When it comes to skirts, I think knee-length skirts still slow your movement speed. So you're looking at short or mini for it to not for it to not slow you down at all. And I don't think any of the things that I can make. So you can make clothes that inherit the type of leather you use to make them. I should have a hat somewhere here. I do have a skirt right here that I picked up because it looked interesting, but it needs to be repaired. Huh. Could have swore I had my Holstein hat here somewhere. You can make a garbage bag skirt in this game. I'm not 100% sure why the devs considered that something worth doing, but it is. That is a thing. Craftable rolls and sheets of fabric. Well, you can make a roll of fabric. Actually, so you're talking about Kraken's talking about rolls of fabric. This right here is a loom, a simple loom. And what you can do is you can make a cloth fabric, a cotton fabric roll from thread. You need to get thread to make it. I don't know how it inherits the color though. That's a question that I'm not familiar with. They all seem to come out to be this beige color right here. These two rolls of fabric on the floor here. I made those out of flax thread. And we still have loads of flax here. But not necessarily that much to do with it. And there it is. There, I'm starting to get cold. That's one of the reasons I probably should not do a skirt, because skirts have almost no insulation. Oh, these pants, these chef pants, they don't have any, oh, perfect. Oh, perfect. Oh, I like it. I had them on the table there for a while, but they don't, I was under the impression that they would slow me down, like they would have a movement speed malice. They don't. That's perfect. That's perfect. One of the reasons I picked those up, actually, is because I also have a Holstein jacket. The Holstein jacket is something I made out of Holstein leather, the cow leather. This is way too warm to wear, but it's a perfect match for the chef pants. It's just this perfect goofy match. I love it. If it was winter right now, that would be a fun suit to wear. But alas, it is May 23rd, and the temperatures are rising outdoors just enough for anything warm to get really annoying really fast. I think this will be fine for now. The only other thing I was thinking about is shoes. We do have some sneakers in the truck. The only challenge will be remembering to put the sneakers back. That will be a challenge. I have this sinking suspicion I might forget. But look at how fast we move now. Maybe it doesn't seem that significant. Trust me, we are moving noticeably faster, at least by my mind. Noticeably faster than we would otherwise, with the boots and the leather pants. Alright, now that we've gotten that situated, I'm going to finish emptying my backpack here. Picked up a few cheapskate John magazines. Currently using those as bed sheets. Comic books, reading material, yet another generator magazine. Reading material, right here. Random stuff in that one. We're putting memorabilia in this far corner. Specifically tagged memorabilia, so that is name tags and such. Put some, I've never tried smoking a cigar after having a nightmare. That might actually be proper stress reduction right there. Large collection of mail bags. Let's just put those in this backpack here. There's nothing final about these crates down here in the bottom row. Mostly that's just crates of stuff I wanted to get out of the way. If anybody ever was thinking that this game could use some, like, you know, highly customizable textures for things, I have never encountered a game that did it better than Paralives. Paralives is a wannabe Sims competitor, slowly working its way up to being a proper Sims competitor. It's currently in early access, and I would not recommend it right now for gameplay. But if you're just interested in picking it up to support the devs and see about what kind of cool stuff you can do with the character creator, 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10 would recommend again. Just, you know, of course, it's early access, so temper your expectations. The gameplay side of things is not very well fleshed out. But the, what's it called? The build, like the build system, so much better than The Sims 4. I've only scratched the surface of it. It's just the actual gameplay side of things is, well, you know, one of the most important parts and one of the most reasonable things to expect. And it's also very unfinished, so make of that what you will. They've sold so many millions of copies that I'm pretty sure they will have no problem whatsoever finishing the game. It would take some serious bad luck for them to not be able to finish it. Never assume that lightning can't strike. There we go. I was running a very tight ship on my expedition ambulance here. SWAT van gets empty magazines, of course. That's my bags well and sorted. Now let's go unsort them again with more loot. We won't spend the whole time just dumping loot everywhere, mostly because there's not a lot of places to dump the loot. One of the things I was supposed to do that I kind of got sidetracked from is we're going to put down another freezer here. For that, I'm going to move the industrial ovens over so that I can put the freezer right next to the fridge. And we have a freezer on standby in this duffel bag on top of the big freezer. But to give you an example of what I was talking about there with Paralives and the character customization, not only can you select your own patterns, but you can select the colors for them, and they have got a pretty decent selection of patterns to go with. Now, I did recently try to do patterns on clothing that never had it to begin with, and I wasn't able to do that, so it's not a perfect system yet. But it's pretty good. It's pretty good. So basically any of this stuff that I don't intend on using in anytime soon is going to go into the freezer here. So it's going to be like half of this kale, maybe. Yeah, that's fine. So that's like the freezer is already like 70% full, or 80%, yeah. And meanwhile, we've still got plenty of loose ingredients here to make some meals with. My weapons here should go in the heavy combat truck as opposed to just being left on the floor. Except one of them can't fit. Damn. Sleeping bag and tent don't need to be in there. That is loot from the field. Much better. Alright, with the freezer sorted, now I'm gonna double check all the generators, make sure the generators are good. Hey Hassan, yes, I changed my profile picture. It is me now, just me. As much as I enjoyed the engines here clippy. Let's see here. Nothing needs to change with this for now, I think. This is where I had the Holstein hat. So this is what I was talking about earlier. I've got the cowhide hat made out of Holstein hide, and then I've got the jacket made out of Holstein hide. So I've got to, forgive me, I've got to take a picture of my character with this on real quick. Yeah, boy. I've been waiting to have that full outfit for a while. I like it. I like it a lot. Unfortunately, it's just too warm. If I start running around wearing this jacket is warm enough that it will get, she'll get pretty hot. She'll start sweating, and no good. So we're gonna put the, that'll be a winter outfit, perhaps, for another life. All right, generator top-up time. And perfect timing, too. These generators are getting pretty low. We might get to electrical level 10 before this character's journey comes to an end. We're very close. And every time we repair a generator, we get more experience. We're at 7795 out of 9,000 experience. Honestly, if we were to just make a few pipe bombs, like, in mass, like just do a mass pipe bomb production run, we would probably get there. I'm not ruling that out. I'm not going to make it a priority, but I'm not ruling it out. It's something I might do. But yeah, Hassan, if you haven't heard, B42 Stable is coming out. So that means that we won't have saves breaking from updates anymore soon. In theory, hopefully. Mods are a different story. Mods will continue to be updated randomly. And they will break your saves when they get updated, so be advised. Do not just immediately start a heavily modded run and expect the mods not to ever break again. That happened to me a lot even when I was just on B41. B41 had been stable for a long time back when I started playing this game, and I got very pissed off with modders just updating their mods randomly. Alright, so those are the 3 exterior generators. Roof generator is last, and I need to check the consumption of the roof generator. I think it's going to be a little higher than the field generators now. It used to be the opposite. It used to be this one is lower. Yes. And that's fine. That just means we need to check it more often. Somebody up here needed a new light bulb. It's this one on the right-hand side. Alright, so generator's taken care of. I think all the crops are situated. We just had rain recently, so nothing needs to be watered for several days. Now, as you can see, we have got 4 in the garage plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 11 step vans, and then 5 D6s, all full of loot. I don't expect I'm going to get every single one of those emptied, but we can make our lives very, very much easier if we build some storage and get a storage facility put together for any possible loot that we could extract from these things. Starting with food. We need food, and we need it to be in a more sensible setup than what we've got over here. We're going to go get the printer. If anybody is not familiar with how I do my, what's it called? How I do my, how I build these large metal crates. I've got a truck with all the necessary materials in very large quantities. So I simply back the truck up to where I want to build the containers. And in this case, it's going to be... I'm going to build a couple right here next to the... I was going to do a table next to the laundry here. We're going to do proper crates. So that means I want to get this table, soda machine, and just all this furniture out of the way real quick here. So I pick up the stuff, drop it back down. Now it's safe to drive over. This right here, the KOI Ranger Mobile, has in the trunk a whole bunch of steel sheets, welding rods, welding torches, scrap metal, and something else. I forget what the last requirement was. Everything I would need to build the largest storage container you can build in the game. And we're just going to back that bad boy up here and start printing some crates. So I can access the trunk within one tile right there. That should do the trick. Ah, I'm a little too close. Let's try that again. There we go. So the trunk has scrap metal steel sheets, small steel sheets, welding rods, wire, iron pipes, steel rods, and torches. That's almost anything you could ever want to weld with. So we go to our build menu, click the metal crate, build the metal crate. ×2. That's why I call it the printer. It just prints the crates. Remember, you don't have to take materials out of a vehicle inventory to build with. If it's in the inventory and the vehicle's right there, then your character will just build the stuff. And now I can put the decorative furniture back. We no longer need to back the truck up. The butter churn to be right there, but I think I have to put it first. Yeah, the butter churn is weird. You can put, if you put the butter churn down first, there's other types of furniture that you can put on top of it afterwards. All right, so what do we put in these crates? Stuff that was overflowing the other containers, starting with heavy form food like this stuff. And when I say heavy form, I just mean the foodstuffs that cost 2 encumbrance each. So that's your rice, macaroni, pasta, beans, any of those. They'll go underneath the one with the cash register here. BTSS, you love the base stuff, huh? It's glad to hear that, because you know this can get a little tedious. It can get a little slow, a little tedious. It's been an open question as to whether it's entertaining material to watch, but I'm glad to know that some of my viewers will definitely enjoy it. I know some of my viewers are much more interested in the combat stuff. Probably a majority. I tend to get a lot higher concurrence, which means I'm catching more random folks on YouTube who drop by and see interesting combat stuff and then stick around for it. But that's alright. This game is a mix of both. And one of the only reasons I love it so much is because I'm here for both at all times. And now everything right here in the sink and these garbage bags is all spices that I grew myself back in Phallus Lake. They've been grown, they've been dried. Because they are dried, they pretty much last forever. Now these 2 containers here are canned food now that I've exfiltrated all of the heavy form food from back here. I of course have my hot peppers that have been dried. I keep my hot peppers in a ammo container because they're just that hot. Here's yet another container here that has been dedicated to heavy form food. I've just kind of had it all over the place because it's filled up my containers that much. I'm gonna do macaroni, pasta, and rice in a separate container. Yeah, so basically just an entire container dedicated to beans. And then one for flour, macaroni, pasta. Okay, that makes more sense. Now, this container right here has got one of each, and it's the one that I'm actively using for recipes, right? So there's just 1 flour, 1 kidney bean, 1 split pea, etc. Same with herbs. There's like small amounts of every herb that I've grown, and I keep small amounts in this container because then the right-click menu for when I'm making meals. Like, if I right-click on the salad, for example, you can see that there's many for every one of the spices that I have in here. It's got to show up in the menu. So there's only 3 different types of spices, but 5 of each. So I have to see 5 of each in the menu. And that can get way out of hand when there's, for different recipe types, which is why I just have to keep a limited amount in here. But I have now successfully freed up quite a bit of space. I can start putting, I'm going to move some of the soda out of the corner here. Yeah, if I separate, like, cans from 2 liters, this container will stop filling up so quickly. Now, I am going to keep putting extra coffee underneath here because I want to be able to stand in front of this coffee machine and only be able to access the coffee that I'm currently using. I don't want to have... Because if you don't, this silly game will use... What it does is in the list here, it'll prioritize the ones that are full. So every time you create a cup of coffee, it will just go down the list of all of your coffee containers and use 1 charge from each of them. And that results in your coffee containers being unpredictable sizes. And I can't stand that. It drives me crazy. So I have to keep the extra coffee at least 1 unit away from the coffee machine. It sounds silly on the surface, and it is silly, but it is only in response to a very silly thing. I am now going to take some types of small form food out of the corner bin here. Small form food, as its name suggests, is very small, but we have so many copies of some things that this container's been full for a while. Yeah. Just parsing through to see exactly what should come out of this corner. Chocolate bars, granola bars, Dave's crackle, Coke powder, anything that has the word chocolate in it. Yeah. And then chips and cereal. Dairy bars. Okay. So effectively what I'm doing here is I'm creating a separate... We're going to put chocolate in a separate container. And then we're going to put the small form food that puts on a lot of calories, like cereal, chips. We'll get those in a separate container. And that... I wanted to say that would leave me with plenty of room in the corner here. This is another stopgap measure. Yeah. We'll take all but 1 of the sugars. That'll help a little bit. Now, for some of my other characters, I would have like a very complex sorting system for small form food. If I go that route, it's going to slow down my sorting process very, very, very slowly. But it will also keep me from running into any brick walls. So we'll see what I need to do. I don't yet know exactly how much I'm going to need to worry about putting in this corner bin here. Okay, I think that's a good start right there. For now, I'm just going to put this in with the flour and pasta and rice. We could call that the starches. That's almost correct. I could put the chocolates in with the soda. I could do that. I don't know if I want to. You know what? Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put the soda cans back in with the 2 liters. That's actually, I didn't have as much as I thought I did. And then we'll use this one for chocolates and juice boxes and whatnot. It's not optimal, but it'll save me a little bit of work here. Okay, I like it. satisfied with it. I can't wait to start unloading loot and realize that that is horrifically insufficient. We're going to print a few crates here. Where shall I print the crates? Starting right here. Yes, okay. I think I can do them like 2 at a time if I'm going to go horizontally like this. I don't have enough room to do anything else, so we'll park it right here, and then we'll do 2 at a time. If anybody didn't catch it earlier, all the materials we need to build a whole bunch of metal stuff are in the trunk of this truck. So all we got to do is bring the truck next to it and print. Let me take a quick inventory on... We're going to run out of small steel sheets after we make 4 more of these. And then we're going to need to do some maintenance to fill it up with steel sheets of the proper sizes. So we'll go ahead and make 4 more and then do that. I thought that was going to be too far away, but it wasn't. Good. Now you can stack these crates on top of each other, but I'm going to try to do a row first without stacking if I can. And with that, we have run out of small steel sheets. Steel sheets can be split into small steel sheets. So the 5 leftover steel sheets that are in here, I'm going to put those in my backpack. We're going to take those to the blacksmithing station to split them. Reason for that is if I can do something with blacksmithing instead of welding, that is the smart thing to do, because propane is finite. When you run out of propane completely, that's it. You're never getting more propane. That being said, we have a literal step van full of propane refills, so that's not necessarily a problem. But I always try to operate under the mindset of be very, very careful with things that are theoretically finite, and be a lot more cavalier with the things that are far less theoretically finite. Like right here, the forge. If I need to make more steel sheets, there are so many ways I can do it, thanks to the complexity of the blacksmithing system. That's a great thing, and I want more of that. And the blacksmithing system just requires wood charcoal, which, well, I can, if I want to burn more logs into wood charcoal, would you look at all these logs I got right here? I'm not going to call it infinite, but, yeah. We've got all that, and then there's a whole forest out there, so... I'm going to transfer the scrap metal from the seats and the glove here into the trunk. We don't have too much time left in the evening. I'll probably have to sleep after we split these sheets at the blacksmithing station. Blacksmithing is generally slower to accomplish tasks than welding. And that's perfectly fine. I mean, what's my rush, right? I can fast forward. Yeah, okay. So what we're going to do real quick here is we're going to drive around to the south lot. I've got a few steel sheet bags that I left on the floor down there. Steel sheet bags, literally just bags full of nothing but steel sheets. So the small steel sheets that we're about to get from the forge and large steel sheets, you need 2 of each to make a crate. So I'm going to split the small steel sheets into 4 each. That'll be like 20. So if we put 20 regular steel sheets from these bags, 1 bag is 13. So I'll dump those in there. This is why, if you guys see me just run around just always collecting steel sheets, yes, this is why I do it. Steel sheets are... I mean, there's many other uses for it. Repairing vehicles is a big one. So we're going to take like half out of this bag, I guess. A little less than. So that we have 20 steel sheets total. Yeah, okay. I mean, look at... I almost forgot, because it blends in with the parking lot a little bit. I had a trailer right here full of just general welding materials that I knew I was going to need. I had to dump that trailer so I could use it for something else. So I literally have a bunch of steel sheets on the floor right here. Shouldn't forget about those. I'm going to go ahead and refill the torches that are on me right now from the propane can right here. Yeah. And then I'm probably ready to sleep after that. We have 2 propane cans here. One of them is like a second away from dying. Let's kill that. That propane is dead. So now we're using this propane tank, and we'll just refill whatever we can from it. That propane tank's empty. Now, we have several other propane tanks that are completely full, but what I like to do personally is I like to use up propane tanks that are not 100% full before cracking into the ones that are 100% full, if that makes sense. So I have a propane carrier vehicle right down here that we looted from Louisville Airport, so it's a recent addition. This is going to be my new propane carrier, so I might as well just... Oops, wrong button. I might as well just exfiltrate the loot that's in it that doesn't need to be in it. Drop it on the floor, carry the vehicle around front. Particularly, we'll drop the floodlights. Got another steel sheet bag. Flight cases, we'll leave those here. And then everything else in it is mostly vehicle parts, looks like. What about passenger and glove? Windshields and windows. Beautiful. So everything that's vehicle related will just drop at the south lot. That's where I'm doing repairs. See, of course, it says propane on the side of this van, so of course this has to be the one that stores all of my propane. Alright, so propane, direct flame propane is now empty of everything except for propane tanks of a varying amount. So 3 of them are full, 2 of them are not. So the ones that are not full, I'm yanking out of the trunk now. We're going to leave them on the ground for refills. And then for the moment, I'll park it here. We'll worry about transferring. Citrus Wave is currently my propane carrier. I need to fix that, of course. So we'll fix that, but that's, that's a concern for later. For now, we've got our refill devices there, and it is now bedtime. I'm gonna have a bite to eat out of my loot here. Yeah, we've got a little bit of loot here that I haven't put away yet. So conveniently, I'll just have a bite to eat out of that. Catch our sleep. I need to make a couple more salads after we sleep. And then we continue with the journey. So I am getting cold. I don't want that. That means my current outfit is not sufficient to sleep in. I should have just put on my jacket. I have a military jacket I literally keep right next to the bed. I should just put this on. Oops. Alright, next time. For now, I'm going to do 3 units of kale and 2 leftover eggs. So that still gets me a 30. Beautiful. I think for the next task, we'll go ahead and get those steel sheets split. Here at the forge, split metal sheet times 5. And I want to use the ones that are in my backpack, so I will unpack those. That'll put them at the top of the list. It doesn't even cost charcoal to do this. I guess it's just extra time. Or maybe they missed a spot. But in any case, yeah, definitely don't want to be using materials if we don't have to be. Those put in here. So with that, we've got 20 large steel sheets, 20 small steel sheets. Once we get a few more torches put in here, we'll be able to make another 10 crates easily. Now, when you have a full propane tank, it will refill about 7 torches from empty to full. A little bit more than that. So these propane tanks that are not full, I know for a fact, are not going to be able to refill all 8 of those torches. So I'll leave those empty there, and we'll finish them up now. Alright, so we still have a little bit of propane in that tank. That's our go-to refiller right there. I'm going to put, like, all but 4. Yeah, all but 4, so that I have a few on the floor here to work with. So we now have the materials to make quite a few things. Yeah, quite a few things. Park it there. I think I can do 3 at a time. Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Got a slight diagonal, so I can stand right there. That's why I call it the printer. I love it. Now, when it comes to this back area here, I would prefer not to. These conveyors, I kind of like them. They're crafting surfaces. They work for stuff like that. If I were to put crates behind them, I could craft from the crates while using this as a crafting surface. The crates themselves are supposed to be crafting surfaces, but for some reason it seems inconsistent, and I don't fully understand why. But these crates sometimes count as crafting surfaces and sometimes don't. Yeah, I got nothing on that. I've not been able to reproduce that situation. But I think we're good on crates for the immediate moment. If we need more, we know where to find them, right, boys? got our printer on standby. Alright, we're a little early for bed by about 10 minutes, but that's fine. Catching our second sleep now. You know, I don't really need to, but I'm going to anyway. I'm going to go ahead and put leather strips on my current outfit. I seriously doubt we'll run into any zombies ever, but that's not the point, right? The point is, if we're wearing clothes, we're a level 10 tailor, so we're going to make sure that any clothes we wear are protected. Otherwise, what are we even doing with our lives? Picking up some leather strips, spool of thread, and a needle. And these chef pants. Definitely don't have anything on them yet. They're a recent recovery. This, as you'll just watch my protection window. Watch as things turn a little bit greener. That is the power of level 10 tailoring. Now, if I had Long John bottoms, I would probably be wearing them right now. Should have Long John bottoms somewhere. Long John bottoms are great to wear as the temperatures start going up, because you can put leather strip protections on them, but the fact that they're bottoms means that you're not going to be, it's not going to be as much overheating during the summer. And they do not, I don't think they reduce your movement speed at all. Since we're just running around base, I'm focused a lot on movement speed. I don't want to be slowed down in the slightest if I don't have to be. I thought I had Long John bottoms. I know I do somewhere. That's the funniest part, is I know I have Long John bottoms somewhere. There might even be some in one of the houses next door, but I don't remember which, so. One swift pass through these. And that's nothing. I'm going to check to see if I can make some. Look at that. I can sew them. I'm going to use cotton fabric. I'm going to make purple Long John bottoms, just because I can. We've got a purple bolt of cloth right here. Do I have any other colors of bolts of cloth? Nah, not right now at least. There may be some out in the loot bins. Regrettably, we cannot use dye to change the color of a cotton fabric roll. That feels to me like a massive oversight, because that kind of feels like, you know, you can do it with dye and yarn. If you want to, like, knit something like a beanie of a custom color, you can dye the yarn first and then knit a beanie of whatever color you mixed up with the dye bottle. It's great, but seems like there's a bit of a gap when it comes to cotton fabric stuff. It's fine. This might not actually come out to the correct color, I'm not sure. The output window shows that it's just white. So I don't know, we'll find out. Oh no, no. The output window showed white, but the icon here shows bright purple. Let me pull the pants off real quick and we'll see what that looks like. That's the sound of a lady who pulled her pants off too quickly. Look at that. That is very vivid. I like it. And that'll that's another platform that we can put leather strips on. So once again, watch my protection window slowly go up as we slap some strips onto this. Lower body is now much greener than before. I think that's everything. Yeah, everything else that I'm wearing right now is stuff that I was already wearing before, which means it is already well protected. All right, let's take a look at what kind of loot we've got to sort here. If I was going to put furniture somewhere, where would I put it? See, I put all these crates down, and then I didn't really decide which one. Am I going to start with, like, a furniture row on the far right side here, maybe? And then tools and materials of certain types. Probably starting from this side, right? So tools, tools/weapons, materials/weapons. Okay, but then there's going to be furniture, so furniture will start from the other side. And I'm going to count items that are decorative only, like guitars and whatnot. All these musical instruments, I'm going to count those as furniture as well. Sadly, I cannot just straight up put the speakers on top of the crates. It's true that you better put speakers on the floor directly. I know that from personal experience. Anything that produces bass, you don't want to put it on top of the surface that will just sit there and rumble. You want the whole floor to be rumbling. Your neighbors love that. Nah. I'm very careful with my subwoofer, actually. I don't want to subject my neighbors to too much nonsense. Damn. I suppose that works. See, now I'm tempted to actually stack them a little bit. So then I could have just a stack of musical instruments. Stuff directly from those containers, put them in the crate. There's one vehicle. Sounds like I left the passenger door open. I'm going to need more parking space. I'm not going to build more parking space just yet. I think I'll just park the D6s that are full of loot that need to be emptied. I will park them where I'll add more parking space. So I think up here, this yard that is on this side of the houses up here, I think I might do more parking space up here at some point. But for now, I'll just park the D6s there and just clear any obstructions like these here. These aren't even bushes, these are just grass, but they are still, if you drive over those, you still have a slight chance of damaging your tires. Regular turf, I don't think that actually has a chance of damaging your tires, but tall grass, like this stuff here. Don't quote me on that 100% because I'm not sure. Just going off vibe. My current vibe is if you drive over something but it doesn't make noise, then it's less likely to damage your vehicle. Everything in this one is furniture as well. And I mean pretty much everything. A little bit of non-furniture in the glove. So I'm just going to pull it straight up to the corner there. I couldn't even tell you if I was thinking intentionally by parking these guys right next to this lot. If my brain was telling me that, yeah, we're going to do furniture on that wall. I don't know if I thought that far ahead, but if I was a vain man, I would say, yeah, I planned that all along. Totally. Alright, so these two crates are completely full. This one is next. And we can fit most of this, but not all of it. The bunk beds, definitely I'm gonna go deploy those somewhere. I'm not gonna put them in crates. They're just too big. Anything that weighs 20 or more, it's easier to just deploy it than it is to try to put it in a crate. Alright, that's another one of the trucks emptied out. Now these two security trucks down here, I don't even know if I actually got them filled up with anything other than some, like, leftover vehicle parts. Okay, looks like a mix. Yeah, it looks like a mix of furniture. This one, for example, I never even got anything into the trunk of this one. And that's okay. I'm actually going to use its trunk to put these bricks somewhere else. Checking the interior real quick. It's clear. Gonna take all that, put it in my main backpack. The bunk beds I don't necessarily have a spot for yet. So what I'm actually going to do is just place them as items on top of the storage crates. You can fit as much as 50 encumbrance on a tile that way. So these weighing 20 each, that's most of a tile filled up. Now, another thing to note is I could put another crate on top of this and still put stuff on this tile. So that is not stopping me from doing that. But I don't want to stack the crates too high, because then I can't do stuff like this. Or, well, you wouldn't be able to see it very well. Now, when it comes to these computers, it seems like, okay, sometimes you can put them on the crate like this and then rotate them. Okay, sometimes rotation doesn't work. So we got away with it this time. Because it seems like the computer likes to be in the corner on that side, let's put it on this one, and then the radio here, and then rotate. I like it. I actually like that a lot. Pro tip, most chairs that you can walk through, you can also drive through. So if I deploy this office chair right here, so that I actually have like a proper office looking thing, that's not actually reducing my drivable surface. I am almost 100% sure that, yeah, most chairs you can just straight up drive through. I don't know if it'll be that way forever, but right now, if you can walk through it, you can drive through it. Some chairs you can't walk through, but most you can. So this crate is the next one to be filling up with furniture. We've got a desk right here. We've got a bin. And the flag, of course, we will deploy that. We won't put that in a container. Got a couple of standard batteries that are worth charging because they're at 100% condition, so I'll take those outside, slap them on my dedicated chargers here. Otherwise, this vehicle is now emptied. Another one joins the lineup. These airport security vehicles are all high horsepower ones. So just because they have a light bar does not necessarily guarantee they'll be the high horsepower variant, the 480 horsepower variant. But I think it's a guarantee except for the Park Ranger one and the Fossil one. I think those are the only two that don't have the capability of, or rather that don't have the 480 horsepower engine. But I'm not 100% on that. Get these bad boys charging. We've got kind of tires. These are olds. I want to keep them separate from the goods. Put them up here in the corner somewhere. The rest of my backpack is a mix of stuff. For a minute I was putting furniture in there that didn't have a home for elsewhere. But now we have homes over here. A CD collection I'm going to put into a garbage bag here next to music. Because I know that some of my other loot vans have CDs in them. Now we have a dedicated home for those. I have no idea which light bulb that was, and no patience to go find out. The night will show us which. Alright, with that, everything else is first aid. We'll put that away. And there's another vehicle squared off. boxes I'm going to move to the top. Might put those somewhere else later. This whole stack right here of materials to the right of the forge, subject to redistribution. It's nothing that's final about it. I definitely want electrical stuff over there in general, but anything more specific than that, PBA. Now this airport security truck, I think it just had the bricks, and I think that's it. I don't even know exactly where or when I want to use bricks for base construction. What was I doing in these shelves in the corner? Oh, stuff I didn't know what to do with. Right, okay. And this is stuff that I found here that I didn't want to delete, but didn't have a home for. Same with this for the most part. Largely furniture, to be honest. Okay, we have room here. Furniture, and we'll put bricks in here for now. Construction materials, what I'm not sure what to do with. Alright, another truck goes to the lineup. At least the trucks have been easier than I thought so far. We got the other fire truck there. I think that one was an engine quality in the mid-80s. Mid or low 80s. Or was that the 87? That might have been the 87. Not sure. We'll find out. One of these is going to be my future combat truck, because it had an engine quality of 90, which is higher than anything else in the lot. It's still not 100, and I would love to have 100. I've been having this sinking suspicion in the back of my mind that my charcoal truck back at Dallas Lake Base was actually a 100 quality engine. I can't remember, though. That was so long ago I put that together. Log stacks in this one. We shall add the log stacks to the log stack god. I'll just park it here while we figure out this other stuff. The logs go here. That's an easy win. Glass goes into pottery / glass making over here. We have collected so much broken glass that I could probably level glass making all the way to 10 at this point. I've never done that before. Never gotten glass making level to 10. There's no point. You unlock all recipes by, what is it, 6, I think? Okay, sorry. You can make champagne glasses at level 9. That does sound like something fun to do before this character's save breaks. Just level the crafting skills that we could level very easily, but we just haven't because there hasn't been a point. That'd be kind of funny. Just for the sake of big numbers, right? I'm always down for big numbers. So this is a mix of furniture and regular loot. I'm just gonna straight up deploy this popcorn machine, hell yeah. Can't use it, but having it there is better than not. I'm gonna put it on top of the furniture here so we don't have to look at it. Okay, well, that's what I would do. This stupid citrus sign, man. The citrus sign is really hard to make work because it has to layer on top of everything. And I think if I pick it up, I can't put it back down. Oh, no, here we go. Okay, so I'll put the flag behind the popcorn machine and then put citrus on this side. Much better. Now I don't have to look at the objects that I put there. And it's not a match. The popcorn machine is actually hard to place properly because it has to be on top of a surface. But a lot of tables are too small for it. Crates, of course, they take up the entire tile, so they are Third automatic win. Now, I have this hang up. I have this weird personal hang up. If I'm gonna put a popcorn machine, the hot dog machine's got to be somewhere nearby. Bit of a personal hang up, just because it feels wrong otherwise. So this hot dog machine that I left in the corner back here, I'm gonna bump the ham radio over one tile. Will the ham radio actually fit in front of the citrus sign? Okay, it doesn't, but at the same time, that's far less obnoxious. I might be able to just deal with that. For the sake of the hot dog machine being next to the popcorn machine, I will deal with it. Hell yeah. 10 out of 10, game of the year. You see why I want them next to each other. They look right next to each other. It's just visual appeal. And we'll replace the corner spot here with another soda machine. Okay, here's an example of rotating just not working, and I don't know why. There should be no reason I can't rotate it like that, but the game just doesn't let me. Yeah, whatever. It's not that bad. A spare coffee machine. That actually needs to go in one of my base building vehicles. So I'm going to put that in my backpack. Stop signs. I was going to do something with those here. There's a weird hang up with stop signs. You have to put them in grass. You can then replace the grass with whatever you want. But it has to be grass or dirt first. So I guess I'll just put them away for now. We'll figure that out later. That's an extra step. Gym mats have been nerfed significantly in their size. They used to be like half an encumbrance point, but now they are 5. And all these garbage bags are just a variety of things. Things which have a home now in my kitchen. I don't have to be afraid of trying to sort them now. We know that the surplus coffee goes over here. And we know that the small form food gets split up a little bit. Milk here. Chips and chocolate, separate locations. We're not going to be able to fit all the heavy form food that I have in my loot vehicles into this container. We'll need another one for it, and that's fine. That is not a problem. We will have room for that. Most of the rest of this can properly go in here, except for the sugar cubes, packets, and tea bags. That can go underneath the coffee machine. Those are basically just all coffee additives. Ramen noodles do have a freshness. I don't think I've ever actually seen them go rotten, but it's the principle of the thing. So this is just a little bit of everything in here. I'm going to take there's a couple of food items. Everything else is just variety. We'll put that away later. Gravy mix. That's a new one. Rice paper. We don't have alcohol storage pretty much anywhere, like any dedicated, so I'll just put that on the counter. Chopsticks are cookware. Cookware for the cookware god. And vinegar is going in this backpack right here. That backpack was also temporarily storing stuff that goes in the cash register. Now I have in this container a bag full of nothing but bags. Let's just go ahead and ID a container. That's going to be nothing but bag storage. Let's just do 3N. Yeah, let's do 3N from this side. And in order to identify this as bag storage, we'll put some bags on top of it to include a laundry bag. I'll need that because I know that I have large bag collections that may or may not fill up an entire crate. Everything except for the clothing goes in my backpack for sorting later. The clothing itself, I do not have a wardrobe yet. Probably won't for a little while. Clothing will stay in garbage bags and go over here near the tailoring department. And with that, we've got ourselves another emptied out truck. At one point, we picked up a bunch of Cheapskate John magazines. I don't know if we have enough for a full bed cover yet. But let's see. We've got Cheapskate John sheets, bed sheets. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I'm totally here for it. I don't even have tobacco over here. I might have moved it completely elsewhere. Yeah, okay. More broken glass. Candles for doing mast work. Raw wool is for tailoring. I guess I can put smokables in with the reading material for the moment. More steel sheets for the steel sheet god. We've got enough here to establish another garbage bag full of them. 13 in total. Garbage bag SSH. Not secure shell. Steel sheet. Moving right along. So we've got, now it's all just step vans. We've unpacked all of the D6s. Some of these step vans are going to be easier than others. Speaking of steel sheet bags. Go kill them. They're making that noise. That's alright, I can't hear it from in here. I'm actually not that bothered if I can't hear it in here. These two remaining garbage bags are supposed to stay here for drying racks. CDs. Things to listen to CDs with. Plenty more instruments that didn't make the cut for fitting into the box here. I think we can still work with that. I'm going to put another garbage bag down. And this one's going to be behind the hot dog machine, so I have to look at it until I'm ready to build the conservatory, which I don't know if it'll ever happen. Some of my other characters never got around to doing that. This will help me remember which one has the musical instruments least. That's all of the furniture out of this bag. This bag's still nothing but furniture. First of many, we found a crowbar. Putting that into tools/weapons here. And then everything else in this container is a little bit of everything. Garbage bag with the guitars gets the guitar picks, the tuning fork, and light cases. And now we've got memorabilia on this side, as well as reading materials. Last but not least, more broken glass. Pretty much every time I clean up a base area where I'm building out in the fields, I'll set aside the broken glass to come home at some point, and then once it comes home, into the pottery bin here. 2 more chargers. These batteries are probably done, by the way. So now we can charge 5 batteries at a time. Seriously, doubt I'll ever need to. I'm already struggling to ever use 3 at once. These are both standard batteries. Alright, let's identify what the contents of these are. Vehicle and tire. And partially vehicle. And almost entirely generator. Beautiful. Okay, these 3 vans are actually going to be pretty easy to sort through. Let's just check the seats. All vehicular. Ah, okay, yeah. Variety crap here. This one is probably the most varied of the 3, so this one we'll try to empty out first. Most of that is garbage. We already know where the flags are going, so that's a very easy one. This hunting vest is orange, but it's probably a little too light for my current outfit. Yeah, see, now it's very warm. If I sleep in that, I will probably not get cold at all, ever. But it is a little light to be wearing regularly, even if I wouldn't overheat. Just a little bit of everything in this bag. Let's start with containers, that's easy. Materials. So I'm gonna do materials largely on this side, if I can not fill this container up to the brim. A much needed influx of electrical parts. That is one of our rewards from coming home from whatchamacallit, from Louisville Airport. Lots and lots and lots of that stuff. More glass, of course. Tools that are duplicates. So we actually do have a tools box here. Tool box for the containers. Sheets for materials. I was going to do sheets and tailoring, but we'll put in there for now. Gas cans out front. And after that, it's just kitchen stuff, and then that's it for the loose stuff in this vehicle. We need to go to the kitchen anyway. We are hungry. For anybody joining, welcome. If it's not sufficiently obvious, we're doing base work. Lots of it. Some stuff I've been putting off for way too long. And that's okay. Pretty much everything in this container was designated for the junk heap here. Unless it has decorative value, in which case... I do have a corkscrew, okay. Now I have a spare. Make some food real quick and then have a sack for our first sleeping. How to spot the Sims 4 player. Yep. No, that's this game has gotten better at using clutter for decoration than the Sims itself. So that was the second light bulb breakage that we heard. Let's go out front and see what's going on there. Oh, easiest ones to fix, because I got my replacement bulbs right here. Trust me when I say that I would not have my entire parking lot illuminated if I did not have an absolute mountain of replacement light bulbs. These duffels are full of weaponry. Weaponry that is going to continue to rapidly fill up my weaponry containers here. That's alright, there's no more gun stores to loot. We have looted all of the gun stores. Every single one of them. One of these holy ammo straps. One of the very few we've ever found. Beautiful. Alright, these duffel bags are now bags for the bag god. Everything else that's in this vehicle is for outdoors. Most of it vehicle parts, but also a generator for the lineup. Several generators, actually. I think just 3 blues. Couldn't be more perfect. So this is going to be the first of many step vans that we fully empty, that we're just going to need to park somewhere else, because I don't actually have any other empty vans on the lot right now. We'll just have to park them somewhere appropriate. One propane tank for the propane carrier here. I suppose that's, I mean, this one's already got plenty of vehicle parts in it, so this one is going to, let's just designate this one as a vehicle part carrier, and we'll put it in the, somewhere convenient for the parking lot here, where we do vehicle work. I would like to leave a selection of parts just on the floor here that we can use to repair that ambulance with. It would make it actually a very easy task to repair the ambulance if we had just everything on the floor waiting for it. I suppose what I could do is park vehicle part carriers on this facing here. So then the vehicles that I actually want to repair can go in the spots with the white lines. This one is also just a vehicle part carrier in general. So I'll do the exact same with it. We will park it on a facing appropriate for the situation here. We still don't actually have a solution to the problem of empty step vans, because none of those are empty. They're vehicle park carriers now. We will eventually have empty step vans, but not yet, and that's okay. These here, this one is, I think, entirely just vehicle parts, so we don't even really have to do anything to this one. Just put it right outside next to the other ones. Suspensions are regular, so I don't think I came home with any performance suspensions. I think I've been running just a constant deficit of performance suspensions, like everywhere I go. And that is what it is. I'm not too mad about it. That just means that if I want to do a full rebuild, like of this ambulance up here, which is on standby for rebuild, I would need to go find some more performance sus for that. Unless I have some in those crates. I don't know what the contents of those crates are right now. Just eyeball it real quick. We do. In fact, we have 3. We add those to the one we just dropped, and we've got a full undercarriage. That's usually the hardest part. Yeah, and the undercarriage is always the hardest part. Once you have an undercarriage, you've pretty much got everything else. Here's 2 front doors. Both of those need to be repaired. That's why they're on the floor. That sports vehicle part's in that one. Okay. One of those front doors I'll probably just repair. I mean, I haven't even looked at the damn thing. Let's look at it. Yeah, completely untouched. The gas tank is regular. Engine quality is 100. That's why I have this on standby to fix. You're never going to throw me a 100 quality engine and have me not eventually fix it up someday. The radio is, of course, heavily damaged, so it is now a decoration. But it is not even slightly a priority task to get this particular ambulance fixed up, so I'm just going to leave parts in a correct place for it and then move on. And this one is also just generators. We will put that where it needs to be tomorrow morning. Then we'll finally actually have a proper empty vehicle that we'll have to do something with. Shut it off, okay. Second sleep as a go. Should have put that vest back on. Sorry about that, Danny. She got cold last night. This is why I really wish, just as a quality of life thing, I left the gate open. I should have done that. As a quality of life thing, I wish that we could just put sheets on the bed, and then that way we'd have a small insulation bonus when we go to sleep. So what just happened when my body heat went down and I got cold overnight, that there's a reason people put sheets on their beds. It's because it is a very convenient thing so that we don't get cold when our body heat goes down over the night. It's, you know, this game is truly amazing in certain depths of system mechanics. And then there's just those silly little oversights like that one. But it is what it is. I hope we'll have it someday. Question of when, not if. So there is a little bit of vehicular parts in here. But now I have them all in my hands. We just drop this bad boy out there with the get the generators out of it. We've got a couple of reds and 3 premiums. So here's how we're going to play this. First, I'm going to need both my hands. Let me put that gas tank in my backpack here. I can't. It's too big. Now I can. God bless the satchel. We're going to move the old generator right here in between the blockades, and then we can fit everything where it needs to go. You know me, I've got to have things of light colors next to each other. If nothing else, it makes it easier to count how much I have of any given type. All these generators were unloading out of the mobile library here. We found them all at Louisville Airport, all right next to each other. We found even more than this, but we left the old generators behind to power the gas stations at LDA, and one of the reds was left behind to power our field base there if we ever want to come back to it. I'm just going to start putting empty step vans up here next to the empty trucks. That makes sense to me. Everything empty on this side. So with that, everything in the green zone down here has been exfiltrated. We can redeploy the drying racks. I don't know, I was saying this before, I don't know if our save is going to last long enough for us to actually use these drying racks. Assuming that it is, assuming that our save does last, these drying racks will be for the crops that we're going to harvest. We've already got some strawberries coming out over there. You see some of them have turned from white to red. As we know, red strawberries are the kind that are delicious and edible. Regrettably, we can't dry strawberries in this universe. I would totally dry strawberries if I could, because otherwise they have a very short shelf life. In addition to these drying racks, we have materials to build a couple more in the form of long sticks here. Let me eyeball. I think strawberries go straight from almost ready to harvest to blooming. Yes, okay. So that means once everything over here is blooming, I've got to harvest it right away. And I've got to put it, the sooner I get it off of the, whatchamacallit, sooner I get it out of the ground and into the freezer, the longer it lasts. Fruit is, of course, a much lower shelf life than many other things. Let us get the vehicular parts and tools back down here to the lot. This gas tank will go to the ambulance here. ambulance already has sufficient suspensions. Should very much prefer to have regular stuff all together here. So, regular in there. Performance goes in here for now. There's overflow of both. Okay, I like that line up a little bit better. What I'm going to do when the strawberries are ready to harvest, I'm going to redeploy the freezer that's currently in the main kitchen circuit. I'm going to redeploy that up top here, where it originally was. And then I'm going to deploy a second one up here so that we have 2 more freezers. One of them, of course, is already full because this one up here is full. So we're just moving it to a different circuit so that the 2 front lot circuits are now going to be in use. In use with 3 freezers instead of just 2. At that point, I'm probably just going to go ahead and deploy the next freezer down here as well in the green room here, just to keep the parking lot circuits completely even with each other. I hate having uneven usage of generators. Can't stand it. Drives me nuts. Speaking of generators, we actually do have more generators. Let me just quickly eyeball each of these vehicles. How many generators do we actually have here? Not many. Yeah, not many at all. Okay. And this is why I thought I had more cotton fabric rolls of different colors. I do. They were just in this vehicle instead of on the floor over there. I think this is going to be the first vehicle we empty then. Yeah, this is one of the ones from Central Louisville. Yeah, we'll get started with that one now. Most of this one is decorative. Reading material. I even have a home for CDs over here at all. I don't think I do. And that's okay because I established one on the other side. Here's a second wizard hat to go with my collection here. Now I have 2 for both of my heads. The first collection of dye that I've had for a while. I'm just going to leave that in this backpack. Just keep it in the tailoring zone here. Do I actually need them? It's not for collection, Hassan. These are loot trucks. As you can see, they are full of everything under the sun. Our logistics supply line is when we're out in the field and we go to a place, we loot all the stuff we want, we load them up into a van, and then we drive the van back here. And in a perfect world, then we would empty the van, but we've been not emptying the van. We've just been bringing the van home and then going back out and having more fun. The consequences of our actions has caught up with us. Oidie, how's it going? Good to see you. Found a sledgehammer randomly. Just gonna put that over here with the other displays. A couple of random books. Necessary materials to establish another camping kit. Everything else has a home over this way. Swell, Bethan, how you doing today? We are doing some base work today ourselves. Weapon attachments and M1A magazines. I don't think I'm ever going to use those, but in here they go. And CDs and microphone into musical. I think she's ready for a lunch break. There's our strawberries coming along. Most of them are starting to bloom. We'll say we're about halfway there. We're only going to have a couple days to harvest them after they bloom, so I don't have to be too obsessive over it. Just got to make sure I don't forget. So otherwise, this is the only one that has a generator in it right now. So I'll just take that out, as well as this ham radio. And then there's lots of furniture in this one. Second hot dog machine. Your ham radio will make a fine addition to my collection. I'll just run the generator outside by hand. Now I'm starting to get Tetris vibes here. We've got an L. We've got one of those little cross shapes. We've got one of the... No, we're about to get a T now. Now we got a T. Yeah. We got Tetris, boys. Generator Tetris. We've also got a performance tire that's going out to vehicular. Performance has been going in here. Yes. Is there even room? Yes, thankfully. So we do have enough perfect performance tires to do another rebuild in addition to what we've allocated for this ambulance, which I'm totally here for. I don't think there's any generators or vehicle parts necessarily left in any of these now. We've got so many Cheapskate John magazines, I could probably cover a second bed with them. I'm here for it. This one's another propane tank carrier. It's got 10 of them in it. Jeez Louise. This must be the one we brought home from the barbecue shop. That would make sense based on its contents right now. Yeah, yep, okay. This chest freezer is gonna go up in that duffel bag on top of the freezer in the top corner there. We'll deploy this USA flag in the center. And then another... Your ham radio will make a fine addition to my collection. Don't ask me who we're going to communicate with, but we'll be able to communicate with them for sure. Not even a question at this point. Beautiful. I like it. Okay, now we're even on both sides. We had a couple of other furniture items up there that I could probably deploy. Did I still have flour? Yes, Hassan, I've got them. They're still growing. They're in the ground. They're currently growing. We have planted them. We've got 2 bags full of bags here. That's an easy win. We have a literal destination set aside for those. And then another popcorn machine. Let's do the other popcorn machine. Well, we have to deal with this freezer first. Into this duffel bag. And this is my container box. I will be very interested to see if I could actually fill it up with literally nothing but containers. We're well on the way there. It's halfway full already, and I've put nothing but containers in it. Y'all have heard, you've heard of ladies who love collecting their bags. Danny's gonna show them what's really going on with that. We've got 2 grindstones in this one. Those are gonna need to go to the vehicle we have set aside for base construction. Yes. Okay. So is this one, really. This duffel bag with knobs and hinges. We're just going to hold on to that right here. Yeah, we've been running a deficit of those just here at Jericho. And then everything left in this is just furniture. We picked that up, grab the item itself. This popcorn machine, let's put it down here. Now we can have 2 popcorn machines. This is big base. Got to be able to have one within reach wherever you go. Wonder, could I do a flag behind the stove? Hell yeah. I like it. We have another Pizza World menu. Do I need a light switch anywhere? Sure, why not? Let's put a light switch up in this corner up here. Now that we've already got a map, we've got a map placed elsewhere. So let's pick this one up, and we'll replace it with a Pizza World menu. If anybody is not familiar, Pizza World menus are actually light switches. We live in a very strange world here. Why are Pizza World signs light switches? I don't know. But if you place a Pizza World sign, and you're in a POI that has power, that has an existing light, light circuit on the ceiling. Look at that. Hit the light switch now. I don't know. Don't ask me. I feel like I gotta mention that every time it comes up because it's the silliest thing ever. For so long, we've been unable to move around our own light switches because light switches have just been broken and nobody's been trying to fix them. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, Pizza World signs. Now we have road cones. We use these to know where the gates go when we open them. So you see, we open the gates. You can't open them any way you want. They have to open inwards in this case. So we put those cones there to remind us where to park if we're trying to drive through. It's not really convenient to put the cones anywhere else, like for these gates down here, because these gates, I know they open outwards this way, but then I'd be putting a cone right in the middle of a very narrow driving space. I'm not doing that. So these cones can just, they're just going to go in furniture. We found one bowling pin, so all we need is another 11, and then maybe we can have a bowling alley, maybe. I don't know. So we have a grindstone in our base all the way up there at the forge. Here's a couple more grindstones. Let's just make sure that we have grindstones elsewhere. I'll put one in the corner here. In my field bases, I've found that having a grindstone next to where you go to sleep is actually very convenient. So I'll put another one down here, and if I establish another bed somewhere else, we'll put one there too. You use rugs to mark the tiles. That's a pretty good idea. That's because then you can drive right over them. That's a pretty good one. I might do that in the future. Up to 92 broken glass. Quick lunch or evening meal break. So we have a little bit more furniture in this one. There's another hot dog machine. And how about some vending machines? We don't have vending machines in our base yet. The weird thing about vending machines in this game is you can get them to face different directions, but they are then fixed objects in those directions. So I don't even know if this is the right direction here. Nope. See, you can't rotate them. You can't rotate them. These must necessarily be placed along this back wall. So maybe I'll do them over here. Yeah, there's no reason not to do them here because it wouldn't block much on this side. Yeah, you can still see the flags, a little bit of them. Do I need a hot dog machine right next to where I sleep? Not really. Is there going to be one? Absolutely. Oh, we're not going to be able to fit all these, are we? Yeah, probably not. Last one is just going to have to go on top. Too many guns. Imagine that being a problem. There's another duffel bag for the duffel bag god. Picked up a lot of welding torches and gas cans from that one. Kraken, I do believe that we might just barely have enough time in our save to see those roses grow up. They only have one growth phase left. Now the problem is I need them to bloom, because I need them to bloom so that I can get the seeds. So we technically have 2 growth phases left. So if I excoriate those and that, what is in the driver's seat? A little bit of random crap. Some of this stuff is damaged. Everything else that's in this can go outside somewhere. And I know I'm leaving bags of unsorted loot on the ground. That's okay. I'd rather do that than have vehicles in here. This vehicle is now empty. Toss these tools somewhere visible here. These tools that are really worn and probably not going to get used functionally can go up here as decorations. I'm just going to go ahead and do another garbage bag SSH for steel sheets because we've got 11 of them back here. And then those 2 propane tanks have a home in the new propane carrier. Honestly, that we're probably going to fill it up without ever emptying anything out of Citrus Wave. It's kind of wild. B42 will update next Wednesday. That's going to be like the 16th time I've been asked. But yes, no, that's okay. Don't worry about it. It's my fault for not putting an FAQ in the description or something. Basically, what we're going to do is we're going to start a new character right away, and we're going to see what it feels like, see what the early game feels like. If the early game feels exactly the same as before, I'm probably just going to put Zomboid on the shelf for a bit. So the short answer is yes, we're going to start a new character right away. This character's journey comes to an end when the save breakage happens. That's how we've been doing all of our previous characters, so nothing new about that. But whether we stick with the next character for like the super long haul again, or whether we shift gears, play another game for a bit, that's going to be entirely dependent on what 42.20 brings to the table. I am not going to just, guarantee. I'd put it at like a 70% chance right now that it's going to be substantial enough that I'll be fine with jumping right into it and staying with it, but that might be my optimism speaking. I was just talking earlier about, and it bears repeating if anybody didn't hear it earlier, I'm always happy to yap about this shit. There are some very, very, very simple things that could be fixed with agriculture right now. Literally things that would require you to go change one number in one file. Speaking of the flowers, look at that. Our roses are ready to harvest. But remember, we are not doing ready to harvest, we're doing blooming. Because if I just harvest them when they're ready to harvest, I don't get seeds. So we do have to wait a couple weeks for them to bloom so that I can get more seeds, so that these are not just the only roses I'll ever be able to plant, right? So that's fine. What we'll do though is when they've finished changing growth phases here, we'll compost them again, and then we'll fertilize them. But otherwise, yeah. Now, what do you do with roses and what do you do with lavenders? Dry them up. Dry them up and put the rose petals, lavender petals into your salads and or coffee, and it adds happiness when you drink it. This steel sheet bag shall be filled up with the remaining ones on the floor here, and get added to the steel sheet bag collection down here. At some point, I'm going to have a whole step van full of steel sheets. We are already well over halfway there. Yeah, we've got 130 steel sheets here. Case sensitive bag names. There we go. 5 bags full of nothing but steel sheets. That's 130. One more of those, 2 more of those, and I think that's a full step van. This car battery goes here, and we should just have one coming off the charger too. I ran past it a couple times now. We've got more rain barrels back here. They're not really doing anything, so I might as well get them on the roof. Especially since it's raining. It's another Pizza World menu. After a certain point, these Pizza World menus need to go to my bases and not just get left in random bags here. One of the many reasons I like to put my loot into, Did I never even key this thing? That's really funny. Tell me I never even gassed it either. I never even gassed it. Okay, so this particular step van was never anything more than its trunk. I literally never even keyed or gassed it. That's really funny. I wish I could do something with these mortar grinders. They're literally just decorative. So these rain barrels here, it's an array of 3x3 there for that one. I think there's supposed to be 2 more on this side. Yes, okay. Let me, we'll put 2 there. I think we have, yeah, we have 3 more. So I'm just going to put 1 at the front of each 3x3 array here. These are, I didn't even build those rain barrels. I just found them at a gardening shop. Y'all hear that? That's the sound of a lady who didn't have no rain barrels. And she realized it was raining. All that free water. No. Got another steel sheet bag here. I'm here for it. Remember, every one of these steel sheets is another potential material to make more of those big metal crates. $156 out of 50. So 1 more bag of those. I'm sure we'll find another bag. I've got so many loot vehicles, it's not even funny. I hate that sound. Someday we'll have NPCs that can reload our whatchamacallit, lights that have burnouts. Just have literal lamplighter NPCs for us. Sunballs has been emptied out. Off into the lot it goes. On its way out, I'm gonna steal some gas from it for a smart cut here. All right, let's make sure we're color coding all of our vans here. This is the first one of a different color. Smart Cut is next. So we still have Plonkies to come out of here. So Plonkies is a white one that needs to go at the edge of... We need to put that next to Southwestern Painting. And then we got 2 blue ones. So what I'm going to do is the yellows will go to the right of the D6s. And then Smart Cut Taylor will go to the right of the yellow ones. Yeah, okay. It's just full of loot, too. Bags of loot, rather. Onto the floor they go. I'm going to need to move that wrecked vehicle so that I have more room to drive around this side. Because now that I got Smart Cut Taylor here, I'm actually narrowing in my my drivable space for this turn. Okay, this one is all over the place. It's not as straightforward in terms of I can just dump everything on the floor. This is a gate bag. I call it a gate bag because it's got all the necessary materials to build one of these things. Beautiful, beautiful little things. You can see right through them. Tell when the zombies are slapping it. And they can fit a vehicle comfortably. So I need to keep these gate bags nice and separated from everything else. I think I've just been kind of putting them out front. Everything else that's in that Plonky Mobile is, with the exception of those propane tanks, we can just put into a separate garbage bag here and deal with it later. Perhaps a couple of separate garbage bags. Plonky's at one point I think was supposed to be a base construction vehicle. Its purpose has since kind of spiraled a little bit based on my reckoning. Oops. There we go. Steel rods, batteries, pistol. It's all over the place, really. It did have its own sledgehammer, so that's how you can tell it used to be one of my important ones. I think its engine quality is like, it's got to be high. If I put a sledgehammer in it, the engine quality is probably above average. It's 99. Yeah, this is literally 1% less than my current primary step van, which is Jorgensen's. Okay, so this one gets even more preferential treatment. I need to give it a preferred spot over there on the right somewhere. I'm actually going to keep it inside for now. Yeah, I'm just going to literally park it. Somewhere where it's not in the way. Somewhere conspicuous. You know what? Just like the other one, I almost want to put the other perfect step van engine. Jorgensen and Sons over there is a currently a carrier for, or was a carrier for logs. I'll just park it right here in front of Sleep Zone, and we'll outfit it with something else later. The stuff that was in it was just a little bit too disparate to make sense. Well, actually, oh, we needed to dump the... Okay. Got to get the propane out of it. That's going to take some work either way. Both of these duffel bags are construction related. I'll put them out front. With the rest of this sort of lineup here is all wilding construction related that hasn't been able to fit in another mag. No longer need to have welder's masks everywhere I go. You can tell I put this van together before I found my goggles. That's alright. Never assumed that I would ever find those. Those are extremely rare. Both of my previous characters combined never found them. This being a darker blue, it should probably go a little farther out, while the other lighter blue one can go a little further in. So we'll reserve those 3 tiles for that one, and this one can get these 3 tiles. Is that tree going to block me? Nope. Perfect. Just barely fits. I know my sizes. Green bites, already partially emptied it. A couple of computers here. We have acquired more compute. Now we can lease it out to everybody. Damn, it layers behind the flags. That's cursed. Okay, in that case, what I'm going to do is actually, we're going to just swap places with a couple of computers and a couple of ham radios. The ham radios, I think, will fit comfortably beneath the flag. Yes, like perfectly beneath the flag. Beautiful. And then we'll put the computers in the middle here. So just have a, you know, radio, computer. I'm here for it. And everything else is bags of stuff. Including the passenger seat. Glove is not bagged. We're gonna need more gun storage. It's never been a question. I'm gonna run out of tile space putting them on top of the boxes over there. The boxes that are already full. Alright, there's another empty one for the lineup, and that is it. We've gotten all of the step vans that were full of loot that needed to be emptied. The loot has been emptied. Now, of course, that doesn't mean we've sorted it, but it does mean we've gotten the vans out of the way, and that's gonna probably make the process a little easier. Now, I've got to say for the record that we have finally reached the exact phase where all of my other previous characters that I've gone long on here on this channel, all of my previous characters were right at this phase, where we had bags of loot all over the floor of this particular base. We have always based here at Jericho, and we have always ended our runs with loot all over the floor, because there was just that much loot. Now, the one different thing that we have going for us this time is I have the power of a van, or a vehicle that can print more crates. Annie and Nora did not have that power, but Dani here has the power to print crates on demand. I've got the Ranger truck over here. Ranger truck currently has materials. I could build another 4 crates right now, and we've got stuff on standby that I could build probably a dozen more crates after that. So these metal crates here that have the biggest storage of any container object in the game, yeah, lots of those. So what we're doing with this one is we're just taking all of the propane out of Plonkies, putting it into direct flame. That's probably going to almost fill it up. We're going to be close. Actually, no, it's going to overflow it. Yeah, 7 plus 11, we can fit 20. One of these is not like the others. There's 2 that are not full. Did I put them in the wrong vehicle, didn't I? Damn it. Okay, so 16 out of 20 in this one. Beautiful. This Citrus Wave van is currently completely full. I'm basically just going to rotate it so that the one that's completely full is the direct flame, and the one that is partially full is Citrus Wave. Of course, Citrus Wave has propane on the seats and the glove, so they're going to both pretty much just be full. We just lost or rather that was earlier, we lost one of our parking lights again. Alright, so in terms of order of operations here, I care more about having the ammo vans closer to me than the propane vans. So the propane vans, I'll get this out of the way. SWAT is loose ammo boxes and guns. Knox County Ironworks here is the current ammo carrier that I'm emptying. As I need to get more cartons, it comes out of Knox County Ironworks first. So those 2 get priority on this side. Now I'm thinking about colors. and I'm not coming to any conclusions yet. I mean, thankfully, Citrus Wave, it feels like it needs to go over there with the yellow ones. And then I could bring the red one over here. But then everything on the left side appears blue. So I will not make a hard decision on that. We're just going to park Direct Flame next, and then Citrus Wave last. I'm just going to get Citrus Wave a little further out and belay the decision. If I put it down here, we have room for it. Not in the vehicle lot, but near it. Actually, the place where LVA, the shuttle right here. Yeah. Right in front of all these extra welding materials. Perfect. I am going to get this 6-seater van here. I brought it here so that I could take parts off of it. We're going to finish taking parts off of it at some point here and then get rid of it. We're late for bed. We're about an hour late. I was a little bit overthinking it just now, and that's okay. That's what we do here. We overthink things. Sometimes it's part of the charm. Sometimes it probably gets tedious. Appreciate y'all sticking for the ride regardless. Alright, so she has a well-deserved bedtime now. I slept with the friggin' gate open again. I hate it when I do that. I know that the area is secure, but that's not the point. Good habit forming is very important, and that's not a good habit to leave the gate open. Good habit forming is half the reason we're alive right now. So definitely do not do that. That's no good. Some herbs to these salads because the using 3 ingredients kind of negates the happiness return, so adding a little bit of herb brings it back. Your characters will appreciate some herb every once in a while. Just gonna kind of peek through these bags and see if I see something that is like unique, that deserves to have its own category somewhere. We're absolutely gonna start on another bed here, full of cheapskate John magazines. Now, why these particularly? They're annoying to find sometimes. They have very important recipes like recharging filters or whatchamacallits, pipe bombs, most importantly. And I would call, personally, I find them more important than generator magazines. Because I can live without generators, but generators aren't going to be a linchpin before I can start destroying lots of zombies at once. That would be pipe bombs right there. It's the tailoring stuff. Bag entirely full of respirator filters. Now that's... you don't see that every day. I think these respirator filters are freshly recharged. Have I been... yeah, they're either fresh or recharged. So I've got respirator filters in this box. I'm going to separate it so that the box only has, like, mid filters, right? Things that are neither full nor empty. And this bag is going to be the ones that are completely full. Perfect. That's... I'm actually going to give it a name. Trauma bag, full filters. And we'll put those right here. So tailoring bag goes with the tailoring stuff. Hotties magazine. Very rare stuff. Super rare. In fact, I'm going to make it so that they are slightly elevated from the bed, so that they're above the Cheapskate John magazines. So that's 0.31 on the z-axis, right? Yeah. Or 2, as in some of them are on top of each other. This is the best thing they've ever added to the game, by the way. I love the 3D placement system so much. It's so much fun. And would you look at that? Just like that, we're ready for our next bedtime. More rain coming. And another light bulb broke. That's alright. Don't care about light bulbs breaking right now. That's a nighttime concern. Strawberries are almost ready. Yep. The last that are not blooming yet are just hours away. So by the end of today, everything should be blooming. At which point we deploy additional freezers and fill one of them with strawberries, possibly more than one of them, depending on how many we get. More broken glass. This container, I predicted it would get full soon. It is now full. Interesting, okay. I'm going to replenish some of the printing supplies back here in the printer. We've got some steel sheets on the floor down there, and it's now an even amount with the small steel sheets available, so we'll add 8 of each. We now have the materials to make 16 crates. some of the stuff in here is probably going to be more convenient to just shove it into a truck to take it outside. So I'm going to go grab one of the trucks that are empty. Like, for example, these stones, these large stones, they weigh as much as a fridge. They're 40 encumbrance. I literally can't pick them up unless I drop a bunch of stuff. Well, actually, hang on. Past me knew this would be a problem. Past me knew this would be a problem, so past me. Past me took all of the weapons off already, so I've only got my machete. That's fine. We can actually pick up a large stone and or fridge. Should have trusted myself. So I'll place these somewhere near masonry work. We've got masonry tools right over here, so that's actually not a bad spot for it. I thought I was going to have to go get a truck. I'm okay with not having to. Very okay with that. I don't believe there's any more of those. Now, part of me still wants to go get a truck. No, I don't need one. These animal feed bags, we know where to put them. The animal pen's right out there. And if we're going in that direction, we can take any seeds we see as well. Oh, these small metal troughs were supposed to be for my own animal pen. Good thing it's raining outside. We can get some water in that. More than we can carry at once. Yeah, we've got 2 small metal troughs. I forgot that we brought those home. Now we go deploy those in the animal lot and triple their water supply. Or like 1.2 something. Whoa! He almost got out. Nice try, buddy. Nice try. He's learning. Could have done that a while ago. Excellent. And now all these animal food bags go into the one container that's empty here. Now the reason it's empty and it hasn't filled up with rainwater is that I originally had animal feed bags in it, and then they got emptied, and a sack gets left behind when an animal feed bag gets used up. So the sack will stay in there afterwards and prevent it from getting filled up with rainwater. Animal feed bags are more dense than stuff like grass. So for example, a container that is full of nothing but animal feed bags will last like 100 times longer for the animals than a container that is full of nothing but grass. I regret to inform everybody that someday grass is going to rot, unless you put it on a drying rack and dry it into hay. Make of that what you will. But I can already see it. The infrastructure is already there. It's just that currently grass doesn't have a freshness stat. So currently we don't have to deal with that bullshit. Soon the tedium will multiply. Alright, so the roses are all in the ready to harvest phase. Because we really want them to be harvested before our character's journey comes to an end, I'm going to go ahead and compost the roses and lavenders here. So the lavenders are days away from the next phase here. So that's going to be, because that's a row of 10, we only need 2.5 compost bags. It's an odd number. I don't usually like odd numbers, but I will gladly make an exception for flowers of extremely rare variety. And after we compost them, we will also fertilize. You can do one of each, I believe, per growth phase. Fertilizer, I am far less certain of, so don't quote me on the fertilizer. Compost, I know for a fact you can do it once per growth phase. If you do it more than once per growth phase, you're damaging its health. And I don't know if it even accomplishes anything. We have quite literally once composted some tobacco to death just to see if we could get it to grow a month faster. It didn't work. It all fucking died like it always does. That's all the composting. Now for the fertilizing. I think these are only going to be good for one use each. Yeah. That's actually perfect. These are 8 uses each. That's why they're all over the place here. So just 2, and now we have 10 or 8 left, so our bags come out even. That makes me happy. Some of the sunflowers are getting into the young phase. I do not think our character is going to make it to harvest the sunflowers before her save breaks. Sunflowers are a long-term thing. We grow lots of them so that we can harvest the sunflower heads, get the heads on a drying rack, dry them, harvest seeds from the heads, make seed paste from the seed heads, turn the seed paste into vegetable oil. Vegetable oil is a way to put on a lot of weight fast, just like butter. Vegetable oil can be added to things like salads here too, so it's more flexible. Talking about mods in the description, buddy. Short answer is nothing that changes the game. Time to put some of these container bags away. Yes. Containers are next. You got it. You got it. No more containers on this side. Yep. I haven't published the mod that I made myself. I actually had a couple people ask me to, so I might get around to that. As KTO has said, I'm kind of bad when it comes to keeping up with things like that. Most of the mods that I've published to Workshop have been quickly broken by updates to games. Not just this one. There's no more containers after this on this side. Over here we've got a few. More Cheapskate John. There we go. I knew I had at least one more out here. 2 bags of nothing but containers. Excellent. There should not be bloody containers in here. We'll go wash those. I'm probably going to have to move the sacks first. Yeah, we have sacks in here. Sacks, they can they can eat up the storage space pretty quick. So can the boxes of garbage bags, so... Yeah, it's full after this one. Okay. Yeah, boxes of garbage bags and sacks will get relocated. Let's put those in on top here. That bought us a little bit of room. But this does mean that I won't be able to just go over to the other container where I've been putting bags and just bring them all over here. That won't work. There's just too many. Way too many. I've been putting them up here as well. Let's see what I can do about this. There doesn't seem to be quite as many. Yeah, not quite as many. I think we can fit this. Just barely. It's actually just barely going to fit. But I cannot bring home any more containers of any kind. I literally have too many. That also probably means that the containers on the floor, like the duffel bags and whatnot, I will need to make some room for those as well. Gonna have to put them somewhere once I'm done with them. I'm gonna have a trauma bag full of trauma bags. Yeah, that's actually that's gonna free up a lot of space if I do it that way. It's one of the bags I enjoy the most, so I have a lot of them. Yeah, we'll make this work. Beautiful. Okay. After that, we're going to need gun storage. So right now we've got tools, thinking materials, bags. These two are going to have to be guns. Yep, that's just what it's going to be. We'll do handguns and long guns. Let's mark the handgun box with some guns for decoration here. And this MSR 700 to mark the long gun box. We also picked up another flag. These flags are from all over the map. Every time we go to a place, if we see a flag, we usually make room and pick it up, bring it home. We add the power of their flags to ours, and then we reach maximum overflag, the true state of being. We're gonna run out of coffee storage here. Coffee overflow's been going in here, but we're gonna run out of coffee storage. Let's see about that. I predict we have about 60 encumbrance worth of coffee somewhere. All these crates are pretty good and full. I've been putting... Okay, that's just random shit in here. We can take this stuff out, and coffee can start going in the corner here. Yes, I think this is going to work. Okay. Whenever you get 6 cans of something, you can assemble a box of canned something. So every time you have 6 or more cans and you run out of canned storage space, that's when you start packing cans of food in a box and putting the boxes elsewhere. Okay, that's all the canned boxes I can assemble. That cleared up plenty of space for more cans. Some of the stuff I have right now is destined for this box, where I'm putting chips. Someone else was getting my barbecue sauce. Who was that? Actually forgot where I'm putting my barbecue. I just had a lot of it for some reason. It was probably a specific POI that had it. It'll come up at some point. There it is. Yeah, I was putting it in with the chocolate because that makes sense. Chocolate and barbecue sauce. If it ever seems like my storage system makes sense, no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. There's no sense here. Organized chaos can maybe begin to describe it. Vinegar is being centralized over here, along with other things to make jars with. We currently have the materials to make about 27 jars of something. When it comes to that something, as to what it specifically is, I don't know yet. Point is, we're centralizing the materials so we know where to find them. This axe is bloody. Let's fix that. I know it's not bloody, it's just looks like it for some reason. Any containers full of guns, they all have a home now. Coffee for the coffee god. We're up to 19 coffee on this side, and there's going to be another bag full of it over there, so probably something about 40 bullets of coffee on that shelf. I'm here for it. Lots of crude leather in this bag. Somewhere where it's going to be accessible for this crafting section. And then guns, and we've also got more cheapskate John here. Coming close to having our second bed filled up with it. couple of flower pots here. In the future, I think these actually require being cared for. We are not currently living in the future. I remember seeing a dev blog like specifically talking about making it so that we had to water plants if we wanted to have indoor plants. Apparently today is not that day. Burlap is tailoring. We've had a lot of rain lately. I'm totally here for it. But, well, it's a good thing I didn't try to go out and do other things today. Here's the other duffel bag full of coffee. Alright, so the shotgun container on this side is now full, so it can go long guns, get shotguns now as well. General camping gear can still fit in the top of this stack. Hope I don't have too many more musical instruments, because I am rapidly running out of room for them. Yet another flag for the flag god. I had a feeling that we'd have no problem filling up this entire wall with decorations. What? Yo, don't tell me. Don't tell me. Oh, no. No, I haven't seen anything like that, but now you got me looking. I haven't joined their Discord, and I don't want to. But if they've said such... I'm not seeing any updates on the official channels here. Yeah, nothing on the official channels. This this blog post here is the latest that we've heard on the official channels, and it is not. Whatchamacallit. No shit. Fucking with me. You got me. You got me. Because the funny thing is, it's believable. It's very believable. I'd believe it in a heartbeat if they had actually done that. Good one, though. Good one. Only once. Shame on you. Whatever. We've got a couple of decorations that I probably want to put not indoors, like shooting targets. You don't want to put shooting targets indoors now, do you? It's no good. It's the perfect alibi too, because I don't go on their Discord. I actually hate Discord as a I mean, I have it, but I don't like it, and I'm going to use anything but it wherever I can. little sign somewhere else here. And make sure that it's completely unambiguous to anybody coming from this direction. No entry whatsoever. If you walk over here, you will get shot. Speaking of getting shot, I don't think I'm going to ever actually bother with practice shooting anywhere near my animals, but hey, you know what? We'll put the practice targets here anyway. Why not? That is all of our decorations. And we've got a bunch of memorabilia. You know where that all goes. That is memorabilia for the memorabilia bin. Now, I know I called this the base building stream, but unfortunately sorting loot is all a part of that process. We're making great progress, all things considered. When we came here earlier, if anybody wasn't here earlier, we showed up here with, and this entire sales floor here was covered with vans and trucks that have since been emptied of their loot. Now, despite being emptied, the loot is still all over the place in these containers, but let's consolidate them a little tighter here. At this point, a lot of these loot bags are of varying size. Some of these will be easy, like these ones that are full of tools. The ones full of tools are much easier than the others. Oh yes, absolutely. So the parking lot in the front, let me give the breakdown on that one real quick. The parking lot in the front, exfiltrate the tools out of here, and then, okay, we'll take a look at that real quick. Most of these bags are tools, we'll just leave them here. So the breakdown is, these two right here are my two most important logistically. Combat truck with all of my weapons, ammo, armor, that I'm actively using for everything. Jorgensen & Sons, a 100 quality step van engine, so it starts every time I turn the key. Pretty damn rare. Going out, we've got our two race cars, the only two on the map that spawned. Beautiful things that can tow anything ever. Some of them faster than others. And everything in the middle here, these are Expedition Ambulance. Basically all these ambulances are loaded with something. Expedition Ambulance has got enough materials to just go somewhere and live almost indefinitely. This is exclusively weapons. This one is vehicle parts, enough to rebuild a full heavy-duty vehicle. This one is welding. No, this one's vehicle parts backup, along with some loot bags that I should actually get out of here. Glad I checked. Thanks for bringing me out here. So yeah, partially vehicle stuff in here and other things. This one is my welding one, yes. A couple of gate bags I can build. Using those gate bags, I can just build one of these double tall gates anywhere that I need to. And this one is backup for building bases. So I've got a couple of generators preloaded in here. So these two right here, the welding one and the base building one, these two at the edge of the lot are probably going to be the first if I ever feel like building another field base. Those would be the ones I'd take with me first. Otherwise, everything else. The police cars. The police cars should have nothing superbly interesting in them. If anything, it might be like I think the one at the end here has got like the contents of a disassembled truck. Yeah, disassembled wreck. So if I ever completely run out of things like you know, metal, I'd go up there and check that one. But otherwise, the purpose for the police cars is when I first came here, I did not actually have this full fleet of ambulances. Just about anything with a light bar on it is strong enough to tow a step van forward. So what I'm looking at here are towing pairs. One of these to tow a step van. Now we have so many step vans at this point, we probably have something close to an even amount of step vans and things that can tow step vans. The only thing with a light bar on top of it here that does not have the capability to tow a step van is this one right here, the Ranger truck. It is the outlier. For some reason, the Ranger, maybe they just didn't have the budget for it, but the Ranger trucks only have 400 horsepower engine. So that goes for both the bull driver and the open bed version. So that is not something that can tow forward a step van, but just about everything else in the lot can. And down here is supposed to be all my vehicle parts down here. That's why I kind of did a sus take when I realized that 2 of my ambulances are still full of vehicle parts. But yeah, pretty much everything except for this ambulance down here, which is slated for rebuild, and this LV airport truck, which is slated to have parts yanked off of it for replacements. Everything else out here is drivable. Some of them are probably really low on gas and need to be taken to the gas station. I lost track of the gas levels. I don't care that much. If something needs gas and it doesn't have gas, then we'll just siphon some, get it transferred over. It's fine. Gun storage over here. Oops. Forgot that this is like the contents of these bags are like criminal bags. That's why we got it like bundles of money and blank ID cards, gloves, pliers, crowbars. A little bit of organic storytelling with those. Consolidate all that down to one. Get rid of the other duffel bag for the bag god. Got a lot of those. The bag god is right here. If it seemed at first like I did not need a separate container just for tools, we haven't finished unloading stuff yet. Guns, easy win. The guns that are going in this side are probably, I'm going to be real with you guys, they're probably never going to be fired. If somehow the, if somehow the gun ambulance runs out, then we've got replacements at the, we've got replacements on the front wall that are going to be used up first. Yeah, well, that's the real thing right there, isn't it? That's Zomboid in a nutshell. It's Mistake Punishing Simulator 9000. Surviving this long is basically just meaning that you are really good at not making silly little mistakes that can end everything. And I'm not going to act like that's all just down to me. Oh, I got all those skills. No, it's not necessarily a question of skill as much as procedure. We've just got procedures out the wazoo for doing things. You know, never go out to certain places without this, this, and this, and this. You know, never enter an area that we know is not cleared without this state of mind and all that other stuff. So it's like, you know, it's not just all just flying by the seat of our pants and hoping for the best. I would argue that at some point, anybody who plays that way is going to die. And I don't mean of old age. But if you have a good mixture, good balance of just doing everything procedurally and taking everything seriously everywhere you go, and a little bit of luck, a little bit of good reflexes, you'll have no problem. And when I say reflexes, I'm not talking about some elite gamer shit. I have always maintained that if you can drive a car at 60 miles an hour down a highway, you have good enough reflexes for this game. You just have to understand all of the cues to listen for, all the things to react to, right? Road signs, particularly, are built to be recognizable by the stupidest person on the planet. So we have to account that this game is nowhere near as well designed as road signs and whatnot. But otherwise, the principle is the same. All the rest of this stuff, yeah, materials need to get separated from tools. Otherwise, everything here is tools, goes into tools. Glad to see we got more wood glue. That is more filter recharge right there. I'm gonna be real. We probably have so many boxes of nails we can do another carton. I'm just gonna start dropping them on the floor here. I know if I keep putting them in there, that box will fill up. Quite hungry. Been ignoring that. Shouldn't do that. Eat when you're hungry. Dub rods that go out front. Bandage, first aid. Feed, fertilizer, slug repellent. Now the smart thing would have been to not run all the way out here until I had more stuff that needed to go out here, because I know that this is not the last of it. Too late now. Impulsive decision making sometimes happens. Looks like my strawberries are ready. Deploying more freezers now. Perfect timing, actually. So that one is going to receive the strawberries when we harvest them. And this one is going to receive the contents of the one that's currently on the top circuit. So I'm just going to literally take everything out of this one now and go put it up here. Didn't my character go crazy from wanting to exterminate walkers? What? Did I miss, I might be missing something there. My character is quite sane at the moment. Quite stable, as it were. If we were talking about respawns, that's a while ago. Good riddance. Glad to have them gone forever. Never coming back. Well, unless I play Extinction Mode. I don't know if I'll ever play Extinction Mode, but if I do, that would be the return of the respawns. Alright, so one freezer is filled up on this side. Now we are going to harvest the strawberries until we have enough to fill up a freezer worth. I don't know how much we're going to get. Let's find out. We're level 10, so we're getting max return. Getting an average of 30 for each of these. But they weigh very, very, very lightweight. Yeah, we'll be able to fit them all into one freezer. Excellent. Okay, that's 30 encumbrance worth. Of course, if we just put all that effort into it, we'll want to actually eat some strawberry. I'll leave a few in my main fridge for something later. Speaking of my main fridge, we're going to empty it, and then we're going to put the stuff that is we're going to put most of this stuff needs to go into something like a chest freezer anyway, so we're going to go ahead and put another chest freezer down on the third circuit, so that way all of the parking lot generators have even power consumptions. That's going to leave us with some leftover storage space in our main freezer, probably in this one too, and that's okay. That is very okay. Alright. So the freezers are synchronized. We are going to sleep. Now we'll need to harvest some more stuff in the not too distant future. We can already harvest the garlic. Onions are after that. Check something real quick. Garlic, we have 1 seed packet of it. Onion, we have 1 billion seed packets, so I am not going to wait for the onions to bloom. The onions, when they are ready to harvest, we're just going to harvest them. If you want seeds, you have to wait for something to bloom. The garlic, we only have 1 seed packet of garlic. So at least half of each type of garlic, we're going to want to wait for it to bloom. But we do have a seed packet of both garlic and wild garlic. We also have loose seeds for wild garlic, I think. Yes, we have plenty of loose seeds for wild garlic because we actually foraged for some. So wild garlic, we don't really need to wait for it to bloom. Now, with wild garlic, some of it I want to put into the freezers, but some of it is going to go straight onto a drying rack. We've already got a few made, and we can make a few more. I have to step away briefly IRL, and then we're going to get started on that. I'm not going to make any more drying racks because I need to make some large ones for the sunflowers. So we're not going to build any more drying racks. We'll just use the ones that are currently built for the wild garlic. So I'll have her take a seat here, and I will step away for a moment. And when I get back, we'll execute that plan. One moment, folks. Alrighty, I have returned. How the hell did that keep happening? Huh, okay. Sorry, I have no idea how that happens, but my, whatchamacallit, AFK message really wants to tell me the time. Somebody asked, what about the Spiffo 6? There is no Spiffo 6-seaters. It's just a regular value line with an empty trunk. Their engine power is really weak. You can tow it with a race car, but there's no value in it. There's no value in it, despite the name value line. There's no value in it because the storage space is weaker, and the engine is about the same as a step van, except step vans for some reason are easier to tow. I have no idea why. You would think that a bigger vehicle which step van is bigger than a van in every way. You'd think that would mean it's harder to tow. Now, everything about what I just said might change with 42.20. They said they're going to do something with towing. I don't know what they're going to do with towing. I'm not going to say that they're going to fix it, because last time they touched towing, they messed it up more than anything else. I have not seen anything substantive in terms of fixes for towing, which came with 42.19. They said something about fixes for towing in 42.19. I haven't seen anything very substantive. All I saw is that they messed it up. They messed it up, so we can no longer connect front to back, back to back. We couldn't connect front to front anymore. It's got to be back to front now. And they also eliminated our ability to hook up at certain angles. So we can no longer like drive up at like a 45-degree angle or like a 60-degree angle or something like that. Can't do that anymore. Nope. So really all they did was make towing worse, in my humble opinion. Last time they said that the patch note said something about fixed strange physics interactions with towing. I don't remember the specific phrasing. All I remember is that they used the word fixed and they used the word towing in the same patch notes. And then suddenly we can't connect back to fronts anymore. So I'm not going to say I don't trust the devs anymore when it comes to towing, but they've lost benefit of the doubt when it comes to towing. They clearly, I mean, the original Brits who designed the game, I don't think they have ever wanted to do vehicles. I think they have always hated vehicles. They were only forced into it unwillingly, kicking and screaming the whole way. That's why we haven't gotten any substantive changes with vehicles for a very long time. Filibuster Rhymes is on staff now, and he's hopefully going to be doing that for them, so they don't have to deal with that. But I don't know. TBA and all that. He's going to be doing vehicles in general, so hopefully that includes towing-related stuff. And we are just about ready for second bedtime here. I'm just going to fast forward through. Or no, we could use our base clothes could use a little wash up here. That's something worth fast forwarding through. Appreciate everybody joining for even the boring stuff today. I say boring, but really it's more base work oriented stuff, which is I was always under the impression that a lot of live stream viewers would be more interested in combat oriented stuff, but this is all part of the game. Shout out to y'all who understand that part and don't try to turn this game into a horde shooter, or both. Not entirely mutually exclusive. Very difficult needle to thread there. We've got fog today, and we've got loot to sort today. We're almost done with loot sorting, and that's amazing. Well, yeah, I mean, so Louisville in real life, I looked at it a lot on Google Maps. They've definitely gotten a few aspects of the real-life Louisville correct with this this representation. In terms of, you know, what it would look like in the 90s. The Louisville airport in real life today is probably much bigger than it would have been in the 90s. I definitely want to visit someday the entire Meade County area, Jefferson County area, see what it's all about. General construction to the right here. That makes sense, actually. At some point, that might need to be boxes, too. And that, of course, that box is full. Okay. What can we move? What can we move? Boxes of batteries should not be in there at all. Those go up. Amplifiers as well. That'll buy us some time. Not infinite time, though. Just time. I'm actually going to put this duffel bag of light bulbs on top of the surface here so that I can continue to have light bulbs in this area but not have them taking up so much space in the boxes here. I suppose the really rare colors don't really matter as much. They don't. There's only a couple of them. That's why they're rare. We have 2 black light bulbs. Those are, well, once they start burning out, we will have no black light bulbs, so I'm not very keen to start using them. They'll be for a separate or a special occasion of some sort, I suppose. I'm putting tobacco in here, right? Yeah, tobacco in here. Hey Richard, how's it going? We are doing pretty good today. Today is a base work stream. We have done a good number on Jericho. I think Dani is going to succeed where all of my previous characters have failed and completely put away all the loot we brought back to Jericho. And all that means is that I've got to go find more loot before her save ends so that she can be in the same place as everybody else. It feels like a tradition at this point. But I'm going to defy tradition for now. Actually get everything sorted. Random crap in there. We can make use of that elsewhere. A little bit of stuff for the kitchen here. Some actual large. That's actually rather rare. Can't make it ourselves. And the temptation to use it when we're trying to put on a lot of weight is quite high. Get some jar stuff. Putting all of our jarring materials together in one place. We have got enough rope to make a stack. That is exactly what we're about to do. Sweet, okay. Actually making a little progress on the backside too over there, on the back wall. A couple of light bulb colors I didn't even have over here yet. Almost full. There are 101.1 encumbrance of bags in the bag container here. Let's make that 100 because the trauma bags get a separate bag right there. That's how I bought the space. When I need it, got some duffels in this duffel. Most of this duffel is going on this side anyway. This is the one that, this is the criminal duffel. So we've got tons of money bundles here. So our bed sheets consisting of Cheapskate John, hotties, and money bundles. One step closer to that scene from Breaking Bad of the dudes who find Walter White's cash stash, and just before they start moving it, they just lay on it for a moment, because you'll never get an opportunity like that again. Great series, love it. For our character, that's not a special opportunity, that's just Tuesday. Holy crap, I think that's it. Alright. We empty this bag of the guns into the gun box. Then this one goes to the kitchen. We've got a musical instrument here. Once again, we don't have a good spot for booze. Oh. And put it in with the soda because we're transitioning the coffee elsewhere. Coffee goes in this corner now. We now have a total of 56 bullets of coffee back here. Hell yes. Magazines and attachments still go in this corner. These two duffels are mostly clothing, so they go over here with the rest of the clothing. Beautiful. We might just be short on duffel bag space in the bag container here. Yeah, we can fit one more, and we have 3 more. So, I'm going to take this briefcase out of here. That's a rather bulky thing. Put it up here. Now we've got room for all 3. Victory salad. Everything in these bags should be tools. I think there was a blowtorch. Yeah. Otherwise, everything is tools for the tool god in here. Total of 20 garbage bags after all of that. And I have lost track a long time ago of the duffel bags because we got them all put away now. With that, ladies and gentlemen, Jericho has a clean floor. Out here, at least. The sales floor, the central sales floor is clear. What we've got on the floor right here are milk, lots of them. What we can do with that is we're going to churn it into butter. So in the spirit of cleaning up the floor, I'm going to get that knocked out next. So we've got a dispenser bottle with milk that was recently milked from our own cow. I'm going to dump some milk into that from these bottles. Churning milk takes a little while. We can do 3 sticks of butter since we've got 15 liters in this dispenser bottle here. Except rounding error, because of course, rounding errors happen all the time with floating point math, and this game's engine does not error check. So instead of having 5,000 milliliters left, we have 4,999.99 milliliters left. Because, yeah. Things that I would say to our game director if he was hanging out with me. To be honest, I would have a lot more interesting things to ask him. But, if it came up in conversation, yeah. Floating point math errors absolutely would make the cut. They creep up in very strange places. We have 13 cartons remaining on the floor here. We're going to dump all of those into this dispenser bottle. Couple sticks of butter for over here. Couple empty milk containers for over here. And that's the floor cleaned up just a little more. Any of the... Okay, so one of these dispenser bottles up here is actually full of milk. And these two on the floor are also full of milk, okay. So we want those next to the butter churn instead of the dispenser itself. Because these days I more often use milk for churning butter than anything else. Okay. We have 2 rare light bulbs here that I don't want to get lost with the rest of them. I think I'll just put them in materials here. See, if I put them in the stack with the rest of them, The name is just light bulb, so it will get stuck in here with the rest of the white ones. Oh, we don't have any animal feed bags. I thought we did. Oops. It's so beautiful. I love it. All right, now, when it comes to the second floor of Jericho, I have always dreamed of actually building a second floor. That would be a lot of effort for a save that is about to break. But that does not mean that I cannot do a few things. Depends. I'm considering my options here. If I was to do an upper floor, it would be almost entirely decorative. Functional stuff should always be on the first floor, so that... Because trying to get stuff upstairs to a second floor is always a tedious process. So I usually prefer to not ever do that. Unless it's something that is decorative in and of itself, like you know, or decorative or like of limited function, like alcohol. Or musical instruments for the conservatory, for example. All this stuff that we put away here, all these musical instruments, I would do a conservatory somewhere upstairs, and that's where I would actually bring this stuff. But still thinking about all that. I don't want to necessarily go put a billion brain cycles of effort into something that won't be here tomorrow, or not tomorrow, but this week. So we did decide that we are going to do the wild garlic. We're going to harvest it until we can fill up the drying racks. Hang on a second. I think we can do 20 at a time on the small drying racks. Let me verify that. Now, that only counts for wild garlic. You'll notice that there's dry wild garlic, but there's no dry garlic. We can dry grass, but we can't dry garlic. Only wild garlic. Why? Welcome to agriculture in Build 42, everybody. That's why. So our target is going to be 20 for each. We've got 4. That's 80. And we're getting close to 20 each, so definitely not the whole thing. Now, pro tip. If you add a dried variant of something, so dried wild garlic, that counts as a different ingredient for recipe purposes as fresh wild garlic. So we've got 87 now. We're going to go load up the drying racks. This extra 7 here is, we can keep that fresh, and then once we got dried and fresh as a mixture, we can double dip on the adding of the garlic. Don't know if it'll always be that way, but that's how it currently is. And I predict it's going to be that way even after 4220. Oh yeah, for a long time I did not know that you can just click and drag stuff into the drying rack. Shout out to my viewers for letting me know that, because I used to just go in there and click it all, and I found that extremely tedious. Drying is, of course, a temperature-dependent thing in this game, where we have very little control over environmental temperature, short of setting things on fire. Alright, so that is 80 wild garlic for there. Barbecue for lunch. Nice, very nice. That sounds delicious. young one craves cornbread. The young one shall receive the cornbread. Do I want to do both of those? Let's do... Okay, here's what we're going to do. I think we have room for all of it. So I'm going to go ahead and harvest the rest of the wild garlic here. And we're going to put all of it in the freezer. Some of it might come out of the freezer, go into the drying rack. I would prefer to have like an even amount of dried and fresh. Yeah, we have just enough room for it. Okay. On the flip side, the garlic itself, we want to wait for it to bloom before we harvest because if we don't, then we don't get seeds. And we don't have very many garlic seeds right now. I am going to do composting on these bad boys. I don't know if that will buy me the time. Be not fooled by the fact that the strawberry plants are still there after we harvested them. These strawberry plants will die as of June, I think. So, yeah. The fact that it looks like it's something we can, you know, grow again and harvest again, it doesn't last long enough for that to happen. So it's literally pointless that's a thing. Just carry around 3 of them for now. So many different things I could add if I stand that close. I have enough nail boxes to make another carton. I do not. We have 9 on the floor here. I overestimated how many nails I would end up with here. They can go into construction for now. I think I'm going to do a little bit of glass making since there's a lot of glass that I need to use up. We have brought home a total of 93 plus 5, so just about 100 total broken glass to work with. In addition, we've already got a couple of ceramic crucibles already loaded up with glass. So if I want to just kind of level glass making to 10 for the sake of it, I should be able to relatively easily do it right now. I would need a glass blowing apparatus, and apparently I don't have one. So I'm going to fix that. Glass blowing, what is it? Glass blowing rods are a pottery item. We've got plenty of pottery stuff that we can work with. Some recipes require 2, so I'm going to make 2. So we've got them sculpted. Now we just light them up at the kiln here. Two glass blowing pipes have been constructed. We should now be able to glass blow anything we want. We need a crafting surface. And the crate right here in front of us does not count as one. So, is there a crafting surface nearby that can reach this? Maybe the one that I can drive through. I don't know if there is such thing as a crafting surface that you can drive through. Because I can't afford to be blocking this, blocking the driveway here. I need to be able to take this truck in and out as I need. Past me solved this. I have a large cardboard box right here. For some reason, because I can't use these crates as crafting surfaces, can temporarily deploy that lightweight box, and that is my crafting surface. So, with that, we've got everything we need to make anything we want to out of glass. The current meta is for level 5 and above until we get to level 7. We are doing glass jars still. So I'm going to do like 5 of those and see where we're at. I think 1 is going to be enough to get me to the next level. But then we'll still have read the book. So we'll be at level 7. Now we actually did just unlock lantern and wine glasses. That being said, glass jars are the most useful thing that I can make, so having a few extra is fine. I like to make them in bulks of 5 because the whenever you go over here to make jar lids, you make them in sets of 5. Step a little closer to the forge to do that. So that we have an equal amount of jars and jar lids to go put over there in the jarring area back here with the vinegar and the salt. It's enough jarring materials for a little over 30 now. Now, that being said, we didn't actually even use any of the glass that we brought home yet to do that. We just used glass that I had already melted. But we did free up one of our crucibles, so let's melt some more glass, shall we? Easy. Alright, we'll do some lantern glasses next. Start with 5 here. 351 experience each. It's very, very easy to level this profession. Looks like I can do 2 more with the current set. And then we can melt more glass. Read up both of our crucibles there. Now, I didn't really point this out, but I'm reaching over to the furnace over here in this corner. I haven't used this furnace very much, to be honest. I already came here with all the necessary things to build the forge. Usually the furnace is a stepping stone to the forge, and usually after that I very rarely need the furnace, but in the case of glass making, you must use the furnace to melt glass, or melt sand into glass. It's 6 broken glass each time you do a smelting into a small crucible here. Looks like I can do 12 lantern glasses with that. That's probably overkill. I will start doing lantern glasses, and I will hit escape to stop myself when we get the level. just need to read the book. So all the glass that ended up on the floor there, we can put it into the crate now. We still have 74 glass left, so we've only used about 1/4 of the broken glass that we came home with, and we already got 2 levels from it. I'm here for it. I should have a copy of Glassmaking 5, probably in the Expedition ambulance. That's usually where I put... this is why I don't always have that cardboard box deployed. Can't open the door if it's there. I usually put books that I'm going to be reading at some point in the not-too-distant future, or even distant future. Usually make their way into Expedition here. There it is, Glassmaking 5. So we're ready to sleep now, but when we wake up, we'll be spending the night reading Glassmaking. Just in case we get cold, hunting vest goes on. Won't fool me this time, Satan. Alright, I always have reading glasses with me, so that I can swap out my seeing glasses for those. And then apparently we get a boost from both that and from sitting down. So those are 2 different little boosts to reading speed. Reading a level 5 book with my character is a day-and-a-half process usually. $5 a.m. we'll catch a sleep. May 28th, 1995. We'll be into June. I want to say, okay, because we're actually able to do a bit of fast forwarding with these activities, I want to say relatively confidently that we should be able to get to our 2-year anniversary for this character before the end of her run. It's not that hard. I mean, we're coming up on... It's just 1 month out as of June 9th. So we're just about 5 weeks or so. A little bit over 5 weeks. And we have several days to do it in. I'm going to be requesting a couple days off next week from work. So I'll probably end up streaming most of next week, depending on a few factors. Of course, if they actually need me, they probably don't necessarily, as long as things are not going to be breaking. There's no designated coverage. Yeah, we'll probably finish this right in the early evening here. Hate that sound. Give a small tour. Sure. Give me a moment to finish this book. Alright, book is finished. And putting away reading glasses. Swapping my water bottle here. So we're in the top corner of my base here. This is where I've got my beds and I've got some whatchamacallit storage. Inconsequential storage, so not very important storage over here. Usually just the fun stuff, name tags, rating material, decorations, furniture that could make itself elsewhere. This is a van that is going to be loaded up with probably base building materials, a lot of those logs on the floor there. So right here is the workshop. The workshop is optimized so that we can just stand right here. We stand right here, and we can do most anything with the kiln, anything with any of the pottery machinery here, with the furnace, and if we want to do anything with the forge, we stand right here. And we can do anything with the forge. Now, the important thing to note about all that is you can reach crafting stations from 2 tiles away, as opposed to 1. So, standing here, I can access the forge itself. I can access the trunk of the truck where I've got my tools and materials. Most importantly, wood charcoal. Wood charcoal is acquired from going out there, cutting down trees to the far left, and putting them up in here and burning them into charcoal, and then loading them up into the truck. So that's why the truck is one of the reasons the truck is here. The other reason is the truck has a wide surface area that I can access the bed from. So I can access the tools from there or from here. If you would like, I will leave a screenshot of the base after I built it. This is from a little ways back, but I will link the base screenshot here in chat. One moment. Steam doesn't make it easy. I gotta go content, screenshots, and then dig it up here. There we go. You'll have to zoom in on it a little bit, but otherwise we're looking at the workshop is on this side. Gun storage and surplus crafting stuff, electrical stuff over here. Guns and magazines and whatnot. Over here is largely furniture, decoration, storage, as opposed to the other side, which is item decoration, storage. Kitchen over here. I'm not even going to begin to try to explain my storage system here because it's not my standard. It's not my standard. I don't have a solid explanation for it. Cookware, obviously, here. Fridge, stove, freezer. These cooling shelves are... Someday they'll cost electricity, but today's not that day. Small form food in the corner. Spices back here for my garden. Beans, chips, flour, pasta, rice, macaroni, that kind of stuff. Back here we've got things, specific things on the shelves, like coffee. All the coffee we found in Louisville, all the jar stuff. The, that's exterior, the interior. Now, the power schema. The power schema is 1 generator on the roof. Almost 1,000, that was there. Yeah, appreciate that. Appreciate that. There's a lot of stuff about the game that doesn't explain itself very well. So, a lot of this stuff... And a shout out to my viewers. Some of my viewers have taught me this stuff. Can't say that I learned it all on my own. All of our water barrels are on the far bottom side here, above the kitchen. That leaves me plenty of room if I wanted to build a second floor. I don't actually have a lot of purpose for the loading dock here yet. Drying racks, of course, are one purpose. This, as you can see, the stuff is already dry. I'll go put that in the kitchen later, but I have 4 generators, and the one I showed you on the ceiling here in the dead center, this one here powers the interior of the base for the most part. Outside of the base, we've got 3 other generators. This one, and then 2 out in the parking lot here. This one here, highlighted in that tile, and this one here, slightly right of center. The reason we have 4 generators running at any given time is because we split the freezers. We have a total of 9 freezers running right now. 9 freezers, so that's 3 freezers on each generator. By doing it that way, the gasoline consumption per generator is lower. We can leave the base for longer periods of time without worrying about the generators just instantly running out. If you tried to do all 9 freezers on 1 generator, that generator would need to be refueled like every 2 or 3 days. It'd be kind of ridiculous. So by doing it this way, we can just right-click on this generator, look at the consumption rate. It's 0.026 liters per hour. 2 freezers from the popsicle freezer and then 1 from the chest freezer, because you're getting charged per tile. So the if we pull the math on this, since it's 0.008 per freezer, if we were to do all 9 of those on 1 generator circuit, that would be 0.72 liters per hour on just the 1 generator. But instead we have 1/3 of that from this generator. Now, that being said, the generators themselves cost a little bit of fuel, so on the whole, we are actually using up a little bit more fuel by using multiple generators. A very small amount. But we're making it so that we can leave the base area and go on an expedition for as long as probably about 2 weeks. But I'm usually going to start feeling paranoid and coming home after a week and a half or so. So usually never longer than 10 days am I away from base. I have on occasion come back here and had the generators run out on me. But I've never actually lost all of my frozen stuff from that problem. I did have one problem where I just was refueling the generators and I forgot to turn it back on. And then one of my freezer sets just completely went rotten. It is what it is. Silly mistakes happen all the time. But yeah, these basically these double tile freezers, each of those count as one, and then the single tile freezers count as one. So you can even do it where if you feather it really closely, you can have the popsicle freezer right at the edge of the generator radius and only have one side of the popsicle freezer powered. That takes a lot of effort to figure that out. I don't like doing that. I like just having plenty of single tile freezers. You could never get trailers to work. Are you talking about the mod or are you talking about the base game trailers? The base game trailers are fine. They work fine. If you're talking about being unable to tow them, that happens sometimes. You want to make sure they have good tires on them. If they don't have good tires, bad things happen. We look at this one. This one's got terrible tires. This one's got terrible tires. This one, I think, has good ones. Yeah, this one's got good ones. The other one is absolutely garbage. Now, that being said, you also need to have a good vehicle that's going to be able to tow it. The race cars here are specifically for towing just about anything. You would think race cars are just for going fast. No. It's their 900 horsepower engine is what they're truly valuable for. Now, when it comes to what vehicles do I like to have and why, I was talking about this a little earlier. Ambulances are the highest highest horsepower heavy-duty vehicle. So you've got a trunk with a heavy-duty storage in it, 169 if you're organized, and you've got 490 in the horsepower. So a full ambulance can tow a full step van. It's going to be a little slow, but it can tow it. And it can go forward, not just backward. But everything about what I'm talking about with towing, all that might change with 42.20. The patch that's coming next Wednesday, 42.20, it might make towing better. It might fuck it up. As far as I'm concerned, it's a fucking coin flip. I'm not going to go on a rant. I've decided I'm going to be happy. I'm not going to go on a rant. No, we're good. We're good. I'm not going to... No rants today. We're just going to make some more salads. But yeah, let me know if you have any more specific questions on that. I'm always happy to do general breakdowns. Let us make some more salad. These days I'm just doing 3 kale and 2 egg for each of these. And I'm holding on to 3 of them. That usually feeds me for a day and a half or so. Three kale and 2 egg leftovers makes it into a 32 salad, and that is enough to shut the hunger up if I eat half of it each time. Now that's probably keeping me in weight loss. What's my weight looking like? We are at 75 on the dot. Okay, shit. Time to gain weight, folks. Time to gain weight. Our girl's skinny. I let time get away from me there. So what do I do when it's time to gain weight? 1 whole stick of butter going right down the gob, and we're going to wash it down with an entire box of cereal. That is going to put me into rapid weight gain like there's no tomorrow. What that did is that deleted my carb deficit and my fat deficit, or at least part of my fat deficit. I'm going to need another stick of butter for that. So what that means, though, is now we're going to take these salads we just made, and we're going to stick some oil in them, vegetable oil and olive oil. The oils will get me more fats. Fats help me gain weight. I think sunflower seeds are actually good for it too. I don't know the nutritional values of sunflower seeds when you add them as a seasoning, but I think they definitely add something. And I have plenty of sunflowers already in the ground, so I no longer have to be concerned about using up the sunflower seeds for this purpose. I'm also going to do mustard. Mustard I know has calories. I don't think it has quite as much in the fats department. But now whenever we eat these foods we've already prepped, we'll get a lot more calorie out of it. So we've got these lantern glasses we made. I'm going to go ahead and put those into the decoration box over here, because I don't know anything else I'll do with them. They are but humble decorations. We've also finished reading Glassmaking 5. I can put that book back into the Expedition Ambulance. I have identified which light bulb broke. It'll be that one right there in the front. Shan't run out of water. So now we can probably just level glassmaking straight to 10 now. I'm going to be real with you guys. We've got a 16 times multiplier, and we've got that much glass left to work with. I think we're just going to go straight to 10, just for the sake of it. So, in the box, we got a couple ceramic crucibles with molten glass in them. Just going to put those in my hands first, and then we need a crafting surface to redeploy, so give me the cardboard box here. There's our crafting surface. And we're going to do some more lantern glasses. Looks like we can do a total of 5. We'll be a little late for bed. Yeah, so we're going to refill these empty crucibles with molten glass after we catch our first sleep here. If anybody watching is not familiar, we build our characters with Restless Sleeper. Restless Sleeper with Wakeful basically just leaves you in a rhythm where you're going to sleep twice every night. My preferred bedtimes are 2300 and 5 a.m. That usually keeps my character awake along with the daylight, right? So I usually don't get tired until the sun sets. The only thing that could really fuck that up is if I get hot during the day. Another extremely under-advertised feature of this game is that while your character has that overheated moodle, the hot moodle, you are building fatigue, aka getting tired, faster. So if you ever feel like you don't fully understand why your character is getting tired faster on some days than others, double check that you're paying attention to how often you're getting hot. Because basically every second that you spend overheated is several seconds of time that you're building up fatigue faster. This game never explains that, not anywhere. Not anywhere in this beautiful little survival guide here where it teaches you all the basics. None of this explains that, and the Moodle itself doesn't explain that. You have to fucking decompile the goddamn code in order to discover that. Things that I would love to talk to Mr. Cerellian about. But that's alright. That's alright. He's a great guy. He can't be everywhere at once. He's trying to herd the cats, and I appreciate him for it. So let's melt a little bit more glass here, shall we? 682 in a row. That's a negative. I have not. So okay, yeah, it's 682 in a row. But my previous character, second one in the description below, her name is Annie Mae. My 42.10 character, we went to day 700 something, I think. Let me double check that. I think I have still have my thumbnails up. PZ live from 4210.0. Sort by date modified. Here's the most recent one. I didn't put the day number. Of course I didn't. I didn't put the day number. Why would I do that? Why would I make my life easy and actually put the date number in the thumbnail? Oops. I think we were up to... Oh, wait a minute. I also took screenshots. I always take screenshots of my characters when I finish a session. So if I just go back in time a little bit to Annie's last screenshot here, that would be before Nora, so that's Nora right there. Yeah, Nora is with the, okay. A little bit further back to Annie. Okay, this is Annie's final screenshot. And the date time is August 30th, 1995. So I have a little shortcut here. A little shortcut that you can open in a web browser that will pull you to timeanddate.com with the start date of the game already filled in for you. I'll link that in the chat if you want. This is the easiest way to calculate how many days you've spent in the game. So July 9th, 1993, that's the canon start date. We go to 8/30/1995. Annie Mae survived for 783 days. I knew it was in the 700s, but I couldn't remember the exact. So Annie Mae, second playlist in the description, we went to 783 days consecutively. That is my record currently. So Dani here is catching up, but as you know from the upcoming patch, Dani's save is going to be broken, which means we'll be starting over again, for better or worse. I'll be finding out very quickly whether it's going to be better or worse. Let's get some more glass into these crucibles here. Finish leveling glass making. We can make 12 lantern glasses from that. How about I do wine glasses instead? It's the same level recipe. Yeah, let's do some wine glasses. Can't be a proper lady without a good collection of wine glasses. We are level 9 glassmaker now. We might actually use up all this glass that I brought home with me. We've gone through half of it now. TBA. Let me go put these wine glasses, they qualify as a decoration. We'll put them over here. We actually do have a little bit of room left in some of these crates. That is the power of the steel crates. So let's do another round of that. That only took an hour after all. We are going to smelt another 3 of these bad boys. Just whatever the default is. So for actually, from the moment I started Annie Mae, that was right when the default changed. So the default day length is, prior to when I started Annie Mae on 42.10, the day length was actually just 60 minutes. It was just 1 hour for every day. Now remember, of course, this is single player, so I can fast forward. A lot of people who play multiplayer exclusively might not even know that you can fast forward in single player. But yeah, that is, I regularly fast forward, so it's not like I've actually spent, 682 hours, 682 times 90 minutes, because now it's 90 minutes to a day. That's the change that came in with 42.10. So we're going to do another 12 of those wine glasses here before the night is out. I actually would probably accept that I might be right up there with the people who don't stream. I'm sure there's a few people who don't stream who play this game way more than I do. No idea what the specifics are on their runs. There's also people whose saves never got broken somehow, as often as mine did. I know some people who... Now, another thing, okay, so Nora the Explorer, my previous character, her save got broken with 42.16, yes. Nora's save got broken with 42.16, and that was the reason the save broke. The only reason the save broke was because they removed Echo Creek from the spawn tables. And then they undid that change. So technically speaking, I could have actually stopped playing my current character, Dani, and I could have gone back to Nora as of 42.17, I think it was. But at that point, I'd been locked in on Dani here, so it doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter at that point. But that means that people who, if they had, actually gone back to a previous save at that point, then they would have more room to play uninterrupted for longer. Yeah, I don't know. I'm actually 100% okay with save breakage as long as there is a compelling reason to start over. That's the same approach I'm taking to the stable build that's coming up here. I sincerely hope that there's a lot of good reason to start over. Sounds like there might be. Got cold again. Forgot to put that jacket. Whatever. It was only for a short moment there. We in rapid weight gain, we're not, but we are out of skinny girl territory. And that's what we need to make sure of. 75 kilo or below. If you're below 75 kilo, you get the low weight trait. The low weight trait, minus 20% melee damage. Just flat out. The moment you fall below 75 kilo, minus 20% melee damage. Because that's realistic, right? Whatever. Let's do some more wine glasses, shall we? We're going to have a massive collection. Down to 38 broken glass. We've been going through it. What's going on here? Oh, are we out of charcoal? No, we're not out of charcoal. What's going on? Why can't I use the furnace? There it is. Don't know. Just wasn't opening for me last time. Oh, yeah, okay. So if you play with real time, that's, yeah. There's some things you're just never going to get done if you play with real time. Or at least that's how I feel. I also don't know all of the different things that scale these days with time. Some things scale pretty well if you change the time in the sandbox settings, and some things definitely don't. So I'm sure you would know better than I at that point. We play all default settings for everything here. Another 12 wine glasses coming right up. Level 10 glass making, ladies and gentlemen. We just got 4 levels in the past hour or so. And we didn't go through all of our glass. So what I can do then is I will go ahead and smelt 3 more glasses, but I'm not going to use them. I'll just have this on standby. One of the useful things that I could do with it after I smelt it here is that I could make window panes. I could make my own window panes. Finally use up this matchbox that's been almost empty forever. Beautiful. So we used up almost all the broken glass now that we've finished building all that and build up the ceramic crucibles here. Beautiful. That's actually beautiful. I'm happy about it. I'm going to put this charcoal that's on the floor into the trunk of the truck until it's full there. So that's where it belongs. The rest of the stuff on the floor here is clay jars that are unfired. I never really had a purpose for those. I just wanted to level pottery. I know where to put those now, though. They'll go to the same place as the wine glasses. Because at this point, they'll just be decorations if I ever do anything with them. Longest B41 run is 9 months. Makes sense. After a certain point, I'm going to fully admit that the end game can get boring if you don't find joy in very small things like I do. I can be... You guys should hear the way my audience is like, holy crap, I've never heard Jen so hyped when... Just because I found some rose seeds, because they're just really rare for no particular reason in this current build. Getting excited over little things like that is... I wouldn't call it a prerequisite, but it's going to help you a lot if you just want to play almost indefinitely like this. Mods, I talk about that in the description. Short answer is yes, but the long answer is nothing that functionally changes anything. Our helmet right here, for example. The most recently published video on my channel goes over the helmet here. We are... A couple of extra garbage bags that I'm not going to need. I'm going to put those away. Yeah, 10 is fine. Just enough to be useful. Not enough to weigh me down. I'm going to go ahead and gear back up. Am I? Is there any other building I wanted to do here at base? For now, probably not. Probably not. There's a few skills that I can continue leveling. We've read the pottery book for levels 7 and 8. Now, I don't think we have enough clay to just level pottery for the sake of leveling it. Do I? I've got 18 sacks of clay in here, and then in the box itself I've got 122. So I definitely have a lot of clay. But if you use it inefficiently, clay is one of those resources that will just vanish on you. It'll just vanish straight up. No cap. Oh, that sucks. The, whatchamacallit, Authentic Z is one of those ones that I'm glad that they made the multiple versions, right? But even then, the multiple version, it feels weird sometimes, Authentic Z does. It feels like the name is a little bit presumptuous. It's not bad, though. It is, it does add quite a lot of flavor. I'm going to get rid of the, whatchamacallit, harvested crops here. I don't see anything that I want to replant right now. Maybe when June rolls around, there will be a few things I'll want to replant. But anything that was a May plant that I wanted to plant should have already been planted. And I don't feel like watching these strawberries die. I'm just going to kill them myself. I'm just going to kill them myself. They will die, by the way. You harvest them once, and it looks like they might regrow. No, they will die on June 2nd. June is just not a valid month for them to exist, so they just keel over and die. So, getting ahead of that now. As for the garlic, though, we are going to give that... we're going to let that get to its final phase here. Onions, we do not need to let it get to the final phase. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go get 5 bags compost, and I'm going to compost the garlic and then this whole row here. So half of this row is onions, half of it's kale. Kale doesn't really need to be composted, but I'm going to compost it anyway because I feel like it. Mostly because I don't want there to be uneven bags of compost. 5 bags of compost is 20 crops. Didn't actually expect to take myself broke on compost, but that's after I built the second garden. It makes sense. Now I do have other resources in my field bases where I could go and get more compost, right? Like when I would come out into the rest of Louisville and build a base and find a lot of rotten stuff, I usually would just put a compost bin down and dump the rotten stuff into it and kind of stop thinking about it. So there is more compost to be found out there right now, because I know for a fact that some, especially at the Cozy Box. Yeah, the Cozy Box base will have some compost there. I would need to take sacks with me. I have already got an entire military backpack full of sacks that I can grab at a moment's notice if I need to do something like that. Now, compost shaves a little bit of time off of the growth time. It's not quite enough shaving that I'll notice it go from like weeks to days, right? So we still have over a week for the garlic. That's fine. Let me check something on my map here. So I can delete this here. We have no longer any towing standbys at Wellington. However, What about... This probably has not been updated. Probably. I don't know. I might have a few things at the Cozy Box that I need to tow home. Interesting. Very interesting. Negative. I have played... I'm always happy to share my my B41 mod list. Always happy to share that because it's funny. I crack myself up every time I think about it. Collections. PZ Autism Lite, because the fucking modders updating their fucking mods all the goddamn time. Mostly just quality of life stuff, some of which has, you know, long been outmoded by B42. Things like, whatchamacallits. Where is it? West Point Expansion. That is a map mod that I've done before. That's why I didn't want to say that I haven't done any map mods. West Point Expansion is a relatively subtle one. Auto Cook, that was... I miss Auto Cook. Scrap Armor. Scrap Armor is totally outmoded by B42. Also, the Firearms Overhaul from this mod list here. There you go. I'll link that if you're interested. I've never played it on stream, obviously. I didn't start streaming until 42.8.1. I suppose it couldn't hurt to just go down the road and take a look at what we have at the Cozy Box. I know I have a lot of stuff there. That's not even the question. I have billions of things at the Cozy Box. Cozy Box is a custom base that I built in the corporate park in the dead center of Louisville. Damn it. There we go. Those individual clicks to put my knee pads on. And with that, I have returned to my armored self. With the exception of my boots, which are on the passenger seat of my truck. Am I leaving? Actually, that's what I'm doing right now. We are going to go down the road to one of my field bases, which is in the beating, pestering center of Louisville. Theoretically, it's going to be clear. But I'm gearing up anyway, because that's how I roll. I do not go to a place outside of my core region without being geared for war. Just double-checking. I don't know why I keep thinking that there was something else I needed to swap out. We're good. Yeah, we're good. Do a load of the dryer there. And I'm going to make another salad before we head out. Veggie oil, olive oil, sunflower seeds, mustard. Lots of calories in that salad. I'm also, this is a bit overkill, I'm just going to straight up eat a stick of butter. Just straight up eat it, it's fine. It's really stupid, but it works. Boots onto my feet. And Magnum rounds into my bandolier. 45 ACP into the backpack. 9mm. Holster right. Patrol revolver. Holster left. Sword.
belt right. Machete is already on belt left. Trapper carbine on the back. Let's top this bitch up. Geared up for war, baby. Am I taking the fire truck? Yes, asterisk. Actually, no. I'm gonna take the race car. I'm gonna take the race car because I believe there's gonna be assets that I need to tow back with me. I don't RP. I can't. It's actually kind of difficult for me to put myself in the headspace of a character who I'm looking at from the top down. So I always kind of perceive myself, like even, you know, kind of a very soft RP. I perceive myself as a guide for the character. Separate and discrete entities, but I'm right there inside of her brain, as it were. It's rather surprising to see somebody in this area after all this time. We cleared this area a long time ago. So this here is First Street, the dead center street of Louisville here. Generally speaking, it should be clear. We did a block-by-block sweep a long time ago. So basically every half second or so, we're passing a bunch of tiles that were fought for tooth and nail. Up here on the right, past this next one, is coming up is Cozy Box Base, which I built in the middle of the park up here. And would you look at that, every single one of the vehicles that I left here was a staged tow. I couldn't remember if that was the case or not. But that is the case, apparently. That's fine. That's not a big deal. That is not a big deal. Let me check the load up. Those should probably be empty. Yes. So that means these two are very low priority. Very, very, very low priority. It would be perfectly fine to leave them here indefinitely. That means Jorgensen or Mr. Hungs I could tow back with me if I wanted to. Hey, Nana Madhouse, how's it going? Are there any zombies left? Well, like I said, we always play default settings here, and default settings have turned off respawns. Now, that doesn't mean that there's not... okay, so Louisville buildings, how do they work? When you go close to a Louisville building, you spawn in the lower floor, the ground floor, and the second floor. Those two floors, all the zombies that would be on those floors spawn in the moment you get close to a building. Anything above the second floor does not spawn in until you go up to the second floor. And then from there on, it's just floor by floor. You go up to the second floor, third floor spawns in. Go up to the third floor, fourth floor spawns in. So this building right here in the bottom right-hand corner, or just the whole right side of the screen here, I have not been to the second floor of this building. So where are all the zombies? Upstairs. Upstairs. That's the short answer. They're all upstairs. Put away my hammer there. Now, this ambulance and the step van, I think they're both loaded completely. Not completely, just partially. Yeah, both of them are partially loaded. And it's all decorative furniture and stuff. 90% of what's in there is decorative furniture. So very low priority. Don't need to bring it home with any sort of urgency. That's why I left it here like that. More imminently relevant. We've got some compost. How much? That's 100% full. What about this side? 33%. So that's 10 bags plus, that's 13 bags of compost. I do not think I have any sacks up here. Let me check indoors real quick. If I did, they would most likely be in this corner somewhere. Yeah. No compost to be found, and that's fine. I mean, okay, so what buildings was I thinking about doing next? I have done the tallest building in the game, Bateman office building. If you know, you know. If you don't, American Psycho is a great movie. This unlabeled office building right here, that's the one that we looked at just now. We have only done the first 2 floors. Biffo HQ is right here, and I was actually thinking about doing that at some point. It was an open question as to when. There's nothing stopping me from doing it in the not-too-distant future. Actually, there's nothing stopping me from getting started now. I came out here geared up for that. I would need my heavy combat truck, and probably an ammo van. So, if I was going to do that, we would take heavy combat up here with 1 ammo van, probably the SWAT truck, honestly. So that means I am going to take the race car home, and it's going to tow... Why would I? Neither of those are... These are both empty. So there's nothing staged for that. This right here. But then there is... What are these two? Gotta check everything here. No, they'll only spawn in that building. It's whatever is connected. And that's a very it's a tricky phrase when I say whatever is connected. Because take a look here at this building right here. This is the Louisville Police Department. Notice that it's got these little sky bridges connecting it to other buildings. If you go up to the 3rd floor of the Louisville Police Department, you're spawning in the 3rd floor of the Louisville Police Department in the center here. You're spawning in the 3rd floor of the prison. You're spawning in the 3rd floor of the courthouse. You are spawning in the 3rd floor, the courthouse is up here. Spawning in the 3rd floor of the legal services building here. You're spawning in the 3rd floor of the lab office building here. So all five of these buildings are connected by little sky bridges. So in that case, it's not just the one building, but it is everything connected. But for 99% of the rest of the buildings in Louisville, they're not actually connected in any significant way. This one is empty. The trailer is a meme. This is just one copy of every magazine I found in the area. So it is not essential. I've already read pretty much every magazine in the game. And the few that I haven't read, I don't really need. Floodlights. Are these battery powered? Hang on. These might be battery powered floodlights. I had a collection of them, and I forgot what I did with them. You can find out easily if I put it down and click on it. Look at that. It turns on. There ain't no generator around here. At level, what is it, 4 or 5 electrical? I forget. It's an electrical skill. When you get to 4 or 5 electrical, you can turn any light source into a battery-powered light source, up to and including these huge floodlights that light a lot of real estate. I use these when clearing large buildings that I need to continue working through during the nights. And the trunk of this thing is literally just a disassembled vehicle. So this is one of the lowest priority vehicles in the lot here. So in that case, no wonder I never did any of these tow jobs home. I'm gonna go ahead and do the mail van. I'm gonna do the mail van, and I'm gonna top it up with anything. Hang on, the seat's occupied. What's going on? Oh, furniture, more furniture. Leering so much. Cast Lear. He was ineffective. I have one of those shirts. I have a Quality Leering Center shirt. Problem is, Sandman sent me a small when I ordered an extra large, so I can't really wear it. It would be very, very silly looking if I wore it. take those out, I can put the pinball machine in there. Beautiful. This van is now a loot van. So when I said that we're done with the loot vans, I lied. That's alright. So we're going to tow the step van home with the race car. Then we're going to come back here with heavy combat and one of my ammo vans. Most likely SWAT. Yeah, that makes sense. SWAT is probably more than enough to handle most buildings. I will want to replenish my 45 ACP. Because the heavy combat truck does not have too much in the way of 45 ACP. Like 4 boxes tops. And I go through that stuff quick. That's what I shoot from the long gun. Yeah, most likely. I am interested in doing Spiffo HQ, and this is a good break. Good break from base logistics to drop this thing off. Sorry, I probably got lost in the sauce when I was talking about heavy combat truck. What I'm talking about is the truck of mine that has all the guns and ammo in it, so that I can actually get that and go do some heavy combat. Taking a little shortcut here. It's not the best shortcut for towing, but it works. I'm going to be real with you guys. I'm pleasantly surprised that I'm not getting any frame rate drops here. Yeah, that's the same problem that my buddy had. When I first got this game, it was because my buddy Gethsemane bought it in like a 4-pack, I think it was. And he sent me and like several other homies in our group. He sent copies to all of us, and I think CA dropped within the first day. Can't blame him. He can barely handle 7 days to die. If you look at any of my old videos on this channel, some of them are making fun of him for it. Pinaka was able to stick around. Pinaka learned this game faster than I ever did. It's regrettable that it didn't really click with him. I think he didn't like the leveling system, the way the skills... He didn't like the gradual improvement. He wanted more dramatic improvement with like weapon skills and stuff like that. So he couldn't really get into that for the long term. But the rest of the game he picked up way faster than I did. Clear out the driver's seat and I can actually drive this thing. Drive it on in, we'll put some furniture down. I actually have some couches in this thing. Did I never replace the battery? One of many reasons I have spare batteries right here on the floor. It might need gas too. Stick a battery in the bad boy and see if it needs gas. That it does. It doesn't need to go far. Just a 2-liter to get it inside, get it emptied, and put it back in the lineup out here. I'm pretty sure the engine quality is not good at all. 72, it's in the middle. Average for my lot. Pretty damn good for an average step van. Most step vans on the map are absolute dog shit. Absolute garbage. Absolute cabbage. Let's we got that charging. That'll be done charging in a few hours probably. Have a quick bite of salad. I don't know. If we had Factorio in this game, I'd be all for it. I'd be all for it. I'm pretty sure I own Factorio, but I've never played it. It's one of those ones that I might try someday. List here under the Fs. Oh, it's not in there. Okay. Satisfactory, that was the name. Satisfactory is the one that I actually picked up. I just haven't installed it because I'm terrified that I'll like it too much. Yeah. I'm a weird guy. I have to be worried about things that I like too much, otherwise I get another Zomboid situation. And the Zomboid situation is quite insane, to say the least. I'm just gonna park it on a facing so that I can empty the furniture out of it later. Alright, so our return trip to go back out in the fields shall consist of the fire truck towing the SWAT van. The fire truck has everything I need to fight very sustained, prolonged fights. The only thing it's missing is another carton of 45 ACP. So we're going to take one of those out of Ironworks here. That is the last one in Ironworks. I might need to do some rotation later. And SWAT van is full of loose everything. And replacement guns and whatnot. Basically, the combat truck here, the one that I'm standing in front of, plus the SWAT van. By their powers combined, there's nothing I can't conquer. I used to think that I would need to take some of these extra ammo vans over here. These ammo vans, these 8 of these have the contents of pretty much every gun store on the map in terms of ammo. I have never truly needed them that much. As long as I have the SWAT van and the heavy combat truck and I keep them well stockpiled, I usually never need them. One at most. I've never truly emptied one of those stockpile vans. Now we have food, but it's not going to last us too long. So if we're going out in the field, and that means I'm going to fire up the generator at the cozy box, that means let's just take this kale and eggs with us. It's fine. Very easy way I can make more salads as they come up. Cozy box is already loaded up with additives for the salads. Now, this is where the 42.19 towing problems actually get annoying. Before 42.19, I would be able to just pick the truck up here like this and put the front of the truck right over here next to the SWAT van at an angle like this and then hook it up. I think this angle is way too bad. Hang on. Nope, can't hook it up at this angle. It's got to be a real straight angle now. No more of that gay kind of corner shit. We do straight angles only in this game now. No more no more crooked angles. And they said they fixed towing. Ah, man, I don't trust them. I genuinely don't. I think they're gonna fuck up way more than they're gonna fix. But what can I say? What are the color light bulbs for? Colored lights. Pretty much. I mean, the non-colored light bulbs are for everything else, but the colored light bulbs are for color coding my my lamps as I see fit. This should be a relatively smooth ride. The tires of the fire truck are actually... maybe not. I mean, we'll make it to third. We're creeping. We're creeping up to 30. This is the threshold you have to clear if you want to be able to tow something forward. You need to make sure that you get to second gear and that you're not losing speed as you approach 30 miles an hour. If you clear that threshold, you'll be fine, eventually. So you see we're past 30 now. We're going faster than we would be if we were going backwards. We're going to hit third gear and we're going to be able to go faster. That would not be the case if we were losing speed after getting into second gear. That's what happens to the vast majority of tow combos in this game. If you try to go forward, you get towards 30 miles an hour and you just start losing speed. Because, fuck you, that's why. I wish I could give you a better reason. No, I can't. Towing in this game, ever since 42 came out, it has been needlessly difficult. People came out with mods to fix it pretty much right away. But that's what we get for running everything vanilla here. The annoying things must remain annoying. I have been at this base building operation for about 7 hours now. I think that means it's a good time for a change of pace, but I'm also going to have to change the title of the stream. So when we get settled in here and get started on our clearing of Spiffo Tower, I am going to change the stream title to indicate that we are working on Spiffo Tower. I would have gotten out and killed those dudes that I saw down there, but no, that's all right. If I lose speed now, it'll take a long time to build it up again. Alright, so one of my previously mothballed bases, the Cozy Box, is getting lit up once more. Generator is left in a good situation for the most part, except I forgot to get it. Okay. Is there a generator bag on the roof? There is not. Should put together a generator bag real quick. Should be a few spare electrical parts here. Duffel bag full of literally nothing but amplifiers. Because why wouldn't there be? We're running a very tight ship when it comes to space in here. Electrical parts. Got a few of them. And I needed a gas can. But of course I don't have one. Why would I leave one here? I'm a doofus. Think any of these guys are actually going to have a gas can in them. No. And that's okay. I will just siphon a 2-liter out of SWAT and get the current meta event to the top left. Meta event in this direction. So zombies in the area, if they heard that, will be approaching from the right. We'll see if anybody shows up. There could always be somebody hiding in a hole back there somewhere. But yeah, I usually like to have a gas can next to my generators. But, oops. One of many reasons I always carry around a plastic bottle. Very lightweight, easy to transfer 2 liters of gas. Perishables into the fridge. That will be the 4th time I've been asked that just today. Whether I'm going to start over, or rather whether I start over a regular or do modded. Probably starting over vanilla as soon as it comes out, and then we're going to make the decision as to whether we stick with that run, or maybe I put Zomboid on the shelf. Let me put it in very simple terms. If I fire up this game for 42.20, create a new character, and start looking at the agriculture tables, and I realize they still haven't fixed tobacco, that might break me. That might break me, guys. Tobacco has been broken for all of B42. I reported it broken in May 5th, 2025. And to this day, I patiently await their reply. I don't know, guys. I don't know. Agriculture, it's not just tobacco, right? Agriculture in general, they just stopped. They put it in there for B42. They fucked everything up for B41. We got growing seasons now. We got to wait for the right season. So they fucked everything from B41 up. They stopped working on agriculture completely. They have not touched it for almost a dozen builds, I think. And the last change that they made was the most baffling thing I've ever seen, where they made it so that you have to harvest fall crops in January. Harvest in January. If that shit doesn't get sorted out, when they come out with stable, 42 stable, I'm probably putting Zomboid on the shelf. I don't think I can handle another year of broken-ass growing seasons. I don't know if I can handle that. Now, maybe the changes to the map will be so amazing that I just have to go explore it. I don't know. Like I said, I can't really make that decision until it comes out. And so I won't. Just short answer is TBA. TBA, we'll find out. Perishables are in the fridge. Food we still have on us. Now, we're going to get tired within the next hour. So we can't exactly get started pulling zombies right now. But what I can do is set up some floodlights. If I set up some floodlights, then we can get started in the middle of the night, and we don't have to worry about not being able to see things. So, floodlights times 1 in my backpack, times 2 in my hand here. And we'll take heavy combat up to Spiffo HQ, and we'll deploy the floodlights near the staircases. And take a look at what's going on there. So I very rarely... I don't know if you guys saw that. That was a glitched ragdoll. I am now considering turning ragdolls off again. We'll see. It's another thing I'd really love to have fixed for stable. Is maybe somebody could test whether ragdolls are actually functioning as intended in a place like Louisville, where if the zombies jump off of 2 stories or higher, sometimes they turn into Homelander and start flying through the sky randomly. And if you bump into them, it's such a forceful collision that the game crashes. I'm not joking about any of that, by the way. That's just literally what happens right now. So like I was saying before with building spawns, this building has already spawned in its first 2 floors. So as soon as we crest the staircase up to the 2nd floor, the 3rd floor spawns in. So what we're doing now is we're just preparing to fight in this area, because the moment we spawn in the upper floor, they'll start coming down the stairs. And we need to ID all the staircases, like this one here. So we have multiple staircases in this building. Very important thing to be aware of. Very important thing to be aware of. What the fuck indeed. What the fuck indeed. But yeah, this is where battery-powered floodlights come in extremely important. I want to put 1 there and... You know what? As preparation for handling this area, let's put floodlights inside, and then... We don't need to put them outside, because outside, we can just have the headlight for the truck. So I'll put the 2nd set... right about here-ish, so that we have good lighting indoors. And then what we're going to do, so that we can monitor both of these staircases at once, we are going to go get the sledgehammer out of the truck, and we're going to bust out a few walls. We are level 4, or sorry, we're level 2 long blunt, so we can manage to do 4 sledgings in a row without accruing muscle strain that makes us combat ineffective. So I do just have to, I'm just going to drop the sledgehammer for a minute. We'll come back to the rest of those walls after the muscle strain goes away. So let it never be assumed that just because I am 1 year and 11 months and 1 day and 11 hours into the game, do not assume that that means I'm immune to muscle strain. The moment I pull out the sledgehammer, suddenly muscle strain hits, and it's actually very significant. If we get to red muscle strain, if it says minor muscle strain, if that becomes regular muscle strain, it does not matter that we are level 10 strength and level 10 long blade. Suddenly it takes 3 hits to kill them with a fucking sword, as opposed to almost every single one of them getting 1 shot. So, very important things to be aware of. Just gonna look around for local loot for a moment. I am an avid collector of fountain cups. I haven't needed to be for a very long time, but I still do it force of habit. They're rarer than they have any right being. Let's also identify any other potential staircases in this building. I don't expect to see too many, but yeah, let's identify them. So, not a staircase, but another point of ingress from behind. Now, these frame drops that we're seeing, perfectly normal for fucking around in this side of Louisville. The moment you start fucking around this side of Louisville, expect the frame drops to start showing up. You can get rid of them by closing and reopening the game. That's actually something we're going to do before we get started. I will close and reopen the game, and that will these occasional little pauses that you see happening, they will all go away when I do that. Okay, so what do we do about these points of ingress that I don't want to have to deal with while I'm killing a lot of zombies coming downstairs at me? We actually have a solution, and it's a pretty powerful one. It's called fences, low fences. I'm going to pick up a few steel sheets that I see on the floor. Then we're going to go get some low fences from the office building across the street. And when I say low fences, what I really mean are office divider panels. Okay. Pause, please. Come on. Alright, so the frame rate problem just accelerated to infinity. We're just going to close and reopen the game. This happens sometimes. Usually closing and reopening the game will fix all that nonsense. Come on. Better not be dumping the save. Hang on. No, it's not dumping the save. So, because it's not dumping the save, I'm just going to kill the game. I don't have time for this. Close and reopen. We can also stop playing the game's music in a separate player now, because the music comes back. Basically, if you play the game for too long without getting surrounded by zombies, the music stops playing. It's been like that for most of B42 after 42.6 or 7 or something like that. One of the early builds started breaking it, and well, nobody ever really noticed that, apparently. We have a really big save file. It's only natural that it takes a while to load. And we're back. Frame rate drops are all gone. So where were we? We were getting divider panels. We shouldn't need too many. Probably these weigh about 3 each. Now what we're going to do with them is we're going to block doorways. Currently, and this is definitely not functioning as intended. If you block a doorway with one of these, zombies are unable to get through at all, ever. It just becomes unmovable territory for them. They don't seem to attack these things. And I can almost guarantee you that's not functioning as intended. The devs, as soon as they become aware of it, they will nerf the ever-living hell out of it. And the simple fact that we've been exploiting this probably means the devs are going to nerf it with a vengeance. They're probably going to make it eventually so that these break the first time a zombie falls over them. But, for the moment, you notice how the room suddenly went dark? That's because this is now a non-attackable surface equal to a door, except it's, the zombies can't get through it. I couldn't even get through it if I, just by attacking it. So this door is just basically blocked now. Now, let's just say that it was the case that, this didn't completely block the door. I would still do this because we can now hear if a zombie flips over one of these things from a very far distance. So even if it didn't fully block the doorway, if they could get through this, I would still hear them going past it. So it would be an early warning system by sound as opposed to just straight up blocking them. But because it straight up blocks them, we don't have to worry about people coming from unusual angles here. That is prurient to my interests. As far as I can tell, by doing this last one here, this third one, they now must, they have to go either from this direction here, or from this direction up here. Or from behind, of course, which, if they flip through one of these windows, I will hear them flip through one of these windows. So most of our angles of approach are covered now. It is 22:50. It is just about bedtime. I'm going to sledge these last couple bits of wall. We're going to go sleep. I'm going to come back here, and we're going to get started over the night. See what the third floor has to offer us. No need to drain the batteries of these things if we're stepping away to sleep. We'll shut these off. We'll go sleep. Come back, turn them back on, and get to killing. I will probably be using the shotgun for this, because it is I expect to see lots of zombies. I don't know what I'm going to see. I've never done Spiffo HQ before. I do recall seeing lots and lots of zombies on the ground floor, and I assume the ground floor is a preview of upper floors, so I'm making some educated guesses that we're going to be dealing with a lot of zombies. But I have been wrong relatively recently on my estimations of buildings being full of zombies that seem like they should be. Louisville Airport, in just the previous stream, last stream in this character's journey, linked in the description below, the top link. We rolled up to Louisville Airport, ready to fight a war, and the main terminal had very few people in it. I was relatively shocked at how few zombies there were, but that's all right, I suppose. Not too mad about it. Oh yeah, my parking lot here uses the sodium-colored lights, so it's a little bit of a different aesthetic. Regrettably, these light bulbs are a little bit harder to source. So if I were to try to use these light bulbs for my entire parking lot back at Jericho, that would be a non-starter. There would be way too many light bulbs burning out. I would go through my whole supply, and we would never have these colored lights again. So it's something I can only really afford to do at a field base, as it were. So we now go to sleep here. And let's go see what Spiffos has for us. Now that we are definitively exiting base building, must update my stream title. Because my stream title currently is all talking about chill base building in Louisville. So it is now hitting Spiffo HQ in Louisville. And that earns some exclamation marks. Okay. We're going to save that. We're also going to... Are we going to update the date? Yeah, you know what? It's May 30th. Why not? May 30th, 1995. It is now day 691. Nice +1. I don't usually do this. I don't usually update the stream title in the middle of the stream. But today, since I'm actually seriously shifting gears from what I advertised, let's make sure we don't do none of that false advertisement shit here. Oh, sorry. Right, so we're going to do a mixture of long gun and shotgun. I'm going to open with the I'm going to open with the shotgun. Trapper carbine's going in my backpack. Because the shotgun is basically preparing for the worst. Hoping for the best and whatnot. Now, the shotgun is at half integrity. I'm going to go... What am I going to do? I'm going to replace it. The shotgun's at half integrity. That means it's going to jam a little bit more than it should. Let me put it that way. So I'm gonna rack the ammo out of it. We're going to take the attachments off of it. God, that sound is so cringe. That is the sound of a very rare light bulb going away. Okay, not so rare, but annoyingly rare. I hate it. I don't like it. SWAT van has backup shotguns in it. Fresh, never before repaired. Just got to put my upgrades back onto it. Attach it back to the back. Shells back in. We now have a shotgun that is completely undamaged. That does not mean that it's not going to jam, but it does mean it will jam statistically way less often. We're also going to open 6 boxes of shotgun shells from the trunk. So we are equipped to fight one hell of a war here. And we'll just have to see whether we are actually equipped enough. And just in case we're not, let's say that this turns out to be a much bigger fight than I anticipate. I've got coffee in my backpack now. I've taken some out of the truck. I've got coffee. Coffee will make me, basically it's equal to sleep. So I don't have to worry about getting fatigued again. Just for the hell of it. 2 spare magazines for the 9mm. So after floor 2, it spawns 1 floor at a time after that. Yes, now, it doesn't have to be 1 floor at a time. I could go up the stairs, and I could rush up 2 flights of stairs, and instantly spawn in 2 floors. But that's not how I roll usually. Usually, I will take it very, very carefully, strategically, floor by floor. So let me replace this light bulb here. And we're going to head back to Spiffo HQ and see what's up. Shotgun in hand, plus 201 shells to reload with. Now, I'm also going to turn ragdolls off. Where am I? So, because ragdolls get really weird in Louisville, this use physics hit reactions, I'm unchecking it when dealing with high-story buildings in Louisville. That makes your game more stable right now. But that's only a problem in, like, deep in Louisville, like where we are right now. Even like on the outskirts of the city, you don't notice problems with that anywhere near as much. So I'm going to shut the truck off, but I'm going to leave the lights on, pointing towards these doorways. So this is my second fallback position. My first fallback position is, well, actually, yeah, that's outdoors is my fallback position. So basically what happens if I feel overwhelmed by trying to shoot both right and left here, then I fall back outside, and all targets from Spiffo should be coming from this direction at that point. So, but how many targets? Who knows? We're going to go by sound for this. I'm going to show you guys something really important about one of the reasons that I've survived for so long. This is my OBS audio mixer. On the left is my microphone. On the right is desktop audio. You may notice that there are 5 bars. That is because we play in surround sound. Regrettably, the only way that you can watch it in surround sound, YouTube refuses to push surround sound to anything except the YouTube TV app. So if you happen to have a home theater at home in your living room, and it's a smart TV with a YouTube TV app, you can probably watch my streams in surround sound from there, and actually hear surround sound. There's a reason I glaze surround sound a lot, and it will hopefully become clear when we start this operation. I can physically hear when there's zombies behind me. These speakers behind me, behind my head here. It's the surround left, surround right from a surround sound setup. I can physically hear when they're behind me. I will credit this as probably about 20% of the reason that I'm still alive right now. The rest of those reasons are down to just skill issues and whatnot. But here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put this on screen slightly invisible so we can still see it. There we go. And upstairs we go. Now, what I want you guys to focus on is how many of those little when you start hearing the zombies up here. See that? You see the way it peaks from every speaker? That is the sound of 1,000 terrible things. They're not yet heading this way, but they will be soon. So what I've done is I've spawned in the floor directly above me. There's somebody right at the top of the stairs. See, I got a red crosshair. There's a zombie right at the top of the stairs. So, here goes nothing. Actually, hold on. Before we start, I'm armoring up. Oh, hello. Where the fuck did he come from? I don't know. I don't know where he's going either. But he's my first victim. I'm going to kill him quiet like. Okay. Now, like I said, before we fire the opening shot, one thing that I should have done that I forgot to do. I'm putting my armor on. I've got heavy armor on my passenger seat, consisting of fingerless gloves, bone choker, coat of plates. I am also taking the respirator, so that when corpses get everywhere, I will not get sick. Or I will be able to deal with the ability of getting sick. I won't have to get too sick. Replacing the filters in the respirator. They were actually empty. So we got that sorted out. All right. Hello. Okay. Opening shot fired. I didn't realize that too many would be downstairs already. I don't think I can handle this from two different directions like this. I don't see this happening. It's reducing the amount of time I can spend checking over my shoulder. I don't like it very much. I think we've also got a problem of railings upstairs. Sometimes there's railings and the zombies don't know how to jump over them properly. And they actually get stuck trying to jump down, but failing. If there is a railing problem, then breaking line of sight is one way to solve it. So, okay, how would I know if there's a railing problem? It's sometimes really hard to tell. Basically what it would mean is that there's zombies upstairs who are trying to come down, but they're just walking in place in front of a railing. That the AI should be making them just jump right over it. But for some reason, it just doesn't always function right. Not quite as many as I thought, but also, like I said, I don't know if there's a bottleneck. The fact that they keep showing up in waves like this tells me there might be a bottleneck. How often do I stream? Streaming schedule's in the description. Usually Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Wednesdays I can usually make out. Now this week, I'm probably going to be streaming all week. It depends on... I'll probably take Tuesday off, and then Wednesday, of course, that's when the patch comes out. I will probably be taking off work for Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, so that I can stream uninterrupted. Okay, that's nowhere near as bad as I thought it would be. And I don't hear any more zombie sounds. That doesn't mean they're not there, but... yeah. Now, that was just one floor, of course. I have no idea how many stories this building is. It's definitely in the double digits. All right, you know what I'm going to do? Because it doesn't seem like there's too many left. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and go sleep, catch my second sleep for the night. We're a little bit late for that, but it's fine to go ahead and catch it now. I'm going to come back and resume after we've caught our second sleep, so that our sleep schedule does not have to be marred by coffee. Coffee can actually make it a little unpredictable. So I'm going to take my armor off because the armor will make it difficult to sleep. That's why I don't wear it all the time. That and it's very heavy. This is one of the many reasons that I just have a base. I call it the Cozy Box. Custom base just built right around the corner from all these Louisville skyscrapers. We've cleared one of them, and now we are working on a second. We have got one full salad left and one... I'm going to eat the half salad now. And I'm going to name these. Usually I don't even bother naming these, but this is salad A. That way I know to eat this one first, because I made this salad like a day and a half ago. So it's going to go bad. It hasn't been refrigerated. It's going to go bad if I don't eat it first. These two salads, because I'm making them now, they will last longer. This should hopefully keep us going for quite a bit as we go up the tower. And I will continue carrying the coffee with me. We also have plenty of vegetable oil and other additives here, as any of my respectable field bases go. We make sure to store fattening agents like that, so that we are in weight gain right now and we remain in weight gain. We're actually not in rapid weight gain. That's a skill issue. I'm going to eat this box of cereal. That'll fix that. My carbs probably fell back into deficit by as much as 100. So I should probably be in a surplus of at least 400 carbs now. That's going to keep me in rapid weight gain for at least today. One way that I could get around that is if I make some bread. I might make some bread tomorrow. We'll see. For now, I think we're good for today. We should stay in rapid weight gain. What I do with weight is I cycle between weight loss and weight gain. We are currently in a weight gain phase. I need to be gaining weight until I get back up to 85 kilo, and then I can stop gaining weight and go back into a weight loss phase. Weight loss phases, of course, are much easier because I don't have to think about what I eat. I just need to think about making the hunger shut up. So that's much easier, but that's the way I play the game. Having a nutritionist just constantly try to equivocate your weight is it's a lot of work. That's a lot of work. I got funner things to do. So I'm putting the armor back on here. And off we go. Empty respirator filters can get put away for later. Okay, so it's a thing. I've never tried it personally. I looked at it and I considered it and I gave up. I did not want to go forward with it. And that might just be because I decided that I didn't want to deal with relearning the system that I already know. One of the things about fast metabolism means you lose weight faster. Right now, it feels like I'm benefiting by not losing weight as quickly. So it feels like losing weight faster is actually making my life harder. Or at least it would, theoretically. Because when I put on some pounds, and then I take a break from weight gain and go into weight loss, the slowness with which I lose weight, that feels like it's actually helping me. I think I got this. This is the gamble. This is a gamble. I don't know if I'll get this. I'm usually pretty good with my timings, but no. That's fine. Usually good with my timings. I fucked that one up, though. It's been a while since I've challenged that. Oh, she's a fast shambler. That was never gonna happen. I thought they were all slow shamblers in there. Alright, so nothing's changed. I still need to sharpen the sword. Just fall back a little further and try that again. By the way, the hotkey is R. Reload your sword, hit R. Check every once in a while, see if it needs to be sharpened. Alright, so I predict that there's quite a few on the third floor, actually the second floor now. Even though we dealt with the second floor a long time ago, there's probably plenty of them stuck on the second floor now. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take the shotgun off of my back because it's really weighing me down. I can't. I need to get this cubicle out of here. I'm just going to drop the cubicle. Drop the cubicle, then I can probably take the shotgun off my back, put it in my backpack. Then I will no longer be at stage 2 encumbrance. If you're at stage 2 encumbrance, it doesn't matter what your armor is. Almost all of your armor is going to get negated by the advantage that zombies have if they ever touch you while you are at stage 2 or above encumbrance. So always pay very close attention to your encumbrance levels, and just keep in mind that encumbrance makes you so vulnerable that armor is almost completely negated if you're just too heavy, if you're too overloaded. So it's a balancing act. Stage 1, which is just weighed down, at this phase, my armor is still pretty good. Not that I ever want to challenge it. Armor is a fallback. The most important thing always is to never let zombies get anywhere near you. Then you don't need armor. But armor, of course, it's there if we need it as a fallback. So this is what I was talking about when I said this zombie right here, for example. She probably got stuck there last night and never escaped. Because what she was doing is this. Zombies, every once in a while, they see these railings, and the AI is probably supposed to make them jump over. But they don't. They just keep doing this. Indefinitely sometimes. And for buildings like this, where there's a lot of these little overlook railings, that can actually make it a very tedious process to clear the whole thing. So I have no idea what the upper floors look like, but we're going to find out. Now remember, the moment I go up these stairs, that's floor number 4 that spawns in. So what I'm going to do before we do that is we're going to go up the other stairs here, and we're going to see what is left up there. I aim at the top of the stairs. I don't see a red crosshair. I know that I won't get jumped the moment I get to the top. I hear somebody to my left, possibly upstairs, possibly around this corner. bathroom doors here are all busted down. We've got a meeting room there, but I have to go... What is this shit? I have to go past the bathroom to get to the meeting room? What kind of, okay, yeah. I guess it's a great meeting when you can hear the sound of toilets flushing. Or is that... Okay, hang on. These aren't bathrooms. The fuck are these? What the actual literal fuck is this? I would look closer if I didn't hear zombies to my right. And I have no idea if they're on the current floor or above us. Remember, we're still just on the second floor, and the spawn-in was on the third. I'm pretty sure these places are engineered specifically to make them dangerous. This corner right here. Fuck all that noise. I hate the corners in this game. Oh, okay, so Crypt Ghoulish, be advised on traits when it comes to hunger. Hunger is completely disconnected from nutrition. If you eat nothing but a radish, and you're a light eater, maybe the hunger will go away. You'll still lose weight. So it's... All that means is that you're more easily satisfied, which is not necessarily a good thing. I would go as far as to say that the weight, or the trait that makes you want to eat less is probably even worse for your nutrition, because a lot of people undereat in this game. They peek at you face when they see their weight going down. Security here. Electrical skill can get steel sheets from these things. I'm not that desperate for steel sheets, but if I was... Okay, I feel a little bit better about the second floor. I guess this is this must be the experimental whatchamacallit, the experimental kitchen up here, where they got their little microscopes. They test their new sauces, their new at microdosing cocaine in the Spiffo sauce, that kind of shit. I ain't no tinfoil hat conspiracy theorist, but you bet your sweet ass that there are some kind of addictive chemicals in modern fast food that just have not been added to the scheduled substance list yet. And they probably never will be. Republican, Democrat, doesn't fucking matter. Anybody wants their job numbers up, threaten fast food, and the job numbers annihilated. They'll never come back. Okay, so... Which staircase to go up? Huh. Which staircase to go up? Do I have my coin? I'll do a coin toss. Heads, the one right in front of us. Tails, the one on the other side. Where's my coin? Here it is. So heads is the little bird. Tails is the not bird. Damn it. One more time here. That is the not bird, so that is tails. We are going around to the other side. Like I said, I've never been here before, so one side could be a lot easier to deal with than the other. There's only one way to find out, isn't there? I don't even think we need these lights down here anymore. When the time comes to go upstairs, I can bring these with me. Well, actually, okay, the time is now to come upstairs. So what I'm going to do is bring one of them upstairs so that I don't have to use my regular flashlight. So I'm going to assume, generally speaking, that the moment we go up those stairs, we're going to want to come back down here and fight them down here. Because at the very least, if I stand with my back facing this direction, nobody's going to come up behind me. I just have to worry about my front. These windows here, this is a second floor window, ain't nobody breaking into that. Alright, here goes nothing, folks. Upstairs we go. Immediate is clear. Okay, so one thing I've immediately learned here is that the upper floor seems to be connected. Okay, here we go. I'm going to do a thing. I see that there's, like, we go upstairs, we turn right. So this floor is connected to the rest of the upper floor. That means there's not two separate staircases, or at least there's no need to be. Maybe there are, maybe there aren't. Doesn't matter. I'm just going to go ahead and announce my presence with a shotgun blast. Yeah, alright. Usually if I'm going to use the shotgun, I prefer more than one. Now we hear the sound of them breaking into shit. That's very dangerous. That's very dangerous. You fall below 60, I think you're extremely underweight. You're losing a lot of melee damage there. That's right. Group up for me. That's right. You can kill as many as 9 zombies with one shotgun blast. The chances of that are almost astronomical. But 4 or 5 kills, they can regularly happen if there's enough targets to actually hit. There are technically 9 pieces of buckshot that count as separate and discrete entities when getting calculated here. So the theoretical maximum is a... What is 9? What is 9 in Latin? Is that a non-to-kill? I know that 8 is an octo-kill. So usually I'll try to use the revolver for single target and the shotgun when I see at least 2. Okay, that's not bad. Shouldn't have said nothing, right? Now let's talk more about Moodles. Right now I've got Bad Stench times 2, I've got Overloaded times 2, and, what's it called? Discomfort times 2. The Overloaded is conditional. If I have the shotgun in my hands, then I'm stage 1. Shotgun on my back, I'm stage 2. That one makes me more vulnerable, but uncomfortable doesn't do too much to me while I'm standing still. I would have to be more uncomfortable than this to start getting stressed. But also, stress goes away as you kill zombies. So, at no point would I ever worry about stress from discomfort at this stage. Now, if I was trying to run around a lot and I was this uncomfortable, my stamina regeneration would be noticeably affected. Like all the running around I did my base earlier in the stream. All that running around, if I was just a little bit uncomfortable, you probably would have seen my character get winded at some point. But you'll notice that she never once got winded for pretty much the entire first 7 hours of this stream. And that's because she was very comfortable and never overloaded except for when we were moving stuff from A to B without running. So maintaining that balance is a critical component here. If I was intending on doing melee combat, which involves a lot of running around, I would not have the shotgun on my back. It would be in my backpack. And then I would not be anywhere near as over-encumbered from it. I'm going to eat salad A here, a bite of it. And then I'm going to put on the respirator mask because it is very smelly here. Lots of corpses. Corpses smell bad. Respirator going on. Now the respirator is going to kick my discomfort to the maximum. If I wear this thing long enough, the respirator, it completely inoculates me from the corpse smell, but the discomfort will build up to the point where I almost stop regenerating stamina at all. As long as I keep standing still, I'm not going to have any problems with that. But then it literally is going to become a problem if I start running around a little too much. I really have no way of knowing if there's somebody just right around the corner up there. What I'm going to do is put the shotgun away for the moment. Screen one more time. No targets. Wait a minute. There it is. Yeah. I knew I heard something. I know I hear breathing still, but I can't tell if it's getting any closer. There it is. That was downstairs, I think. Yep, look at that. I think I can nail him from up here. Yep, got him. You can shoot down from elevated positions. I have tried to set up situations like that in the past. It hasn't worked out well for me. I don't know if you can really set up a good advantage for yourself, like if you build a custom fighting position and have it be on the second floor. Maybe you can make it work. I have not put too much effort into it. It might be possible. I usually like to keep things mobile, so I have not tried very hard. Okay, looks clear. Stand by just a moment. So my procedure when clearing going up the stairs again here is I'm going to go upstairs. I've already confirmed that there's like a narrow doorway to the right. And it looked a little bit like there's less stuff to the left up there. So goal is to go up the stairs quickly to the left, and I'm going to sneak. So if there is a zombie up there, I mean, lowered chance of them noticing me. I am hardly the sneakiest person, but that sounded really close to my right. Crosshair. Crosshair, there's somebody right up there. Or are they behind? Hang on. Are they coming up from downstairs? You can shoot through stairs, so I had to verify that. I don't see them. They might be stuck on something up there. Let me try that one more time. There you are. There you are. I want to kill this one quietly, because I want to get up there sometime today. So if I kill her with the quietest weapon I got, it takes a few hits, because I'm not very short bladey. Okay. We're clear up there. Sneak up with Shetty in hand. Woohoo! This is why we sneak, boys. This is why we sneak. He had no idea I was there until I passed him. And like I said, I turned left because I knew that there was a doorway straight to the right, and doorways fuck everything about them. I don't like doorways in this game. To such an extent that I'm to proceed from here, I'm going to go get the sledgehammer. That's how much I hate doorways right now. I could just go check the other staircase. That's also an option. Yeah, that's also an option. See? Can only see her from a certain angle here until she comes through. Right this way, ma'am. I only felt comfortable doing that because I did realize we got a lot of room out here. A lot of places they could come from, any one of these doors, but lots of room. So this is where the other staircase would come up, so that would have been unnecessary to go all the way around. Okay, similar procedure next. This is a very narrow staircase. Is this the only one? Or, hang on. I think that's the only one. Presentation room here. Yeah, there's no... Okay, so no other flight for this staircase. Okay. Gotcha. So we have narrowed our way down to one. It's in the title, Sammy. 8862. It's in the title. Break room. Always check break rooms for coffee. And coffee additives and cereal. In fact, I might just straight up eat that cereal. Yeah, we're in rapid weight gain, and I want to stay in rapid weight gain. I'm just going to straight up eat this cereal. The whole box of it. Ah, delicious carbs. If only I could grow them more effectively. Carbs are a very sore spot for me when it comes to growing them in your own garden. No worries. It's alright. We are currently on the 3rd floor. And we've spawned in the 4th floor by simply going up here. So we're about to go up to the 4th floor, and in so doing, spawn in the 6th floor. Or the 5th floor, rather, sorry. So floor 4 is next, with the zombies from floor 5 coming down the stairs. Now, what I'm probably going to do... Let me just double check these corners in these rooms here. Clear your corners, rookie. Okay. I don't want any surprises coming at me from this direction. I'm going to go ahead and take the mask off for now. And replace it with the bandana until we get corpsey in this area again. Save my filter duration and won't get too uncomfortable. I'm going to stand right here. This will be my kill zone. We kind of want to stand here, but like, you know, face a little bit in this direction. Because it is theoretically possible that somebody could enter the building from below and come up these stairs on this side and end up coming out this doorway. That is theoretically possible. So we want to shoot down this. This is our shooting range here, but we want to be checking in this direction as we shoot. So give me one moment. I am just going to go down these stairs, check this landing, verify that we didn't leave anybody here in the last op. But yeah, I have genuinely no idea what this is supposed to be. This meeting, these little booths next to the meeting room, where everything is one tile wide. I have no fucking idea what this could be. This is baffling to me. It is genuinely baffling to me. Because in order to go there, you have to go down this hallway. And what is this? There's no throughway here. Why would there be so many booths if nobody can, like, do anything on the other side of it? Like, if this is an observation booth, like, this is Spiffos HQ, and Spiffos is full of shady people. Maybe they would just want to have people come in here and eat food while their scientists observe them. Where the fuck are the scientists going to stand? There's nowhere to stand out here. Whatever purpose this place has been engineered for, it seems poorly designed for it. But that's just me being a armchair critic here. I'm gonna go get my floodlight and move it over here, to the this area, but the 2nd floor. So we go up this staircase, back down this staircase, get my floodlight, bring it over there, so I don't have to keep draining my own flashlight battery. Wait, what? What? We can pick this up? Dude! We got a large wall spiffo. Hell yeah. This is going back to Jericho. Hell yeah. It only weighs 3 encumbrance, too. We can, I don't have room in my backpack right now. I need to get this shotgun back out anyway, so let's put the shotgun on my back, and then we can put that in my backpack. Alright, floodlights. Suppose if I put them here, then I can get it to shine in both directions. I like that. I like that a lot. Okay. Let's have another bite of salad, so we don't get hungry. Shotgun to hand. Topped up. Here goes nothing. We go up these stairs, and the floor above these... Basically, we're on floor 3. We go up here to floor 4. Floor 5 is above us. It spawns in. That's how this works. If anybody watching is new, you didn't catch it earlier. You're... Basically, every time you go to a floor, the floor above you spawns in. It sounds like there's one right up here to the left. But I don't get a red crosshair here, so I'm going to go up there, I'm going to aim left, and hopefully not have to panic shoot. Okay, they're probably up there, so here goes nothing. I'm just going to announce my presence very loudly here. Now, this is going to be a little confusing at first. These windows do give me a red crosshair. I could break them all right now, but why would I do that? I don't have to do that. Every time I shoot the shotgun, I'm announcing my presence to the 220 tiles nearby. There we go. That's what I'm here to say. Now look at that. We did have somebody come from below, and that's why this is such a good position. We can catch them from above or below, pretty much aiming in the same direction. Now I'm getting a little panicked, which means I'm a little too close, so I'm falling back. You can tell there's no more railings holding them up. They're flowing much better than they were before. Now, if ragdolls were enabled, we would see them flipping and flopping all over the place on the stairs. I turned ragdolls off because if they ever fall from three stories or higher, things start getting more unstable. So for whenever I'm in inner city Louisville, I just disable ragdolls at this point. This is definitely, it feels like the pop is higher. Maybe that's just because there's a little bit more real estate on this second floor up here. Or, on the floor above us here. Look at that. We did get one coming from that direction after all. All of my standing on that facing is paid off here. I'm going to switch to the Trapper Carbine real quick, because I am carrying a lot of ammo for it, so I want to use that ammo. Especially now that we've got mostly slow shamblers. If anybody's not familiar with why I love the Trapper Carbine so much, it's a bit of a niche taste, and it's because I have not leveled up reloading yet. Because I have not leveled up reloading, what I'm doing every time I pull out the magazine, shove more bullets into it, put the magazine back in, all 4 of those actions, pull out magazine, shove bullets, put back in, every single one of those actions is a chance at more reloading experience. So by constantly yanking the magazine and topping it up, I am getting more experience than I would be if I just preloaded a bunch of 7-bullet magazines, which is... I tried it once. It's stupid. Don't do that. That's a waste of your goddamn time. Just shove the bullets in as you need to. And don't touch this gun at lower levels unless you want to be wasting a lot of time between shots reloading. You might as well be moving in slow motion when you reload magazines at early levels. I do still hear zombies, so... no idea where, though. Downstairs? There's no verticality, so no matter how good my surround sound is, it'll never help me tell if they're upstairs or downstairs. Most likely upstairs, but I mean, you know, after getting one from the top left up there, I can't take anything for granted. I think this is the point where I'm just going to get rid of these windows. Now I don't have to worry about target conflict. Now there is somebody, it sounds like they think they can get to me. You hear the arr, 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 arr. That's the sound of a zombie that thinks they can get to me, but they seem to be having trouble, because clearly they're not at me yet. Okay, now I'm just hearing there we go. So I keep hearing things to my right. I'm just gonna sweep around this corner really quick. So there's nobody, like, fell off of a ledge and landed down there, for example. I can't rule that out without visually checking. So now I'm gonna go around this corner. I'm actually sick, so I'm gonna quickly fall back. I'm gonna switch to the mask again. If I was smart, I would have done that before I got sick. Half mask respirator. This will get rid of the zombie stench, and I will... the sickness, the queasy moodle here. This is extremely dangerous now. If you let this build up, you will get sick, you'll die. Of course, stage 1 queasy, you're fine, but remove yourself from the build-up when you see that. You should see this moodle and be like, okay, I need to stop what I'm doing, that's getting me sick. If I didn't have respirators, that would mean I'd literally just leave the area. If I didn't have respirators, I would just take a break. But thankfully, the respirators enabled me to keep going. Now, what I can do here is I hear them to my right. They're obviously up there somewhere to the right. If I step, like, into the middle of the stairs, I might be able to nail them sooner than that, right there. I couldn't nail him until he was on the stairs, but now, up here, I might be able to nail them around railings, if they're close enough. I'm sweeping and I'm not getting any red crosshairs, so I don't think there's anybody, like... what it would be somebody, like a zombie, next to this railing here, except upstairs. I would be able to target them if I was on the stairs here. But I'm not, I'm sweeping, I'm not getting any targets, so... then again, whoever it is that's mouth-breathing to my right, they're close. They're close enough to be giving me heart palpitations. Close enough to be giving me halitosis. Close enough to be giving me cirrhosis of the liver. And they don't seem to be responding to sound. I mean, I shot a gunshot, like, right there. And literally nothing. Like the number of districts where Kamala Harris outperformed Joe Biden. Literally nothing. Literally nothing. DNC is coming up, by the way. Please field a real candidate, please. I'm so sick of there not being any real competition. Come on now. Okay, so what? All right, I'm gonna drop the carbine here because I don't see myself needing it again until we have already done another load of shotgun emptying here. So we are back to quiet mode as we go upstairs. No crosshairs once more. Going upstairs, and I'm going to take a hard left. Hopefully won't run into anybody. Okay. Left is clear. Now, maybe what I was hearing sounded like somebody to my right. Maybe if I do the same thing I was just talking about, but on this staircase. I don't know if that would work, because I have not yet gone up this staircase. There may be zombies up there, but if I crest this staircase, I'm spawning in the next floor. If I crest this staircase, it's on for the 6th floor. So, make of that what you will. That's how this works currently. I'm just going to room by room this place before we go any further. This does not seem like an executive office, and yet they still have a safe. That's interesting. What could they be? Perhaps the formula? Part of the formula for the Spiffo juice? What is the Spiffo juice? If you know, you'll never need to ask. If you need to ask, you'll never know. Coffee machine, but nowhere to store coffee. Now we're getting into the cynical corporate world here. A coffee machine with nowhere to store the coffee. Fucking cursed. That right there. That's how you know you've entered. That's how you know you've entered. What's his face? Christian Bale territory. Do you like Huey Lewis in the News? Alright, we're room by room clear up here. So, I can crest these stairs. Hang on. I don't know what's back here. We're going to check what's back here first. Windowless offices at this height are another vector of sus. Okay. You know what? I think I might know where the zombie that we're hearing to my right. See this little bit right here? This is the elevator. We might have an elevator, Zed. It happens. It happens a little more often than you'd think. Alright, so Trapper Carbine is going to come with us upstairs. And then I'm going to drop it again so I'm not over encumbered. The light is also coming with us upstairs. Alright, so we have escaped the smell of the corpses by coming upstairs here. So I can take the respirator off, put the bandana back on, and I think we're locked in for another floor here. This will be the last one we can do in the space of today. We will get tired probably near the end of this one. We've got about 2 hours before we're pretty much guaranteed to be fatigued. So, quick bite to eat. Now, if the fatigue shows up a lot sooner than I want it to, we've been carrying around this coffee for a little while. We've got a coffee on standby for that situation. Now, speaking of situations, this is where we don't have a lot of shooting room for the staircase. So, yeah. Here's what I'm going to do. I don't know or care where they're at upstairs to my right. I assume there's somebody upstairs to my right. I'm just going to crest the staircase and immediately shoot the shotgun and come back down. Now, what I might end up doing is standing right where the light is. That actually feels like the best solution right now. All right. Wake up. Wake up, losers. I would need a crowbar to pick this up, but if I could, I probably would want to, just so that I have another space to stand here. I'm gonna get ahead of the stupid, windows now. Well, at least as much as I can. Have done an ammo check already. We're 78 shotgun. I'm not sure how this staircase works. I was able to shoot his head from here, seeing as he was like on the top stair. I feel like that shouldn't have been physically possible, but I'm here for it. Is America cooked? That's a I have no answer for that. I don't even think the people at the top have answers for that, because I always say this about conspiracy theories. I think they are a comfort blanket for the people who find it truly terrifying that there might actually not be anybody in control of everything. That it only seems like there are because people are actually really good at exploiting crises. Don't even know if that's the case, but that's kind of what it seems like to me. And that's not even to say that there are no conspiracies going on right now. I think there's quite a few. But I think it's a lot more of a case of people trying to turn the wheel of the country. 200,000 hands on the wheel right now. Everybody thinks they can turn it a little bit. I have cleared... Okay, so the loudest gun that I have on me right now, the shotgun, has a sound radius of about 220 tiles, was it? Something like that? There are no zombies that are awake, attractable, within well over 220 tiles from here. We have done a huge number on this area. Spending many a 10 minutes with the light bar running as we bombed the lower floors of nearby buildings. But let's just say that there were just a few zombies nearby who decided to wander in at the sound of this sound. They would be coming up the stairs right here. So literally, we're standing in a place where we could nail them from above or below. We have long since passed the area where there are multiple staircases, thankfully. Multiple staircases on a building like this, they can be a nightmare. Every once in a while you'll run into them, and they always suck. But this is why we are very, very, very thorough with our street clearing, long before we ever go into any of these buildings. Long before we go into any of these buildings. It was not since winter that we were upstairs in one of the nearby buildings. So any zombies that would be outside right now will have had since winter to show themselves. And it is currently May 30th. We're probably going to get sick soon. I'm going to go ahead and put the mask back on. we are also fatigued. That's no problem for our shooting at this range. You'll see a Moodle shake. The Moodle does shake when I shoot. I still, to this day, after 3,600 hours, 2,700 on B42, I still have not fully quantified whether shooting is actually affected by fatigue. The Moodle shake seems to indicate that it would be, but I'm not, I can't quantify it. Whatever the effect is, it's clearly not dramatic enough for me to notice it. So if there is an effect, it can't be that much. Now, I gotta admit, I've never tried at higher levels of fatigue. We're only at stage 1, where drowsy. If we were tired, which is stage 2 fatigue, maybe the effect is more noticeable. I almost never am outside while I'm tired. Usually if I get to stage 2 fatigue, I have long since left anywhere where there will be zombies. Because there's never any point in engaging while you're that tired. It's never worth it. Just go back to cleared territory and sleep. Or drink a coffee. Coffees are 24 fatigue, so you can usually erase even a tier 2 Moodle for a while if you drink a coffee. Let me check my 367, or 357 is, we've got 10 shots of it left. So that's actually great timing. That's great timing. We'll open 2 boxes of 357 once we catch these last couple of dudes who are just really slow rolling it. It's alright. Let's carefully approach here. See if we can aim up the stairs a little bit. Nothing directly up the stairs. Now, I was saying this before, but if I step kind of in the middle of the staircase, I'll be able to nail anybody who's on the railing upstairs. I see nobody on the railing. So I'm going to do one more self-announcement. Just a shot of the shotgun right there on the stairs. That's the last announcement I'm going to make for myself. Otherwise, we are going to just chill here for another 20 minutes or so. By 22:40, I want to fall back and catch some sleep. Now, let's just say I ran out of 357 completely. I brought extra magazines for the 9mm. The 9mm has not had to come out yet. The 9mm is what comes out when something goes horrifically wrong. I run out of shotgun or something. 9mm covers my escape, and I get the fuck out of there. Right now, the shotgun is doing all the heavy lifting, and the 357's here just cleaning things up. Kraken, welcome back. Oh yeah, no, I put the noise monitoring window up a little bit earlier when I was explaining the glory of surround sound. I'm gonna call it at that guy. He's probably not the last one. There's probably gonna be 2 or 3 more that are just really slow rolling it, and that's fine. Alright, see you. Okay, I yapped long enough. I still hear more. What is taking them so long, I wonder? It's a mystery for the ages, isn't it? The glory of shotguns is that if there's somebody on this tile up here and I manage to get a crosshair on them, I can actually hit them from beyond that tile up the stairs. The shotgun's penetration allows for that, but highly niche situation. Hang on, I had a crosshair for a second. Where'd he go? I had a crosshair. You can't fool me. I saw that. There it is. Yeah. There it is. Yeah. I ain't coming up there. Y'all come down here where I can see your ass. Fuck up out of here with this trap shit. You can stay up there or come down here. I will make sure you come down here eventually. I will not be baited. Thank you very much. Saw another crosshair there. I would have loved to have been out of here, but there you are. Alright. That's good for now. I hear an aggro sound. Come on now. You threaten me. I am now officially out of 357. Are you going to make me pull out the 9mm? I will go full Rick O'Connell on your ass. I've got backup weapons plus backup weapons. Now I'm hungry. Okay, that's it. I'm calling it. I want to be able to sleep tonight. Righty then. Mask. Replace with bandana. Respirator back into the backpack. We will deal with ammo after I've caught asleep here. I have no idea how many more floors there are, to be honest. We've done several. I think we were up to 5th floor there, which means the 6th floor was above us, which means the moment we go up to the 6th floor, the 7th floor spawns in, so on and so forth. This is why I have a base right here. I knew that this would, the Bateman office building, which is what I built this place to handle. I knew Bateman would not be the last of the local hellholes. I'm going to take my heavy armor off so that she can sleep comfortably. Oops. Local man raids fast food headquarters. More news at 11. I have to step away briefly IRL. Won't be gone too long. Enjoy the beautiful visuals of the Cozy Box in the meantime. It's a lovely place. Put a lot of effort into it. Trying to min-max things a little bit. Most of the containers are completely full. And I never made room for laundry, so that is a skill issue. From a base design standpoint, I should have made room for a combo washer-dryer somewhere. If I had to rebuild the Cozy Box, I would do a few things differently. But otherwise, I'll be right back, folks, just a moment. I am back. Looks like the chair dropped some knowledge while I was gone. Alrighty. So we have got an hour and a half before we have to sleep a second time here. I'm going to spend a portion of that. We found some loot. I'm going to get some of that loot into the this ambulance here. This ambulance here is our local loot source. It's already got some furniture in it. We're going to add to that. For the smaller stuff, garbage bag. Now, because I know the water caches here are completely 200% full, I can actually just wash up. And what I'm going to do is after I finish washing up, I'm going to go upstairs, and I've got a bunch of buckets upstairs that will have collected a bunch of water. I'll dump those buckets into the sink that I've been drawing water from. Buckets, if anybody's not familiar, they fill up faster than the rain barrels do. So these buckets up here on the roof, most of them have already filled up. What we do is we just turn around and dump them into the buckets, or the rain barrel itself. And we do that for any amount of water that we just used up from washing up. I think we use like 70 water or something, so this should be overfilling it. Alright, that's what I thought. Well, I've got even more water where that came from. When it comes to putting these buckets back down, your character has to move if you're more than one tile away. And they have to be adjacent. You can't do diagonal. So what I'm doing here is adjacent, adjacent, adjacent. Moving up here, adjacent, adjacent, adjacent. Moving over here, adjacent, adjacent, adjacent. Moving over here, adjacent. It's stupid, but it reduces the amount of unnecessary movement that your character will undergo just to get to be to an adjacent tile. I don't understand why they made it that way, but Beaver actually tried to ask Cerulean about this, and he didn't really have much of an answer. I don't think he looked much at the code behind it. I think he just kind of had a discussion with the Brits about it, and I don't think they really ever did much about it. I think they Cerulean, the game director, he definitely alluded to some physical barriers between him and the Brits. Obviously, on another continent, he lives here in the States. The Brits live in Britain, Brit-Bong land. So, of course, there's going to be a little bit of a disconnect between them, no matter how many Teams meetings they have. The other week, I think he said that he was going to visit them, actually. Like, actually go to Britain and visit them. Hopefully that helps them get on the same page for a few things. But after all, it is just a visit and not a going up there and staying up there. Somehow this thing got jammed. Let's fix that. Now, this is the best part about doing office buildings. Doesn't matter that it's foggy. Doesn't matter that it's foggy. We just go back inside, and the interior is not affected by the fog. If I tried to shoot outside in this fog, look at how wide my crosshair is. I couldn't shoot shit in this fog. I could not shoot the slightest of anything in this fog. We call fog no shooty gas around here, because don't try to shoot in it. Don't try to shoot in it. It don't work. I'm going to leave the 45 ACP behind. We're going to do 2 more boxes of shotgun here. That's all we have left in the heavy combat truck. That leaves us with a total of 100. That should be more than enough for the next 2 floors. We're opening 2 boxes of 357. This is the revolver. Top it up because we actually stopped being able to unload it for a second there. I'm going to take another box of 357 in my backpack. And next what I'm going to do is the SWAT van should have a few shotgun boxes. We're going to take all those, put them in the truck. So if we run out of shotgun in the building, we just got to go downstairs into the truck and get more. That's correct. Correct track, and we have no shooty gas in the building. So we've got to make Ray-Ups proud and go inside the building. We got to go inside the building. Inside the Capitol. Alrighty, off we go. So the building we were working on right over here, Spiffo HQ. I'm just gonna drive straight in. I can do that, right? Actually, you see the little thing between the doors? I might not be able to do it for Spiffos. I'm gonna try. No, I can. Okay, so I thought I might not be able to do that, but double doors, generally speaking, you should be able to just drive straight through. It's a very tight drive, but you can do it. And this is just to make it a little easier to get more stuff out of the truck. Meta event top left. If there's anybody who's going to try to come through this building from the outside, from the right side here, I don't see it happening. All right, we're gearing up with our armor now. And I would say we're pretty well geared. You know what? I'm going to open one more box of shotgun here. Yeah, a little over 100 shells feels better to me. Okay, upstairs we go. Now, we must be conscientious of the fact that they may have distributed all over the place here. So I'm going to go upstairs, cut across to the other staircase because that's where the fight is. We have to assume that it's possible some of them came downstairs. Now I hear something directly to my right. I'm gonna be. I think somebody's stuck in this elevator. Actually, I'm not gonna take that for 100% granted, but I think this is where we were hearing somebody to my right that didn't really make sense before. Yeah, see, there's nobody up here to my right. But there is an elevator shaft there that could explain everything, so... This is where we had our light. Got our light back on. The cool thing about these lights, if you put them close enough to stairs, the light translates up the stairs. You can actually see a little bit of it down here. See, the light is promulgating down the stairs. It'll promulgate up as well. That was particularly relevant when I was clearing the military research facility for the first time. Okay, so shooty gas, yes. Okay, so if you shoot out of a building into the no shooty gas, it applies. But it's basically wherever the target is. That's how it works with the no shooty gas. So there's fog outside right now. If there's a zombie outside and we try to shoot at it from the inside, it's as if we were outside and shooting it. But if we were outside in the no shooty gas and we shot a zombie that's inside the building and therefore not inside the no shooty gas, it doesn't matter that there's no shooty gas between us. We can actually nail, like, let's just say that there was a zombie in front of this window here, and we had a MSR-17 with an 8x scope down here. We could shoot through the fog and through the window and nail the bitch, and as if it were a clear sunny day with no bad weather. It all depends on where the target itself is when it comes to weather calculations. And weather is not just fog, it's cloud cover. Cloud cover is like a single-digit percentile effect to your aiming. Cloud cover, wind, any sort of precipitation, It's fucking ridiculous. And none of this is explained anywhere. You just you have to either intuit it or you've got to look at the code, like I did. I got so frustrated with not understanding the aiming system, I decompiled the fucking code, and I looked at it from there. That's the only reason I know half of what I know about aiming. All right, so this floor is where we were at when we woke up the floor above us, right? So the floor above us has already been woken up and come downstairs. We killed them all here. We're going to do the same with the floor above that soon. But first I want to do a room by room of this floor to make sure that we can stand right about here and shoot them as they come down the stairs without having to worry about somebody coming up behind us. Break room. Coffee, give me coffee, give me coffee. Coffee? No. Just rotten notes, huh? Pathetic. Truly the nightmare dystopia. Halloween candy and chess pieces. Always check your local trash bags. Okay, so we've reached the point where desks are a little bit nicer. These red oak desks have drawers, and the drawers in the desks have a shot at glue. Glue is remote bombs. So I always check desk drawers for glue. Sometimes these cabinets too. That one's empty. File cabinets do not have a shot at glue, so those are pointless. CD player. I'm always running a deficit of electrical supplies. And this is the limit of what we need. Oh, look at this. We have a key to Spiffos. So I have no idea if there is going to be like a security door upstairs somewhere. But if there is, we'll hold on to this key. And this will let us through it if there is. Excellent. I had to name it Spiffos HQ because there's plenty of Spiffos out there that I already have the keys to. Alright, so with that in mind, we have now officially cleared anything that could come up behind us if we fought from here, shooting towards this staircase. I'm going to just get this, for the sake of appearances, get this monitor out of the way. I don't think we're going to have any problem shooting around these cabinets. I've never shot from behind cabinets before. Doesn't make for a very good defensive thing if you build it yourself. But since I didn't build these, the zombies won't attack them. So they have to go all the way around before they get to me. So I have plenty of... This basically is just a defensive position right here. I'm going to move the floodlight upstairs. And then we'll get started. All right. I refilled my water, didn't I? Yeah. Got a water dispenser right here. Might as well. Before I forget. Look at that. Hang on. It's the rat, I think. This stupid little fucking thing was giving me a red crosshair. So if you guys ever see me if I see a rat and I just kill it for no stated reason, that's one of the many reasons, is that they give me red crosshairs. And I need to be sweeping for zombies and not be getting red crosshairs. Okay. So the moment we go up these stairs, we spawn in the floor above us. Now, if we were feeling particularly bold, let's just say that we go up these stairs, the floor above us is there, and then there's another staircase right in front of us. We could do multiple floors just by, running up to the next floor above this one, or it's kind of hard to describe. But I think you guys would understand what I'm doing if I just do it. Floor spawned in. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. That sounded way too close. That sounded way too close. So I'm just gonna get them to show up. You know how to get to me. Come on. What's going on here? There you are. Perhaps the stairs are harder for them to navigate than I thought. Okay, maybe not. Yes, okay, so this light right here, this floodlight, when you get to electrical level 4 or 5, I cannot remember which electrical level it is. Higher level electricians can make any light into a battery operated light. So just the same kind of batteries that my flashlight uses can go into a floodlight and provide way more light than any of my flashlights could. So when I'm doing a defensive position like this in an indoor building, yep, we set up some floodlights, battery powered. Doing all right. The fact that the music didn't go back down tells me that there's probably still plenty of them up there that are having a little trouble pathing to the staircase. I appreciate that. I wish I could, like, create a video series, Project Zomboid 101, make it a college course, but no, that, all the information would be outdated at some point. Even if I were to do it for stable, right, for B42 stable, they're still going to do a few patches and balance changes, updates after B42. They're just, stable just means that they're not going to break saves anymore. That's all that really means, in my humble opinion. I think we're still going to be in for balance changes as 42 progresses. Same thing happened with 41 as far as I recall. But we'll see. I am open to being surprised pleasantly for 42 stable. Oh, look at that. The moment I shift position. Now that window break sounded like it could have been far to my left, which doesn't make sense because I'm in the corner of the building here. So that might have been, what we just heard, that last window break, that might have been somebody downstairs breaking in from outside. So I'm just going to reposition back here and fight from back here regardless of how slow they are. Because if somebody did just break in from the outside, then they'll be coming up these stairs. So that's another glorious thing about this position. I really don't want to be using shells on single targets here. Homie asked about 0 to hero. Let me tell you what 0 to hero is. 0 to hero is spending literal hours staring at a screen watching your character do push-ups and sit-ups. No thanks. I did that once to get from strength level 9 to 10. and I don't ever want to do it again. It was so fucking boring. It was the most boring thing I've ever done in any video game. So no, thank you. Technically speaking, if you look at my character build, everything except for strength and fitness, and axe and running. That's how this character started. 10 fitness, 10 fitness, 10 strength, 1 axe, and 1 running. Everything else was 0. So you could almost say that with 2 exceptions, I did a 0 to hero on this character, but I'm sure people are talking about strength when they say 0 to hero. No, never again. Never again. I spent my longest lived character is 783 days, and she did not get more than a third of the way from fitness level 9 to 10. Fitness is even worse than strength, and it is the stupidest stat in any video game I've ever tried to level. So no. None of the 0 to hero shit if we're talking about physical traits. I will never do anything but level 9 or above when it comes to starting with physical stats. I really enjoyed this character's journey. This character's journey, we started with literally just no crafting skills at all. Literally no crafting skills. We were a strong dummy. We're a strong dummy, strong, fast, and +1 to running. Okay, +1 to axe. Everything else on this little menu here, we built up from 0. And I'm very proud of that. We are now sick. We are switching to the mask. I'm actually going to fall back momentarily and have a bite of salad. I saw that guy take a right. Why did he take a right? Why is he going around that? That is so stupid. So I'm going to have somebody come from my right here momentarily, because he's just an idiot. He literally had direct line of sight of me, but he decided to take a right. Alright, dude, come on around then. He would have had to go like this. Suppose while I wait for him, I can put the mask on, or the respirator. Rat race or Spiffo challenge. I've heard rat race. I've heard that before. I'm pretty sure, isn't that just like a 10 years later start or something? I forget all the specific parameters to it. Let me tell you what a 10 years later start is. 10 years later start is just delete most of the stuff on the map for me. It's pretty, and it's interesting, and it makes for a... Okay, look at that. He came back to the left. Fair enough. Mr. Afro guy did not want to go all the way around. I don't know what took him so long. Anyway. Higher intelligence on the zomboids. What does the description say? Whatever the default setting is on zombie intelligence is what we've got it set on. I still hear a lot of mouth breathing upstairs to my right. Somebody slapping a door off to my left. I don't think it's anybody downstairs. I couldn't tell you what's going on to my left that's making that sound. Requires you to visit every spot on the map. I mean, if we look at the map here, how do you define every spot? Because there are corners of towns that I haven't visited. We go to a place like Brandenburg, there's very, very, very few. You know, little joints out here. We go to a place like Ekron, pretty much every stone unturned, except for the houses at the end of Hutchins Drive, for example. Irvington, literally everything substantial overturned, but I'm sure there's a neighborhood I forgot somewhere. Yeah, I didn't go down Ayrton Heights Road. So you got to be really careful when you're saying visited every place, because, I mean, you know, every town we've been to, and we've cleared all the most substantial things from every town. Are you talking about that one house off in the distance over here down this road, for example, Farmhouse Lane? No, I missed that. I missed that farm. Does that mean I got to go all the way over there? Spend 30 minutes IRL driving all the way that way just to explore? No. It all depends on how you define exploring the map. And if you want to be pedantic about it, you can get really pedantic about map exploration. Valley. Okay, so one place that, like a major POI I haven't been to has been the Crossroads Mall. I have not yet done the Crossroads Mall on this character because I did that near the end of my previous character's run. And there's some, of course, Louisville still has a few residential pockets that I haven't located. So it all depends on definitions on that, but we've done a pretty good job on this map, I would say. Every town within the first major month. I do that just as an order of cause. When I'm playing, I usually am... If you look at part 1 and part 2 of this character's journey and just kind of skim through it, you'll see almost every town, with the exception of March Ridge, I think. I never went to March Ridge early game. And of course Louisville. Louisville's an in-game destination for me. Name the character Negan. There you go. I'm going to probably open up the next box of 357. We've been having a lot more one-offs than I expected here. I mean, there's nothing stopping me from letting them just, you know, come down here and then hit this way, sir. I can always just sword them. I just don't want to ever get caught up doing that, and then just a backlog of them up here builds up, and then suddenly I gotta panic switch back to the shotgun. I mean, I'm a frickin' wood chipper with the sword. My swing speed, I could probably handle. I don't want to challenge this. I could probably handle quite a few of these guys with melee alone, but I'm never going to if I don't have to. I would have to be forced to, because that's the more risky option. One of the reasons we've lasted this long is because we don't do the riskier, stupider option. We do the safer option everywhere we possibly can, even when it might be slightly more boring. What, 12 churches and 1 military facility. Okay, yeah, so not even close then. I've only looked at 3 or 4 churches. Yeah, okay. Definitely not my cup of tea. It sounds very arbitrary. Churches are not any sort of strategic resource you're going to find there. A few books, a few I mean, there's plenty of decorations. Plenty of decorations at churches, if you want to decorate your base. But yeah, one of the reasons I like this game so much is because I can find amusement on it with all default settings. Recurrent amusement, emergent amusement. It isn't really contingent on, oh, I've got to be shooting 500,000 zombies, or I've got to be speed running this objective. I tried speed running grocery stores at one point. Now, that was a fun thing because it felt like there was an actual objective to it. The grocery store speed run, I haven't tried that since B41. You just, basically within the first week, you go visit all the major towns, visit all the gigamarts, take as many perishables as you can off of the shelves, shove them into freezers, so that everything is frozen and therefore not degrading in freshness. So that all of the produce, the extreme wide variety of produce that could ever exist, up to and including things like cheese, which you'll never get again after it goes bad, all that gets preserved. And then before the power goes out, you come back around and transfer all the freezers to a centralized location that's got a generator and everything. I don't know if I'd ever actually do that in B42. That tactic was already kind of not overly relevant in B41. I've been waiting for a while for this. Yeah, I mean, honestly, this game presents plenty of challenge, just through trying to visit everywhere. Just to trying to visit the top of Spiffo Tower right now. That's all we're trying to do right now. That's challenge enough for me at the moment.
Hey.
Just a little prod, I guess. Now we're about to run out of food. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to leave this as is. I'm not going to challenge this. I'm not going up the stairs to the next floor or anything. I'm just going to head back down, get some more food. Hang on a second. Yeah, see, I'm out of food. Should have made some more before heading out today. And that's fine. I could probably raid the fridges and find some dude's lunch, but that's a game of numbers. And I'd much prefer to be using up my own perishables at this point. Okay, and we're gonna go for it. We're going out of here. Let's see if we can find who's slapping down here. Sounds like a front door. Might be a front. Yeah, that might be one of the not the front door, but like a. Ah, look at that! Look at that! Look at that! Right to the left. Sorry, man. Spiffos is closed. I actually would have just preferred him to come inside and then come upstairs, and then I could kill him up there. But too late. I take my armor off. We're going to go make some food real quick. Dump the loot that I picked up. Coda plate Spone Choker into the backpack so that she is no longer uncomfortable. So if you're asking about zombie spawns, the way it works is current floor +1. So if I was showing up here for the first time, every zombie that would show up on the first floor and the second floor would all immediately be here when I got here. And then from there on, what you do is you go up to the next floor, and the floor above that one spawns in. Right? So I'm on the first floor right now. All the zombies from the second floor came downstairs. The act of going to the top of the stairs here, now the third floor would exist. And so this is what happened to the third floor zombies. They came down here. I killed their asses as they came down the stairs, and then I went up to the third floor and spawned in the fourth floor, and so on and so forth. That's basically it's floor +1. That's how these buildings work. Now there's another caveat to it. If you don't get very close to some of these buildings, they don't spawn in at all. So you have to also just because I'm inside Spiffos right now, it doesn't mean that the building right next to me, Oreo office place here, this building does not spawn in just because I'm inside Spiffos. I would have to get very close to Oreo office place just to get it to spawn in. So there's other caveats to it, but once you've gotten close enough to the building, it's just current floor +1, and that remains consistent until you get to the roof. Sure thing. It's very opaque. I wish this was documented somewhere, but it's not. Having just zombies flip out of these high-story building windows would be kind of terrifyingly interesting, but it would also just mean that most of them would end up as splats on the ground. There should be no reason that anything human-esque would ever get up after falling from a height like that, so it does make sense that they just don't spawn them in, because then the zombie behavioral parameters would be like, me see human, me go get human. No consternation for the fact that they're falling from 20 stories. Alright, so now I'm doing what I should have done before we headed out this morning. A couple more salads. Egg and kale salads. And we'll season them up with a little bit of oil, because we got some oil here. Three units of kale. And I'm doing 2 leftover eggs for each. Did I not get a 3rd unit of kale? There we go. Forgot the 3rd unit. Alright. 32 each, so I eat half of this, and it shuts the hunger noodle up. But it also is going to be oiled up with some calories here. Veggie oil. And mustard. How do zombies spawn in public multiplayer servers? No, it's just whatever. So the way it works in multiplayer is every player is a discrete entity that spawns in things around them. So if there's multiple players going up multiple floors, then yes, multiple floors will spawn in what we did learn is, I mean, okay, so players are always going to be going from the bottom up when it comes to buildings, unless there's something like, unless there's a situation where like somebody builds a staircase up to the roof and then connects the staircase to a roof of a building. I've done that once before. It just spawns in all the floors below, and then the game gets really laggy. We learned that firsthand exactly how laggy this game can get if a player tries to do something sneaky and spawn in extra floors at once. Current floor plus one is what it should be. But you just have to think of every player as just, you know, spawning in what's around them. Unless it's a group of people, and then it, you know, they blob together and it functions the same way as if it was just one player. We're going to put any of the random loot we picked up into the ambulance. That is our loot carrier for now. Okay, beautiful. Looking good. So we can probably do another floor before we get tired. She's going to get tired in approximately 4 hours. Maybe 4.5, something like that. The stove looks cool. That stove was made myself through welding. It is a level 5 welding recipe. It's the metal barrel oven. 2 steel sheets, 2 small, 1 scrap, and some welding rods. See, basically, let's just say that I had another player on... Let's say I was in multiplayer, had another player, and that other player was on the other side of Louisville, going to the second floor of a apartment building. When he goes to the second floor of that apartment building, the third floor of that apartment building spawns in. Now, if you're thinking about those little events that some of those YouTubers do, where I put 100 players into Project Zomboid, I hesitate to imagine that what it would feel like if they tried to do that and it wasn't a custom map. The only reason they can really get away with that is because they usually do custom maps where there's not a lot of stuff that can be spawned in at once. This game bottlenecks so hard that I don't think that it would ever be stable for large numbers of players in a city like Louisville. I don't see that happening personally. But maybe I'm wrong. Who knows? I don't do a lot of multiplayer, so I wouldn't know. We're going to take 2 boxes of 357, and I'm going to open 1 box of shotgun and then take 2 boxes of shotgun with me, so that we have a nice variety of box plus loose. And everything else we are looking good on. Now, when I was doing the Bateman office building, I brought a bed and just set up a place that's safe to sleep on one of the median floors in the middle. I don't want to do that for this building. I don't know if I'll have to. I genuinely have no idea how many floors this building goes. And don't spoil it for me. If you know, don't worry about it. I'll find out. I know that there's a website. I know b42map.com, or now it's just map.projectzomboid.com. I'm just going to figure it out. We'll find out. If it starts to get to a point where I feel like I need to establish a safe place to sleep in one of these offices, for example, I'll do it. We'll take it floor by floor. That's the goal. So I'm aiming at the top of the stairs. I have no red crosshair. Top of the stairs should be clear. We're going to go up there and quietly kill anybody who's up there. Like this guy. Fuck you. Jump scare bastard. And I see another guy up here in that room. Basically, these people are probably just those who just didn't really feel like reacting to noise. For some reason, I get the feeling that does not mean I'm going to be able to successfully spy this guy. Yeah, see? I tried to do a Team Fortress spy movement, but didn't work. I never really was on your side. And when it comes to these doorways where they could be on either side, I usually just prefer to just run in. If the zombie doesn't know you're there and you run right past it, their reaction time is slower than yours. So if you, like this room, for example, when I get into this room, I'm just going to run in because I cannot, like, face the correct direction. They could be on either side of the doorway. And I'm not going to roll the dice on that. I'm just going to run past them if there is somebody waiting in the wings right next to the doorway, for example. I wasn't even right about that. That's a bathroom right there, so that there couldn't have been a zombie there. But some of these rooms, there could always be zombies on both sides of the door. And that could be a checkmate if you don't handle it properly. Zombies are only going to instantly lunge at you if they've got direct line of sight or if they know you're there. If neither of those things are true, then they will, you can quite easily just run right past them, and they will not be able to do much. Unless you show your ass. If you show your ass, well then, yeah, they can grab you from behind. Don't do that. Make sure that you're going fast enough to stay ahead of them. Alright, so, whatever this floor is, I think it's 7. I don't know. Should I count them? Hang on. Let me pause real quick. We've got this first floor, ground floor, second floor, third floor, I think. So that's 4th, 5th, 6th. We are on floor 7, I believe. It gets a little wonky at some point because I think the map website calls it ground floor and then floor 1 and then floor 2. I don't even remember. I don't really care. We're on this floor, and the floor above us has already spawned in, but the moment I go up to the top of these stairs, the floor above that one spawns in. Oh yeah, absolutely. This game will be even better than it currently is once we get more, once we get some NPCs in this game. And they're implemented correctly, which that may be a minute, but that's alright. So I've got a bandana on instead of a mask. And the moment I crest this staircase, the floor above the next one spawns in. You hear all that? Yeah, hear all that? That's the sound of 1,000 terrible things heading this way. If they find us, they will bite us, scratch us into oblivion, or something. And that is my open invitation. I didn't bring the light upstairs. I think I'm going to be fine. Yeah, I think we've got enough daylight and enough seeping from the light downstairs. I think we'll be fine. If I feel like I need more light, I can turn on the flashlight. But we're just going to give them a moment to come downstairs here. See, the fact that I've got a crosshair that contracts perfectly, that tells me that I don't need to turn my flashlight on right now. Whether it's natural light or the seepage from below, we are good. Love them multi-kills. Sometimes when we're shooting upstairs, we don't even... There's no way to even tell how many multi-kills we're getting. The buckshot can go up beyond the threshold of the stairs here. So I could have just gotten 4 of them, even though I only saw 2 with that laser shot. I have no idea why this guy here, why he dodged all of my buck just now. It just happens sometimes. Shotguns are a... They're a strange and furious art. Love it when the slow ones slow everybody else down. So even if there's fast ones up there behind the slow one. Kind of like when you were in high school. And those girls would walk in groups, and they would all walk really fucking slow with no self-awareness whatsoever. Oh yeah, no problem. I don't know if I can use the word passionate correctly because I'm not one of the guys who just screams all the time. I could never be that kind of a streamer. I could never be a PewDiePie or a Markiplier. I don't have the what's the right word? I don't have the ability to sustain the level of hype that those guys bring to the table. But yeah, I'm just having fun here. I've been doing this for all of B42. I just, as a 42.8, I was like, oh, might as well turn on the camera and do it live. I know there's still several of them up there, but now we've gotten the ones who have hearing troubles. I also sometimes grip my mouse too tightly and I get carpal tunnel. There's no need to grip my mouse that tightly. Get up. You clearly don't like bullets, so I'll give you a blade. Thank you for participating. I have no idea if I could sustain fighting like this, but if they want to just come at me in an orderly fashion, I've got enough sword for all of them. It's just usually, they'll, you know, every once in a while you get one off, group of three, one off. It's the groups of three that, you know, once they're all melee range, no. There should never be more than one zombie within one tile of you if you can manage. Any more than that, and it's a skill issue. It only takes one after all. Now, I was saying this before, but if you step onto the stairs, sometimes your aiming reticle can target zombies that would be like hanging next to the railing here or something like that. So I can actually sweep kind of like an L shape around the staircase up here. So like this tile, and then I don't think the corner. I don't think I can handle that. But the all these tiles adjacent up here on the second floor, directly next to the staircase. If there's somebody right up there, I'd get a red crosshair and I could shoot. But I'm getting nothing, so I know for sure at least these tiles are zombie free for the moment. So I'm gonna do something a little risky here. Perfect. Now, if I wanted an encore, all I would have to do is go up to the top of this staircase, and the floor above that one spawns in. Let me just room by room this area here, make sure I don't get flanked. You would think security would mean weapons lockers, but I don't see no weapons lockers. I guess they just impotently stare at the cameras all day. I think this is just a bathroom. No stall lurkers. Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't want to say that any of the streamers that I've looked at have ever felt particularly dishonest. I would never go that far, but I definitely feel like a lot of them are trying to lean too much into performance. And even the word too much might even be, you know, very subjective. But it always felt to me like a lot of the other streamers that I've and I don't spend a lot of time watching streamers, but the few that I've looked at have just kind of felt like, or they don't, or it feels like they're not doing anything. Like, I actually have a viewer who drops by sometimes, Luchador Mask. Shout out to you, homie. He's pretty good, but I've seen a couple of his streams, and it kind of feels like there's a lot of dead air. Or he's interacting with Twitch chat, which isn't even on screen, right? So other YouTube or other streamers will do things that I don't do, and I'm not fully understood. I don't fully understand why they don't do them. If you're interacting with a chat from a different streaming service, then why not have that on screen so that people can see what's going on, what's being talked about? I'm sure it's all up to personal taste. Lots of back room like corners up here. This is where they would record their commercials, probably. And break room. Give me some coffee. Let's go, coffee. Let's go. Cereal. I'll take cereal. I should not need to eat the cereal. We should be comfortably in weight gain for... in fact, we actually have to start keeping an eye on our calories. We're at 80 kilo and we're still gaining. I have a feeling that we're in triple weight gain. Public service announcement. I've talked a little bit earlier in the stream about decompiling the game code and looking at things. But what are some of those things that I actually look at? Let me give you an example. Something that I just have to hand right here that I could just pull up and show you. If I go to my Zomboid folder, go to decompile, go to... thought I had the latest version here. Let's just go to 42.13. It's right there. And let's look at nutrition.java. If we look at nutrition.java and we look at the conditional for rapid weight gain, here it is. So float delta, that's how much weight changes. Here's your factor right here. Float real weight gain starts at whatever the hell this scientific notation number is. E minus 5F flotation, whatever. Right here, get carbs, get lipids. That's how many carbs you have in your system, how many fats you have in your system. You can see the nutritional values of these when you eat the food. This conditional, if your carbs or your fats are above 400, you get 2 times weight gain, and you get the two up arrows that we see on screen right here. There's a triple weight gain. There's nothing that shows it in the UI, but there is a triple weight gain, and it only fires if this conditional up here is not true, which means if this conditional is not true, the first check is if carbs are not above 700 and fats are not above 700. So it's doing a negative check first. But if they are both above 700, you are in triple weight gain. This doesn't, like I said, it does not come through in the UI at all. This is not explained anywhere in the game. But if your carbs and your fats are above 700, you are in 3 times weight gain. Your real weight gain factor is multiplied by 3 as opposed to 2, which is what, when you first start seeing the double chevrons, you are in double weight gain. But there is no visual feedback in the UI for triple weight gain. There's no triple chevrons. In my humble opinion, there should be, but there's not. This is one of the reasons that I was separating carbs and fats in terms of talking about what I was eating to put on weight quickly, right? 3 boxes of cereal and then some is what I ate. The lowest your carbs can ever be is negative 500. 1 box of cereal gets me out of that. 2 more boxes of cereal gets me close to the positive 1,000. I'm probably still above that since I recently ate a box of cereal that I found here. So I am probably still above 700 carbs. My fats are an open question. I don't really know. I ate 2 sticks of butter, which should have definitely got me out of the deficit. I don't know if adding the oils to my salads constantly has been enough to get me over 700. So I could just be in regular double weight gain. I could be in triple weight gain right now. I don't know. That, like I said, there's no visual. I would have no way of knowing without opening debug mode. I don't even think the stat bar mod knows about this. The stat bar mod doesn't. I played for about 800 hours with the stat bar mod, and I never saw any sort of indication that it would give you visual feedback for triple weight gain. So I don't know. That is an open question, I suppose. All right, so everything on this floor, I've done a room-by-room sweep on any of the intact doors, so I don't expect anybody to just come this direction. But you know what? I'm going to have some insurance. I'm just going to take a couch and put it in front of that doorway. And that's going to be my insurance for anybody coming from that direction. So just in case I missed a nook or cranny over there. Hang on, let me drop this on the other side of this doorway. Grab this. And then deploy the couch on the other side of this doorway. So if there is any zombies coming from the right side here, they'll have to break this couch before they can get to me. Otherwise, we've definitely cleared everything from over here. So I'm going to go get the floodlight, bring it up here. And we've got at least a couple hours left to shoot dudes. We just got fatigued, but I think we can handle this. Yeah, I think we can handle this. All right, so this will be the fighting position, sort of ish, right here. Yeah, that'll feel pretty good. All right, I got to put my mask on because we are now sick. The moment I put the mask on, the sick will start to go away. I am going to drink half of this coffee. That will be enough to shut the fatigue up for about an hour. I'm still going to maintain my bedtime. I'm still going to go back to base and go to sleep before 2300 or right around there, so that I can. This just eliminates the fatigue before I go to sleep. It's not really going to screw up my bedtime as long as I don't drink the whole coffee. If I drink the whole coffee, at some point in the night, I'm going to be unable to get to sleep, and that'll fuck everything up. So, wanted to avoid that. All right, so now the moment I go up these stairs, the floor above those stairs spawns in. So here goes. Now, if there had not been a lady right there, I probably might have gotten away with going up to these stairs, but I'm not challenging it. Let's just make some noise. That is the sound of 1,000 terrible things coming this way. Four extra points, Kraken. I missed your question earlier. If I had 4 extra points, I would probably actually take something stupid like High Thirst and go for 5 extra points and take something like Nimble. Because that would be another physical trait. Nimble gets you +2... I'm sorry, I forget the numbers exactly. It was sorry, Gymnast. That's what I meant to say. Gymnast gets you +2 Nimble and I think Running. Or what was it was Nimble and something else. Nimble and Light-footed? I can't remember. Nimble is all I care about, is Gymnast gets you some Nimble. Nimble is an extremely important thing. It affects how quickly you move when you're in this combat stance here. Having a +1 to that would be amazing. But it's usually something I can't afford. So I usually just deal with it. But yeah, if I could just arbitrarily get more points, Nimble would probably most likely be the next target. The way I see it, I mean, you know, aside from physical traits, or physical skills, it does feel as though regular skills are very easy to level. Ammo check for shotgun. 30. I need to open another box. Well, you see, I mean, if we just look at my skills for a second here, what are the ones that seem to be the ones that are, like, stuck after level 4? It's everything under physical, except for the one that I started at level 10 fitness and strength, so that was never a problem, and I started with a +1 to running. So I've been able to grind running all the way up because I run everywhere I go, so running has never been a problem. Crafting skills, as you can see, aside from the useless ones, napping, I have no need for it. It's a man in the woods trait. Pottery totally falls off after the first couple of levels. Weapons, I mean, what need do I have for any other weapon other than long blade axe and aiming and reloading? Yeah, the physical traits are always the hardest to level up. Sneaking and light-footed both level up at the same rate. Nimble, you have to stay in the combat stance as often as possible, and you get a little bit more experience if you're in the combat stance while zombies are around. So, I mean, like, honestly, the physical traits have always felt like the stupidest and most irritating to level. So if I had more points on me right now, or, like, if I had more points when designing a character with a similar build, I would go straight for something like Nimble. Straight for something like Gymnast. I usually just say the word Nimble, and I mean Gymnast. Shit! Did I just shoot my own light bulb? Or did it run out of battery? I have no idea, but thankfully I've got my flashlight. The fact that I heard glass shatter, I feel like I shot my own floodlight. I didn't even know you could do that. It seems obvious in hindsight, but didn't know that until now, if that is the case. We'll check to see if it can take a light bulb. Backups for everything. If my flashlight were to suddenly run out of battery, I've got no less than 2 backup batteries for it. It did sound like broken glass, but I can't ignore the coincidence. It happened right as the light went out for no other certifiable reason. No idea. I don't have a replacement light bulb on me right now, so I would not be able to see if the light bulb just, burst, or if it needs a new battery. I would have to remove the battery before I could check the battery total. I suppose I can risk doing that while we're in a bit of a lull here. So if I remove the... yeah, no, battery remaining 46%. So I don't think the light bulb will have just randomly burnt out on me. That's also possible. But the fact that we also heard glass shatter... No, I think I accidentally shot it. Which is, again, I had no idea I could do that. I don't usually put my floodlights in a position where I could accidentally shoot them. But this was definitely one of those. So if that is possible, if that's what happened, should have put the floodlight over here. Learning something new all the time. Now, any one of these desks over here could have a radio in it. Radios, disassemble them, get some chances at light bulbs. But I can't exactly spend a lot of time looking around because last thing I ever want is for somebody to just wander up behind me here. Gonna be pathologically checking those stairs. Glue. More glue. I'm always down for glue. It is a linchpin material for bombs. One would be forgiven for assuming that these monitors are CRTs. But no. Nope, they don't ever come with any light bulbs of any sort. So that means this floor is more or less... no light bulbs. Look at this, desk lights. Hell yes, we got a light bulb. Don't ask me how a desk light can produce that much light just because you stuck it into a different light socket. That isn't how lights work, but okay. Anyway, it's 2300. I'm going to go ahead and fall back. I don't have a safe place to sleep up here. Even if I did, we're too recent on combat. But I mean, there's nothing stopping me from... okay, here we go. I'm just going to kill her quiet like. At this particular juncture, I'd prefer not to bring too many of them down the stairs until I'm coming back up here. Filters in our respirator mask just died. So that is another on the recharge me pile. Oh, pro tip, if you've got a light bar vehicle and it's indoors where everything's dark, look at that, you got AoE light. One of the many, many, many reasons I love these things. We're going to yank the bad filters out of the current mask while we drive here. And attach the good filters to the mask. And then pull off my armor so we don't get too flustered while we're trying to sleep here. A little late for bed, but that's okay. We drank the coffee, so it's not gonna affect us too much. I was not expecting to get as much drive-by viewership today. We've got we just hit 1,000 views today. It has not been since I started a new character that I've had 1,000 views in a single stream. Probably general interest is picking up in the game because of the we're now nearing 42 stable. I feel like there's people watching some stuff, getting ready for their own runs now that their saves aren't going to break. I mean, if I wasn't an unstable player, I'd probably be doing the exact same thing. Probably. Picked up some cereal into the container there. CD player. Disassemble. If I have any light bulbs here, yeah, I'm going to take a couple light bulbs with me just in case that happens again. They're very lightweight. Easy win. I don't have any extra beds here on standby. The nearest place I could easily get some beds would be residential. There's luxury apartments just around the corner down here. Probably steal one of those beds. Bring it upstairs. Yes. Okay, let's do that. Yeah, let's do that. That's actually a perfect overnight task. Establish a safe place to sleep in Spiffo HQ, so we don't have to keep coming downstairs. We did the same thing for Bateman. There remains a hospital bed with a pillow and a couple of spare supplies on floor 20-something. Hell if I know. Grimbaki, yeah, that's that right there. Level 4, close to 5, and nimble early November. Yes. That is the real shit right there. That is what I want to get in on, if I can make the room for it. Regrettably, I might not be able to make the room for it, so I might be forced to stick with my current build, but we'll see. Who knows what kind of trait point changes they might come up with for 42.20. Could be just about anything. Okay, so slight problem. Luxury apartments right here, but there's not going to be any apartments on the first floor. If I go up to the second floor, the third floor will spawn in. This building is way bigger than Spiffo HQ, so I cannot steal a bed from this place. The only beds are on floors that I will have to spawn in lots of zombies to get to. We're going to take this one building at a time. We're not doing more than one building at a time here. I think we got Section 8 housing down here. Yeah. Here's the Section 8 housing. Now, the Section 8 housing, I think they only got big beds in these places. So I'll cut my engine here. We'll check. You know what? We have a solution for that. We can carry 2 parts of a bed in one large frame pack. There's always a solution. Yeah, you think I'm intimidated by these large beds? Nah, we'll make these work.
Oh.
Oh, I dropped the bag that was in my hand here. Alright, so I can fit 1 part of the bed in my backpack. I can fit 2 parts into my frame pack. Well, I would be able to if I was under 30 in my main bag, or main hands. Since I'm not, I've got to drop and drop. Now I can try it. And now I've got to drop more. And a little more. Now I can put that in my main hand. I am now carrying an entire bed. I just got to put this shit back on now. I don't have a pillow, though. I think I actually already scoured this place for a pillow. Yeah, I don't think there's going to be a pillow here. I'm almost 99.9% sure that I have extra pillows at the Cozy Box. Ah, look at that. There's a pillow. We are now capable of establishing a safe place to sleep in wherever the hell we want. And that's exactly what we're going to do to catch our second sleep here. My armor is going to go in my satchel. So I don't want to put it on, but I need it. So there it is. Got my armor. Otherwise, we should have everything else that we need. Yeah. Back to Spiffos. Turn here, is this too early? Too early. Next turn. All the time I've spent on First Street, I still have not memorized all the intersections. I take it so slowly that I just think in terms of, okay, I've made it to that one. Okay, I've made it to that one. Here we are. Now, we're extremely vulnerable going up these stairs. We are extremely overloaded, as you can see. If a zombie touches us, if a zombie sneezes at us, we have a very extreme chance of getting injured. So I think I'm going to put the armor on. I don't even think it'll help, but I'm going to put it on anyway. I can't. I literally can't. Okay. I can do nothing. I'm just going to make sure that I'm maintaining a brisk jog. Now, for picking a room to lay down a bed into, it needs to have enough room, obviously. But it also needs to be far enough away from the stink zone. And this area here, we are all the way to the side of the building, and we're not out of the stink zone. So we actually are operating under surprisingly lowered. I think I just aggroed somebody, too. She doesn't know. She didn't catch me. Fascinating. Okay. This is going to be the place right here. I think we can just barely get out of the stink zone. Nope. Nope. We are not out of the stink zone here. That's stupid. That's stupid. They seriously nerfed how far you can, how far you have to be indoors to get away from a stink zone. Doors don't do anything anymore. I can't really sleep here because, I mean, all those windows. Somebody could just dive through one of those windows and eat me. But I have to get this shit out of my hands. I can't fight like this. So, damn it. That's really stupid. But I'm not risking my safety over it. I'm just going to drop my shit right here. And we will kill whoever we have to kill to get up a floor or two here. Meantime, we'll just leave our bed on the floor right here and pick it back up when we're ready. I still have the other half of the coffee if I really need it. I don't think I will, but if I need it, it's there. I'm just going to get ahead of the stench now, wear this bandana, or wear the respirator. Swap it for the bandana. Alright, so we saw somebody going around, but I don't know where she went. I'm just going to make some noise here. I don't think she got so far away that she won't hear this. Yep, there she is. I don't know where she was going, but I know where I'm sending her. I think our floodlight is up the stairs from here. So we're stuck on flashlight for the immediate moment. Any day now. I've been at this for 10 hours. Yeah, I'm gonna have to, I wonder. Would it be sensible for me to... It's not a good idea for me to call the stream while I'm in the middle of a building like this. I would really like to see if I can get to the top, but I have no idea. Another problem is, YouTube does cut you off if you get close to 12 hours. It's like right at the 12-hour mark. YouTube will let you continue streaming if you go beyond 12 hours, but then YouTube does not record the recording. And I do have plenty of viewers. Shout out to all you guys who catch my streams even after they're live. Appreciate you guys as live viewers. And therefore, I will not blow past the 12-hour limit unless I plan to. For this character's part 1 and part 2, it was actually one big part 1. This character's journey was streamed in a 14-hour session for the first part. But what we did is we stopped and restarted the recording locally here and then uploaded the part 2 on its own. So YouTube cut us off, but then we re-uploaded the remaining segment as a separate video. Fucked up the HDR for some reason, too. I have no idea why it did that. Apparently, if I upload straight from OBS, the HDR 10-bit gets cut off, and the colors get a little bit washed. No idea why that happens. Okay, I'm gonna trust this. I'm gonna run upstairs, see what happens. Am I? Yeah. Bitch. Nope. My couch is intact there. So I cannot yet sleep if I were to deploy the bed up here, because somebody is slapping a door somewhere, which means they know I'm here, which means we're not sleeping yet. So I'm going to go and bring the bed upstairs in manageable quantities, probably just 2 parts at a time. We'll deploy it in the ladies' restroom over there. Just clear it real quick. What we're going to do is we have to move the sinks. Well, this is actually a rather large restroom. We could do this corner right here. So I just got to move the trash can and the paper towel dispenser. And then the sinks can still be there. That's actually great. All right. Trash can, nothing in it. We can pick it up. I need to constantly make sure that nobody's just coming down here and planning to ambush me through the wall or some shit. Okay. So I can fit one part of the bed in my backpack and one in my offhand. And I'm going to do it like that. That way I won't be too over-encumbered at any given point. It sounds like they're pretty close to me, but they're not noticing me when I go up and down the stairs, which is... That means they cannot be within too many... They can't be too close to the stairs at that point because they can see me. If I'm like if they're within one tile of the stairs and so am I, they can see me through the stairs. It's kind of wild how that works. All right, I've got everything now. This is probably too close. I only just kind of realized that. This is probably too close. If I take off the mask right now, I think I just wasted a whole bunch of time. Okay, so look at that. It's bad smell stage 1. Interesting. Interesting. I don't know how I feel about that. Bad smell stage 1 is actually not the worst thing in the world. I could almost survive that. It doesn't get until awful odor until right now. We'll see. We'll see how I proceed with that. For now, I will go ahead and sleep. I think I can handle that for one night. Yeah, just regular bad smell without it getting into stage 2 bad smell. We might wake up queasy. We'll probably also possibly wake up stressed because of the zombie slapping that door. Is what it is. Just taking off my armor now. And I do not expect anybody to actually like come up to my door and try to break into it. But if they do, I will be facing the door with a weapon in my hand. That maximizes my chances. Okay, so, because we are so close to the zombies, I cannot even slightly guarantee that there won't be one right in my face when I open this door. So I'm gearing all armor back up here. And I'm treating everything beyond this doorway as hostile territory. Clear. Alright, nobody wandered down here. So if we did get any sort of sickness from the light stench while we were sleeping there, wearing the mask now will clear it out. And I thought we might wake up stressed because we could hear somebody slapping a door, but I guess one door from that distance is not enough, so I'm okay with that. What up, homeboy? So there's no way to this recording room here without going all the way around, it seems. Or, okay, hang on. We got, What?! That's a fracture. That's a fracture. I have a splint in my truck. I hate this fucking game so goddamn much. I hate this fucking isometric goddamn fucking game, so I'm okay. We survived. Splint is in the truck. We've just got to not bleed out. There are other... I could probably whip together a splint from a plank, maybe? I don't remember exactly how to make it, but too fucking late. Too fucking late. How would I have fucking been able to tell that? Somebody in chat explain to me how I would have been able to fucking tell that... I mean, I don't know. Maybe I should have looked at the map website, right? So everything we're doing has come to a complete stop. We are no longer going to be engaging in combat for 2 weeks. Yeah, 2 weeks. Easily 2 weeks. We are a slow healer. We're not supposed to make stupid fucking mistakes like that. Why would I add rope? I didn't think there was a fucking fall. Why would there be a fall there? I don't fucking care. Splint. Onto my shin. Yeah, I know there was no floor. How could I fucking tell that until I jumped through? I will look back at my footage to see if that was actually there. Splinted. We've got a comfrey poultice. Shouldn't even fucking need it, but it's there. And the bandage holds the splint in place. Painkillers on standby. Okay. Well, that was a rather anticlimactic ending right there. That right there is a premium example of what I like to call isometric bullshit. No point in wearing the armor anymore. Onto the passenger seat it goes. That's not the ending of this, but so here's a thing that you can do if you get an injury and you're a slow healer. That's what sleeping pills are for. I'm not even kidding. Sleeping pills, just so that you can sleep a lot and fast forward. There's also plenty of crafting we can do back at Jericho. That's probably what I'll be doing next. I'm just going to shut down the cozy box, and we're going to move forward. I'm not ending the chapter. Well, yeah, this particular segment, yes. Yes, that is where I'll be ending it after we get back to Jericho. I'm not going to leave her out in the field if she's injured. No. We're gonna put away all of our weapons, put away all of our... shut down the generator out here, mothball this base again, and we'll end the stream back at Jericho. More history repeating itself. Annie Mae took a stupid fracture in one of the last parts for her series. But that was literally after, or that was on the way back to base where we were going to end it. This is a little bit early. Yep, eat, sleep, read, repeat. And the sleeping pills will help with that tremendously. Extracting all of the perishables from the fridge. Yeah. Yep, absolutely. Nah, she'll heal up long before the end of her journey. Started your new B42 run in Brandenburg. Brandenburg's great. Brandenburg usually is where I end my early game map tour and hit the checkpoint there. Get my Alice belt and suspenders and my first few military backpacks. I think I left one of my floodlights running. I don't care. The battery was at 42% already, so we'll just bring a replacement battery next time we go up there. So what I'm going to do is gather some more Comfrey Poultice. You apply Comfrey Poultice to your any sort of bone-related injury, so a fracture or I don't even know if this game has sprains. I've never seen a sprain. I've only ever had fractures. I can't tell if that's just because I am prone to injury or not, but yeah. I might put that one to Reddit. I might go through my footage here, clip that little segment of me jumping through that window, and just post it on Reddit with a question mark. How could I have been able to know that there was no floor there without looking at the map website? I don't think... before I post that, I'm going to go over the footage myself and look at it. I don't think there was any obvious indicator that there was no floor beneath me. First of all, there's no logical reason. But then again, there's nothing logical about the placement of anything up there. Everything is like a soundstage sort of joint. But it doesn't make sense. It really doesn't. It'd be fucking amazing if Sully came through and been like, yeah, no, we were supposed to put a floor there. Oops. Well, I mean, that would be license for me to just go into debug mode and delete the fracture. Because if there was supposed to be a floor there and there wasn't, I don't think that's the case. I think that whoever was designing that area is probably thinking, oh yeah, we'll have some shady people doing an overlook, like in Portal or something. I don't know. I could see reasons why there would be an overlook, just not one tile wide. You can't see anything from that distance. But I already critiqued some of the design of Spiffo's HQ there. It already didn't make sense to a degree. Okay, so when it comes to IRL, I am actually slightly prone to very minor injuries. But IRL, I've never once broken a bone my entire life. I have had a few bruises, and I think I did something to my pinky finger on this side when I was snowboarding in 2025. Yes, last winter, like at the beginning of last year, I was snowboarding and I landed on my pinky finger in a weird way, and it was swollen for a little while. The swelling eventually went away. I don't think that qualifies as any sort of breakage. Did we just, speaking of breakage? Come on. Alright, so whatever Louisville memory leak is upon us has struck once more. I'm not done yet. I would, you know, if we were a little bit more closer to being done, I would just call it here. But no, I've got to kill the game and relaunch it now. Come on. Louisville can be a frustrating place sometimes. This only really happens if you go down First Street. There we go. It is always healthy to make sure that you can hit the quit to desktop button and then hit OK. I hear my CPU fan spinning up too. What the fuck is the game even doing? What the actual fuck is the game even doing using all 16 of my cores like this? To be a fly on the wall of whatever this thing is doing right now. I got nothing. No, it doesn't count if somebody did it for you during surgery. Nah, that doesn't count. That doesn't count. In my humble opinion. This isn't a save breaking crash, by the way. If anybody is not familiar with Build 42, if you've just played a lot of B41, B41, a crash could destroy your save. They have gotten much better about that with B42. B42 has, as of like 6 or so builds in to B42, saves almost never break just from crashes alone. But I do generally want to wait for it to close properly. Whenever the game doesn't close when I tell it to, I usually check to see if the _crash folder here is filling up. Sometimes it will, and that means it's dumping a backup, but no, fuck it. Fuck it. Yeah, we'll just, like I said, if I was just a little bit closer to being in a good spot for ending things, I would just call it there. No, I'm going to relaunch it. I'm going to get a few things cleaned up, and then we're done for today. Repasted. There's no way. It's not my computer. The temps never, there's no way the temps climbed too high. What's our temps looking like? Huh. The CPU temp, I get GPU temps in Task Manager, but I don't get CPU temps. Maybe I'll fire up HW1. Yeah, I can do that while it's loading. No, there's no chance. None whatsoever. We'll check though. We'll check. If the CPU temps are high, which they still would be. The only reason I mentioned just now that my CPU fans are spinning up is because I have them on a custom curve, and they automatically step up. Like the curves are stepped, so that when the CPU is emitting a certain threshold of heat, I automatically hear it IRL. CPU, there's the fan, there's the power. Give me my temperatures. Sure, there's my GPUs. We get drive temperatures for my SSDs. Come on, man, where's my motherboard temperature sensors here? I don't think it's that's stupid. Oh, here we go. Temp 1, Temp 2, Temp 3. Nothing is over 50 Celsius. Yeah. That's the way it should be. My GPUs can go nuts. My GPUs, they're all fan-cooled, triple fan-cooled. I have seen my GPUs get as high as 80 Celsius when I do AI inference. But I've never seen my CPU get hot at all, ever. chamomile does both CPU and GPU. I'm gonna look into that. But yeah, no. If we're looking at CPU temps right now, I wish I could say that I could tell for sure which one of these 3 temperature sensors on my motherboard was the one near the CPU. But CPU readout here. This is also a fucking lie. I don't have an Intel Pentium 0. Maybe it's not reading it right. Maybe it's not reading it right. I have a my PC specs are linked in the description if anybody's curious. I've got a Ryzen 9 7950X3D. Anyway, we have just a little bit of cleanup to do here. I need to get my perishables into the freezer, or fridge rather. Detach these. Ew, Microsoft's. Brother. Brother. Imagine going on the UWB store. Oh, that is disgusting. Never, ever. That was one of the first pieces of Windows bloatware I deleted. Admittedly, I do miss the clock app, because I do like being able to monitor global time zones. But I can open up my bitch box for that. The fans I'm using are, I don't actually think they're listed on my PC specs. My fans are Noctua industrial PPM, whatever the industrial version is. The highest RPM goes up to the 3000s. So the fact that it's stepped means that you can hear, when it spins up from being quiet, which is, it's really quiet at like 1400 RPM, which is what it's at right now. But the moment it spins up because the CPU's getting hot, you hear it like across the room. It sounds like a vacuum almost. It's pretty wild. I actually kind of like it. I like being able to hear when my CPU's utilization is going real high. Everything else in my backpack right now is to go elsewhere. I need more Comfrey Poultice. I can't remember if I brought much from Phallus Lake. Probably didn't. If I did, it would be somewhere on this wall. Leon Lee. I hear the Chinese name and my brain recoils. Probably not bad. Here we go. Comfrey dried, we've got 20. I'm just going to hold on to all 20 of this, and we'll take it over to the mortar and pestle. See, thankfully, when I use walk to, I can fast forward through the limping. We've got a, kind of hard to see, but we've got a mortar and pestle right here. So that's all we need to make Comfrey Poultice. I don't know what the application delay should be. I'm going to assume that if it doesn't show up on here, then you should apply it. That's my assumption. Hopefully that's not wasteful. So it's got a Comfrey Poultice, it's splinted, and it's bandaged. I should just bring the truck in here. Yeah, I should just bring the truck in here. Just drive across my base. Why not? I've got all this real estate. Noctua, when I was watching some of Steve Burke's reviews, he does Steve from Gamers Nexus, pretty based guy. Gamers Nexus, great channel on YouTube. He seemed to think that Noctua fans are a little overpriced. That's kind of seemed like that was the gist that I got from it. That Noctua was a bit like you're paying a premium for the brand, kind of like how you would be if you were buying Apple hardware. Apple hardware always is a little overpriced because it might as well be luxury electronics at that point. And I don't even know how I feel about that, even if it's true. If it's true, I'm not even that upset about it because, like, I really like the way that they engineer their stuff. The care that they take when they're doing it. It's very rare. You don't see that happening these days. Most of the time, they just Have some guy in China whip together the slop and send it over here. Just RTM the bullshit when it breaks. That's modern technology in a nutshell right there. So seeing somebody defy that trend almost makes me want to go out of my way to spend more money to support it. The rest of this electrical stuff can go in the electrical bin. Right here. Oh god, yeah, broken leg. If I was doing multiplayer and I had a character break a leg, I don't know if I would even continue playing that character. I mean, it would just be so... The inability to fast forward would just... it would kill me. It would probably kill me. I mean, already reading books in multiplayer, at least when you're reading books in multiplayer, you know that you're accomplishing something if you go AFK, right? So, like, reading books in multiplayer, well, that's just make sure to do that when you go AFK, right? But, when it comes to healing from an injury, yeah, that's a thing. That's definitely one of the things of all time right there. I wasn't expecting to put my pajamas back on at the end of this stream, but that's where we're going right now. Now, if I made more Comfrey Poultice, it would probably be in the Expedition Ambulance. I'm going to go check and see if I have any out there, because if I do, I'll just bring it all in. I remember making quite a bit, but then I remember being like, wow, that's 5 Comfrey for each Poultice. And I don't remember where I took that train of thought, though. I'm also swapping the boots for sneakers here. Rest of the guns come off of my back, go into the trunk here. We keep the machete at all times. Never leaves my belt. Yeah, okay, so Asus ROG, definitely another one of those brands, right? But they seem to do good shit. I've got a monitor up here. You can just barely see the edge of it. This is a 4K monitor, Asus ROG 4K. Really, really, really old. And it's still holding up really well after all these years. So it's pretty great. And the main monitor that I'm looking at right in front of me here, I want to say that that's an Asus ROG. I know it's Asus. I just don't know if the ROG part, right? It's linked in the description here. I think it is. Hang on. Copy, paste. Yes, it is. Yes, this monitor, ROG Swift PG43 UQ. Best thing I've ever bought as just a guy who spends a lot of time in front of his computer regardless of what I'm doing. My day job has me in front of my laptop, which of course I plug into this thing. So yeah, it was the best investment I ever made. If anybody works in the tech industry, and that involves working from home, you could do worse than a beautiful, beautiful monitor like this. Yes, I'm going outside right now because we need to check the Expedition Ambulance. ONN. ONN. I'm not sure if I've ever heard that acronym before for monitors. Imagine using an entire truck as a wheelchair. That's basically what I'm doing right now. Yeah, look at that. 9 Comfrey Poultice in my Expedition Ambulance. Beautiful, beautiful. Taking all that with me right now. A couple of backup painkillers and a sleeping pill bottle. So with that, I am very well equipped to heal, quote unquote, my way through this injury. And I think that's where we're gonna call it. I'm gonna sleep through tonight. I will sleep through tonight, and we will call it from there. It'd be neat if sleeping in a hospital bed would help you heal faster. Regrettably, I always sleep in hospital beds. I don't think it has any difference. Cheap Walmart brand? Neat. You know, okay, so ROG definitely isn't what it used to be, right? I feel like it used to be something more significant, but I feel like there's holdouts, right? I think some parts of ROG are still pretty good. Like this monitor, for example. This monitor is amazing. Fucking amazing. I love it. Nothing bad to say about it whatsoever. And it's as recent as 2023, I think. So it's not like it's super old. But maybe their other hardware. Maybe the other hardware has definitely seen better days. There we go. Now I can drive up to my bed with my wheelchair here. Am I able to sleep? Too much pain. So painkillers are a go. Now I can sleep. Spend a little bit of time in the evening working on pottery. If I get a couple levels in pottery, then I could read the next book. I usually like to end my streams on a morning note, so that is something I could do for the evening here. It won't take too long to get to the point where I'm ready to read a book, and then I can fast forward, so this won't actually take physically too long. I'm going to level pottery mostly through doing clay tiles. That's a low-level recipe, so it's not the most efficient. In fact, it's one of the least efficient ways, but there are some floor tiles that I would like to put down outside. Floor tiles, you cook them in the kiln at quantities of 8. So I'm going to do like 32 and see what that gets me in terms of experience. About 20 each. Yeah, that's going to be a minute. That's going to be a minute. I'm going to piss away all of my clay, and I will not be anywhere near the next level. So I will make the batch that I got started here, but only for the sake of having more floor tiles. Let's try. The bench goes up to level 3. The wheel goes up to level 5, right? This is why I kept sculpting jars earlier. And I think we did the math. I think we confirmed that jars are the most efficient way. So in that case, I'm going to go outside, get couple of these buckets of rainwater, because jars do cost water at the crafting station. Yeah, that's more like it. 156 experience each. This will get us to level 7 for sure. But we have to get one more level if we want to get... This is the highest level pottery recipe, by the way. Jars. Amphora might be higher. No, it doesn't have any pottery requirement. It doesn't even have any requirements. Interesting. You can just, at level 0, you know how to make an amphora. That's a little bit Okay. But look at that, it's bedtime. Painkillers go in the system. Overnight, we'll need to make more food. Not tired enough to sleep? I will fix that right now. Now, with sleeping pills, what they do is they just start building fatigue until you click the sleep button. So I don't actually want to build up fatigue indefinitely. That's stupid. You don't want to do that. The way to use sleeping pills properly is to take them when you are not tired enough to sleep, and that has to be the exact error message. Then just check, right-click the bed over and over and over again until it gives you the option to sleep, then sleep right away, because there's no point in building up more fatigue after that. It doesn't help, especially if you're a restless sleeper. I don't know if maybe that doesn't apply if you're not a restless sleeper, but that has been my reality as a restless sleeper. Never let the sleeping pills take effect without just going straight to sleep. Oh no, another light bulb. Never get tired of that, do we? These clay jars that I've just been making, we can shove those into, we have a container we can put those in. Making some food here. Aha, we are finally out of full units of kale. Good to know. These salads can still get to 30, but we're coming on the tail end of that. Yeah, these salads only get up to 23 if I am only putting leftovers in them. So, it is what it is. That just means I'll wait till I get to stage 2 hunger. Before we go to sleep this time, we'll take the bandage off, put on another poultice, put the bandage back on, have some painkillers, and I'm going to try to sleep one more time, and then we'll call it for today. And tomorrow morning, IRL tomorrow morning, when I start the next stream, we'll finish healing from this injury, and then we will take sweet vengeance upon all of Spiffo HQ. I might set the building on fire for this. I don't know. I mean, fire doesn't spread anymore, so you can't just burn a building down anymore.
Ever since the multiplayer updates, players were setting each other's bases on fire to screw with each other. So the devs just made it so that fire doesn't spread anymore. That's the game we're playing right now. So make of that what you will. I'm going to go ahead and see if she can sleep. She is not tired enough. That's where the sleeping pills come in. We take the pills and we right-click on the bed until it gives us the option to sleep. That is how to use them correctly. Otherwise, your fatigue just builds up way too much and it's not healthy. Fucks everything up. Your fatigue, basically, it has to go up 1 point like every second or so after you take the sleeping pills. And fatigue is a 0 to 100 stat. If your fatigue is at least 30, you can sleep. So that is kind of how that works. But if you start sleeping, then your sleeping pills stop building fatigue. So at no point did we ever go over 30 fatigue just now. So that was a successful sleeping pill usage. I am going to put one more poultice on this. Now, something about my last fracture. The last time I had a character with a fracture, it healed and we still had the splint on and we didn't even notice. So we have to also go by pain. The fact that we're still feeling minor pain. You see, the splint will make you limp. So even if you are still limping, but if you're limping but you don't feel pain, you might want to periodically check to see if it's gone, because you'll continue limping. Even if... Oh, the garlic might be dying. Yes, the garlic is dying. You see how it's turning yellow? Okay, then. Alright. Whatever. It's June 2nd. So what that means is the fact that the garlic is dying. June is not a valid month for it to exist in. So garlic dies in June. So that means garlic, it's not possible to get to the blooming phase. So garlic, you can never get seeds for it. Garlic is a non-sustainable crop. Okay. I mean, garlic is also kind of hard to use up. And wild garlic is relatively easy to find if you forage, so I don't suspect this is going to be a problem for us. So I just wanted to do that before I forgot about it. If I started next stream, I might forget about it. Some garlic in there, and the rest of it, the main fridge. Regrettably, you cannot fast forward at 2 times speed if you want to auto walk. Garlic can be used up to 5 times for each usage. So this one clove that we still have with us, we'll just add it to each of our salads. My granddad liked garlic a lot. I am following in his footsteps in that regard. Alright, folks, that's it for today. We have gotten ourselves in a decent position for next time. Next time, we'll just do some casual skill leveling while we let this thing heal. Dani shall bid farewell. Bit of a different outfit for the thumbnail next time. And I'll park her over here next to her wheelchair. Alrighty, folks, I'm out of here for today. I usually start streaming around 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. YouTube punishes me in the algorithm if I don't start before that. So I'll usually kind of pull out all the stops to make sure I'm started before then. Bite to eat there. Alright. So I'm out of here for today. Peace out, everybody. Have a good one. And I will catch you guys tomorrow, hopefully. If not, I will be here bright and early on Wednesday morning for the patch. Can't wait for that. I'll probably be taking some days off work. Alrighty, folks. Peace out. Adios.